Family farming. I have a skill set panel. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 226 Reversal. Fellow Taoist Duan. Since Senior Zhao Xiuxuan will not come to support us, why didn't you say so earlier? If you had saved some mana just now, you could have increased your chances of escaping. Alice, you young people are just a little bit immature. The hunchbacked old man blew his beard and glared, looking extremely angry. The fellow Taoist Duan he was talking about was the middle-aged cultivator in brocade clothes and beautiful beard, Duan Tianjin, who was in the late stage of foundation building and was also a very prestigious person in this group of pioneering teams. After he finished speaking, the hunchbacked old man immediately took out a green leaf magic weapon from his storage bag. It was his flying magic weapon, and its speed was much faster than that of an ordinary flying sword. He took it out at this time, obviously preparing to escape. Duan Tianjin was squeezed by one of them, and his face was extremely embarrassed. However, when he saw the hunchbacked old man was about to leave, he quickly dodged to stop him, and shouted to the other monks who were also preparing to escape, "Brother Gongsun, please stay. Fellow Taoists, please stay. What are you going to do, fellow Taoist Duan? If not now, when will you escape?" "Yes, fellow Taoist Duan, let's take this opportunity to escape in all directions. No matter how powerful the monster is, it is impossible to stop us all here." Everyone was talking about it. A group of people could not hold back and hurriedly jumped on their magic weapons, turning into flying lights to escape in all directions. Duan Tianjin had no time to stop him, and his face changed immediately, blurting out, "Be careful." As soon as he finished speaking, the black waves in all directions shot out black water arrows that were denser than before, like rainwater pouring back, swooshing and hitting the fleeing monks. A series of screams rang out. The stream water, which had no time to open the spiritual shield, fell to the ground like a fallen leaf under the cold and gloomy rain of black water arrows. The body parts that were hit were corroded and festered instantly. Those with mild injuries immediately used their magic power to seal their injured hands and feet. Those with serious injuries died on the spot. This is it. The remaining monks who were not hit hurriedly returned to the island. Those monks who had time to escape were even more frightened and looked at the black shadows that were looming in the waves. It was these black shadows that spit out dense black water arrows just now. These black shadows also have narrow and long figures, and their heads have golden eyes, but their bodies are mostly about 10 feet long, not as exaggerated as the third-level golden eels. There are at least thousands of golden eels. Like swimming fish, some are big and some are small. The big ones are second level, and the small ones are first level. It's a group of golden eels. Oh my god. So many second-level monsters. Could this island be the nest of golden eels? No wonder there are so many Yingxuan flowers. The hunchbacked old man was stopped by the monk named Duan. His face was ugly. His hands were on the storage bag, and he seemed to be ready to fight if he didn't agree with him. But when he saw so many golden eels appearing in the waves, his face changed again and again, which was very exciting. The monk named Duan hurriedly bowed and explained, "Fellow Taoists, don't waste your energy. This island has been surrounded by a group of golden eels. It's useless to run away. What should we do?" When the cultivators heard this, they looked a little anxious. There was a cultivator who was quick-witted. He moved his eyes and hurriedly asked Duan Tianjin for confirmation, "Fellow Taoist Duan left us here. Is there any way?" The others only then realized that with Duan Tianjin's cultivation level, if he wanted to escape, he would actually be the cultivator most likely to escape among this group. The reason why he didn't run away even though he knew about this, I think he had other plans. Even the hunchbacked old cultivator's face changed, and he asked with a smile, "Yes, fellow Taoist Duan, now that things have come to this, please tell us what plans you have." Zhao Xiuxuan's face was also full of hope. He looked at the terrifying figures in the black waves. The third-level golden eels didn't know where they had gone at this time. They seemed to be ready to go, preparing a way to catch everyone on the island in one fell swoop. Duan Tianjin saw everyone looking at him, cupped his hands and said, "My fellow Taoists, I am not talented, but I do have a way. However, this method is only a stopgap measure. I am afraid, fellow Taoist Duan. It's already this time. Why are you still keeping it a secret?" Duan Tianjin sighed, as if he had made up his mind. His eyes flickered and he said, "To be honest with you, in addition to defense, my verdant array has another variation. It's called the verdant maze. This array can temporarily confuse the surrounding monsters for more than 10 breaths. However, in order for the array to cover such a large sea area, all Daoists need to work together to activate it. After the verdant maze is activated, everyone can flee on their own. Even if the black water arrows of the golden eels are so powerful, if they are confused by the array, there is more than a 70% chance of escaping. 70%. Fellow Daoist Duan is really capable. Fellow Daoist Duan is still amazing. There is such a large-scale maze. What are you waiting for? Fellow Daoist Duan, quickly activate the green maze. That third-order golden eel is about to attack again." Everyone looked over and saw the huge figure reappearing in the black waves, and the surging waves were sweeping over again. "Okay. Let me activate the green maze. Fellow Daoists, watch the opportunity, use your magic power, and activate the formation." Upon hearing this, the cultivators hurriedly prepared for the battle. Duan Tianjin stopped talking nonsense and gave a cryptic look to the hunchback monk and Zhao Xiuxuan. Then, he pointed his finger at his chest and abdomen, and 3 jade lights emerged from his chest, hitting the green jade tree in the center of the island like sharp arrows. That was the core of the entire green maze. Buzz, as his spiritual light was invested, the entire green jade tree glowed brightly, and the branches grew rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the entire green jade tree grew more than twice as large, turning into a towering tree. When the green jade tree stopped growing, Duan Tianjin suddenly shouted, "Fellow Daoists, it's time." The cultivators who had been prepared for a long time, in the same way as before, pinched their fingers and injected mana into the green jade tree. With the injection of mana from dozens of foundation-building cultivators, the leaves of the green jade tree trembled, and streams of green spiritual light fell from the jade tree like leaves in the autumn wind and fell into the soil. Boom! The green formation covering the island suddenly expanded, covering the entire sea area with huge waves. One by one, the miniature green jade trees grew out of the soil and even the waves, and in an instant, the entire sea area turned into a green forest. Even the experienced foundation-building cultivators were shocked beyond measure by this scene. Duan Tianjin reminded, "This is the illusion of the green maze. Fellow Daoists, the formation has been activated. Run for your lives." The cultivators came to their senses and could not wait to activate their magic tools and flee in all directions. Dao Iaotuan is so righteous. If we are saved this time, we will go to Kimu Mountain to repay you in the future. Some people bowed to Duan Tianjin solemnly before leaving. However, Duan Tianjin showed an inexplicable smile on his face, and a cold light flashed in his eyes as he watched the cultivators scattering like locusts. He with a strange laugh. A hunchbacked old man suddenly came out from the side and laughed in a strange voice. "Dao Iaotuan, this way, our chances of escape will be greatly increased." Chapter 227. This is the Golden Core Monk. On the other side, Zhao Xiuxuan, who was stepping on the lotus steps, also changed her previous worries. Her peach blossom eyes were suggestive, and she continued, "Haha, fellow Daoist Duan is still ruthless. It is obviously a formation to send people to their deaths, but he insisted on saying it is a maze. It's a pity for these fellow Daoists." Duan Tianjin's face, which was just full of justice, showed a trace of ruthlessness and said, "You two should not be so merciful. If not, we touched the young eggs of the third-order golden eel. We all have the breath of young eggs. How could that beast let us go so easily? Without the cover of others, we can't leave here at all. Well, the show is almost over, so stop talking nonsense. We don't have much time. Let's leave quickly. In the future, if fellow Daoist Gongsun has such an opportunity again, it's better not to touch it. Duan still wants to live a few more years." After speaking, Duan Tianjin patted the storage bag, and 3 saplings that were exactly the same as the emerald jade tree that was shining brightly and served as the eye of the formation appeared in his hand. "This is the sapling of the emerald jade tree. Only with this sapling can we truly walk out of the emerald array, and we can completely conceal our aura in the array. My 2 Taoist friends, take care of yourselves." After he finished speaking, he threw the 2 saplings to the hunchback monk and Zhao Xiuxuan. The two held the emerald saplings in their hands and looked at each other. The hunchback monk showed a proud look, twisted the sapling and said to Duan Tianjin, "Fortune and honor are sought in danger. The young eggs of these third-order golden eels are extraordinary. They will be in the late foundation building stage once they are hatched. We each get one, And even if there is only a 50% chance of successful hatching, it is enough for us to give it a try. However, Meng Wang, was indeed too careless in this matter. I didn't expect that this beast didn't even go to the BIOC, so he was caught red-handed. Duan Tianjin glanced at him without saying a word. The sapling in his hand emitted a ray of emerald light, and then his figure gradually disappeared, concealed by the array. Hao Suyan seemed to have no interest in talking to the hunchback monk. She just nodded as a greeting and then disappeared. The three of them disappeared one after another in the formation. At this time, the monks who believed Duan Tianjin and began to escape finally found something wrong. They flew around in the formation, but always returned to the same place, like headless flies, and could only go around in circles. The emerald jade spirit trees that rose from the ground were like tombstones, trapping them in the formation. What's going on? There's something strange about this formation. In the black waves, a golden eel spit out more a black water arrow, which accurately hit a monk. Unprepared, the monk screamed and died. No. Duan deceived us. This is not a formation to confuse monsters. It's a formation to confuse us. He used us as bait. A clever cultivator's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly looked for Duan Tianjin's figure. Unexpectedly, Duan Tianjin had used the subtree of the green jade tree to cover up his breath and escape to an unknown place. We were deceived. Quickly attack the center of the formation. There is still a chance to survive. At this time, the overwhelming black water arrows hit the cultivators in the formation. Without the protection of the formation, the cultivators could only dodge in a hurry. After a round of attacks, more than a dozen of the remaining dozens of cultivators were killed or injured. Some cultivators began to organize the rest to attack the green jade tree that dominated the formation, hoping to break it and seek a chance to survive. However, what made them desperate was that the third-level golden eel, which was originally restrained in the waves, jumped out of the sea like crazy after the breath of Duan Tianjin, and the other two disappeared, and the huge tail swung, like a churning gathering in the Black Sea, carrying huge waves that were hundreds of feet high. Thousands of golden eels, led by the Demon King, fired more intensive rain of black water arrows. The cultivators cried out in pain and dared not attack the center of the formation. They could only focus all their energy on avoiding the black water arrows and trying to protect themselves. Just as the cultivators were preparing for the crazy revenge of the golden eels, three unnoticed rays of light suddenly passed through the formation of thousands of verdant spiritual trees and flew away from the top of the island. It was Duan Tianjin and the other two. Roar, sensing a certain aura from the three people, the third-level golden eel suddenly swung its tail in the huge waves and was about to chase them out. However, a huge emerald spiritual light suddenly fell from the sky and hit the golden eel, knocking it back into the waves. When it emerged from the sea again, the three had disappeared. The emerald jade tree that brushed down a ray of spiritual light seemed to have exhausted all its spiritual energy, becoming dim and withered, and the entire formation was broken. Bang! Seeing that the three people were no longer in the air, the golden eel was extremely angry, but there was nothing it could do. It was madly stirring up trouble in the sea. A group of golden eel monsters surrounded the entire island again, and pieces of black water arrows fell one after another. This was a tragic scene for the monks who were struggling to hold on. The golden eel seemed to want to vent all its anger on these people, swinging its narrow and huge body, stirring up waves of huge waves and rushing towards everyone. Facing the unreserved attack of the third-level monster, a group of foundation-building monks were no match. Under the impact of the first wave of black waves, half of the monks' spiritual shields were thrown off and were slapped into the sea. They were immediately torn to pieces alive by a group of golden eels. Seeing this scene, the other monks who survived by chance were full of despair. In their hearts, they cursed the three people who escaped. At this moment, the island full of water vapors suddenly became extremely hot. The cultivators were stunned and looked up at the sky. They saw a red flame fireball like a meteorite falling from the sky and smashing towards the third-level golden eel. Boom! The fireball hit the sea. In an instant, the entire sea surface was steaming with mist. The sea surface hit by the huge fireball even formed a hole with a diameter of 10 feet. That's it? Senior Jinden, someone with sharp eyes noticed a young green-clothed cultivator standing in the air. Senior Jinden is here to save us. The hearts of the surviving cultivators beat violently. And they felt a kind of joy of surviving a desperate situation. They were grateful to the unfamiliar Senior Jinden. More than a dozen black water columns rushed up from the sea. winding like water dragons and rushing towards the giant and cultivator in the air. This black water is not just seawater, but corrosive poison water refined by the golden eel. If it is hit, the giant and monk will probably not escape the fate of being riddled with holes. Seeing this scene, everyone was worried for the giant and monk. However, the giant and monk opened his 5 fingers, and a series of instantaneous red flame fireballs jumped on his fingertips and were thrown out. After each fireball was thrown out, it became huge, just like the meteorite-like fireball at the beginning. More than a dozen fireballs were thrown at the dozen water columns with incomparable accuracy. Swish, the black water column and the fireball collided with each other. The terrifying spiritual fluctuations not only shocked the monks who were lingering on, but also scared thousands of golden eels away. The 3rd level golden eel saw that the black water column could not do anything to the monk, and was about to make another move. A 4-armed demon statue with closed eyes suddenly fell from the sky. The 4-armed demon god had a ferocious face, a dark body, a green face and fangs, and looked like an evil ghost. Each of his 4 hands made a spell, 1 foot was wrapped around his waist, and the other foot was standing. Bang! He smashed the golden eel's head with the force of a mountain. The body that suddenly curled up in the waves showed that this blow was extremely painful for the golden eel. It was directly smashed into a mess and couldn't find the north and the south. This was not over yet. The 4 arms of the 4-armed demon god suddenly moved, and tightly grasped the golden eel in his hands. If you don't look at the murderous aura all over his body, he would be a living dragon subduing master. The huge body of the golden eel was clamped by the 4-armed demon god. It still wanted to struggle. The 2 black magic hands raised their fists as big as a mountain and smashed them into its eyes with a bang, and the sound of metal clashing rang out. Boom! 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 The 4-armed demon god held the golden eel's body firmly with 2 hands, and the other 2 hands continued to hammer the golden eel with a hammer, splitting the mountain and splitting the rocks. The golden eel's hard skull was dented, which showed how amazing the power of the 4-armed demon god was. The monster that had just stirred up the storm and was like an evil dragon was beaten one-sidedly, as if it were a child's play. This was not over yet. The air became extremely hot at this time. Before the golden eel could react, a series of fireballs fell on its head. Boom! The deafening explosion resounded throughout the sea, and a powerful shock wave even overturned the foundation-building monks on the island. The shock wave dissipated, the huge waves collapsed, and the sea surface returned to tranquility. The head of the golden eel was bloody, and the body of nearly 100 feet long was held in the air by the 4-armed demon god. It was no longer breathing. Who on earth is this senior? The cultivators who were lucky enough to witness this scene were in uproar. They had never thought that the powerful monster that was so terrifying that made them despair could be easily subdued by the magical power of the cultivator in front of them like a loach. Is this the giant and cultivator? Chapter 228 Old Friend. Seeing that he had subdued a 3rd-level monster with just a few tries, Zhao Xiuxuan nodded slightly, and had a better understanding of the giant in realm. What was even more surprising was that since his cultivation had broken through to the giant in realm, for some reason, the great prison demon bell had also undergone some changes. With the infusion of mana, the 4-armed demon god statue that was originally only used for defense could actually be activated to attack. This was discovered when he was grinding the magic weapon to drive it. The great prison demon bell was an extremely strange magic weapon. When Nihao of Qingxuan Valley saw this magic weapon, he once said that this magic weapon originally came from the largest forbidden area in Yan State, the ancient magic cultivation site, the Death Cave. However, when this object first appeared, it was a 4-armed demon god statue, and it also caused a Qingxuan Valley cultivator to be possessed by a demon during his cultivation. It was once considered an ominous object. I don't know who later smelted this object and refined it into a large bell magic weapon. This magic weapon was collected in the Lingbao fantasy of Qingxuan Valley, and happened to be exchanged by Zhao Xiuxuan with contribution points. When he exchanged it, he valued the defensive ability of this magic weapon. Although it exuded a violent aura, he did not delve too deeply into it. Now it seems that this magic weapon seems to have another story. Big Prison Golem, 4-armed demon god, no matter what your origin is, as long as you do not hinder my practice, just be a means for me to fight. Otherwise, don't blame me for crushing you into dust directly, Zhao Xiuxuan said to himself. If he had not just been promoted to the Golden Collar, he would not have had any magic weapons to use, and the sword cultivation methods he was used to could not be used because there was no suitable sword. Otherwise, he would not have taken this thing out to use. Fortunately, the magic power is pure, and he can create such a powerful attack with just the low-level fireball technique. Zhao Xiuxuan quickly re-evaluated his own strength and his heart. This is also the reason why he took action, taking a third-level monster to practice first. Looking at the fluctuation of the spirit energy of this monster, it should have just entered the third level not long ago, otherwise it would not be so easy to take down. Even so, judging from my crushing victory, ordinary giant and early-stage cultivators should not be my opponents. In addition, I have thunder escape, so giant and mid-stage cultivators can easily escape. As Zhao Xiuxuan's purple thunder escape light fell, the cultivators who survived on the island, no matter how injured they were, all bowed and waited. Even if one arm was broken, they would use the other arm to bow and salute. "Thank you for saving my life," the cultivators almost said in unison, with excited expressions. The longer you practice, the more you cherish your life. As cultivators who opened up the wasteland a while ago, their backgrounds would not be very big, so they took the risk to enter the uninhabited area of the Dead Sea. It would be fine if they encountered a third-level monster, but they were actually tricked by Duan. They thought they were in a deadly situation, but they didn't expect that giant and cultivators would come to support them. During this ups and downs, everyone was naturally full of gratitude to Zhao Xiuxuan. Zhao Xiuxuan glanced at the crowd, and all the cultivators lowered their heads and dared not look at each other. This place is deep in the inner sea of the Dead Sea, with monsters rampant and extremely dangerous. There are actually so many foundation-building cultivators gathered here. It seems that the great expedition to open up the wasteland has begun. I don't know what the situation is now. Thinking of this, Zhao Xiuxuan casually pointed to a cultivator dressed as a Confucian scholar who looked quite knowledgeable, and asked, "Zhao has been in seclusion for a long time and just came out recently. You are gathered here. Has the great expedition to open up the wasteland of my Yan country's cultivation world begun? How many participants are there? What is the current situation? Pick out the important things to listen to." The Confucian cultivator was excited when he was called to speak. He coughed to calm down, and then respectfully bowed and replying to the senior, just as the senior expected, the front line of the great expedition to open up the wasteland has advanced 1,000 miles into the uninhabited area. The cultivators participating in the front line of the wasteland opening this time include no less than 10,000 foundation-building cultivators and 100,000 key refining cultivators. After a year, 7 second-level spiritual veins, 29 first-level spiritual veins, 3 secret realms, and 8 ancient cultivator caves have been opened up. These are the data disclosed by the Jiuji League. In addition, there are 8 giant's henren guarding each domain, and the 8 domains are divided according to the ancient 8 trigrams, so as to provide support at any time. The Confucian scholar seemed to be quite familiar with it and told some of the current situations one by one. Zhao Xiuxuan analyzed the current situation while listening. Jiuji League is an alliance established by the Yan Kingdom's immortal cultivation world for this land reclamation expedition. It was named because the land reclamation expedition began on Jiuji Island. The role of Jiuji League is to recruit cultivators and assign tasks with an independent good deeds hall. In addition, Jiuji League has a rich exchange treasury. By paying the spiritual herbs and medicines used in the land reclamation process, and even various refining materials and treasures, you can get corresponding contribution points, and then you can exchange the desired things with the contribution points. This is a rare opportunity for many casual cultivators. As for the spiritual veins in the process of land reclamation, the Kingsuan Patriarch had said before that the cultivators of Yunmen County have priority in land reclamation, and this quota is probably the ownership of the spiritual veins that have been opened up. After all, they are staying well in Yunmen County, because your Kingsuan Patriarch said that if you give away your foundation, you will give it away, so you must compensate them anyway. According to the Confucian monks, the entire land reclamation team is divided into 3 parts, just like the secular crusade. One is the front formation, the second is the middle army, and the third is logistics. The front formation is naturally the cultivator who opens the way in front and explores deep into the uninhabited dangerous places. Most of these cultivators are cultivators in the middle and late stages of foundation building. And most of them are cultivators from small sects and small families, or casual cultivators. Only a few brave and adventurous cultivators from large and medium-sized sects are willing to join. Because as the front army of the entire land reclamation team, Although you can collect more good things and enjoy higher contribution points, the risk is also very high. If the frontline monks are advancing at full speed, then the central army monks are working hard and are responsible for carefully excavating the secret treasures that the frontline monks have not explored in time. If there are spiritual veins or mineral veins, people will be arranged to carry out the preliminary reclamation and excavation work. The logistics monks are mostly alchemists, weapon refiners, spiritual plant husbands, array masters, etc. They refine some external things, or are responsible for collecting and cultivating some spiritual things for the front and central army. At present, the entire land reclamation team is still mostly frontline monks, led by different Jindan monks. The distance advanced in 1 year is very impressive. Of course, there are also many casualties. For example, the nearly 100-member foundation building monk team in front of them was besieged by a third-level monster and a group of second-level monsters, and most of them were killed or injured. Hey, most of us are cultivators whose lifespan is approaching. We originally wanted to seek a chance for future generations, but we didn't expect that the situation in the Dead Sea is more dangerous than we imagined. This time, thanks to the grace of the senior who saved our lives, otherwise we would have died here, the Confucian scholar bowed again respectfully. He looked middle-aged, but it was hard to tell that he was about to die. Of course, many foundation-building cultivators could not tell their lifespans because of the special skills they had or the elixirs they had taken to preserve their youth. Zhao Xiuxuan saw that he was talking with a dry mouth, so he casually threw out a second-level magic weapon from his storage bag as a reward. This is a second-level high-quality magic weapon. Senior, is this for me? The Confucian scholar was surprised and happy. He didn't expect that he could get a second-level high-quality magic weapon just by talking. A second-level high-quality magic weapon can be sold for 2,000 spirit stones in the market. According to the contribution points for land reclamation, it is also necessary to complete 2 medium-risk tasks to obtain it. What Zhao Xiuxuan gave was a magic weapon obtained from Yu Hai, a cultivator from Thunder Mountain. The style and magical powers of the magic weapon were quite ordinary, without obvious personal style. Even the cultivators from Thunder Mountain would not be able to find out the cause of death of Yu Hai and then CAO through the magic weapon. Of course, even if they knew, what would happen? Zhao Xiuxuan, with the realm of Jindan's Hanren, was not in vain. The scholar thanked him profusely and took the magic weapon. The magic weapon was naturally not very precious, but it was extremely rare to obtain it from a Jindan cultivator. I wonder which sect you are from. Seeing that Zhao Xiuxuan was approachable, the scholar was not so restrained when speaking. He was a little curious when he saw that Zhao Xiuxuan was so young and did not look like any Jindan cultivator from Yan State that he knew. You are injured. I have some pills here. Take them to recover. Zhao Xiuxuan did not answer directly. Seeing that some of them were seriously injured, he patted his storage bag. Several spiritual lights flew by, and bottles of pills fell into the hands of the injured. Thank you, senior. The cultivators showed gratitude on their faces, and hurriedly sat down to recover. Those were some excellent pills for recovering injuries, and they were naturally the spoils of war obtained from Yu Hai, Gu Chengfang and others. Although the pills were good, they were not very useful to him. It would be better to use them as a favor. He also had another consideration in doing this. Now that the golden pill has been completed, it is the time for the family to take advantage of the wind. Taking the opportunity to spread his reputation quickly is a good thing for the family. After the pill is completed, the road of cultivation becomes longer and longer, and each level of the realm has as many as 1,600 points of progress. In the future, he may have more time to spend on cultivation, and the family's affairs can only be left to develop. I am a cultivator from Nanshan County, and I have only recently completed the pill, although it seems quite inappropriate to call it a root. It is just right to say that I am a cultivator from Nanshan County. Among the cultivators, a female cultivator couldn't help but exclaimed when she heard Zhao Xiuxuan claiming to be from Nanshan County. Then, she immediately lowered her head and covered the wound on her waist. It seemed that her wound was pulled and painful, so she exclaimed. A decent-looking male cultivator next to him hurriedly asked with concern, Miss Chu, what's wrong with you? The female cultivator shook her head slightly, as if she didn't want to say more. Zhao Xiuxuan looked over curiously and saw a thin female cultivator with her head down, so she couldn't see her face clearly, but her black hair hung down by her ears, and half of her pretty face could be vaguely seen. Zhao Xiuxuan was slightly stunned, and even felt that she looked familiar. With his giant and cultivator's divine sense, he could quickly locate many past memories even if he didn't deliberately recall them. "Chu Lanyu?" he asked with some uncertainty. The female cultivator trembled slightly when she heard his words, and then slowly raised her head. She was 7 parts beautiful, and 3 parts of her eyebrows were filled with indelible sorrow. Her figure was slender and graceful. Who else could this woman be if not Chu Lanyu? "I didn't expect to see Miss Chu here, and I didn't expect Miss Chu to have established her foundation." Zhao Xiuxuan bowed to Chu Lanyu with a sigh on his face, which could be regarded as a reunion of old friends. Chu Lanyu had clearly recognized Zhao Xiuxuan just now, but for some reason she pretended not to see him. Seeing the envy and awe in the eyes of the people around her, she was also touched. "Senior Zhao, I was lucky enough to break through the foundation building a year ago. I didn't expect to meet you here." Chu Lanyu's eyes were a little sour, her chest was depressed, and she felt an inexplicable sense of grievance. She was a helpless person and had been a marginal person in the family since she was a child. Later, she went to King Mo Island to hunt monsters and was insulted by being stripped and blood refined. When she returned to Wutong Mountain on the verge of death, she was ridiculed by people close to her because of the blood refining. After that, she was almost murdered by her beastly cousin in King Mountain. If she hadn't met Zhao Xiuxuan later, she would have been killed. Later, she didn't want to return to her family, so she rented a cave in Loin Valley in Shattered Stone Mountain with the help of Zhao Xiuxuan. After spending a period of happy days, she felt oppressed by Zhao Xiuxuan's cultivation speed and practiced in seclusion to improve her cultivation. In the 2nd year of his retreat, Zhao Xiuxuan left Loin Valley. When she came out, she felt extremely disappointed. After buying some things, she began to retreat again. This retreat lasted for 3 or 4 years. During this period, she occasionally came out to the nearby village to purchase spiritual food. When she came out of retreat, she found that the Chu family of Wutong Mountain had been blood refined by evil cultivators, and the entire mountain gate was destroyed. Although she had mixed feelings about the Chu family, after all, they were of the same clan, and the destruction of the Chu family also hit her hard. She could only continue to retreat to calm herself down. After a few years, a year ago, she was under great pressure and sought to build a foundation with a heart that was almost seeking death. Unexpectedly, she succeeded in building a foundation. Things in this world are really interdependent. After she came out of retreat with a foundation, she heard about the changes in the Zhao family of Chishan in the past few years, and even knew that her grandmother Chu Yushi was also in the Zhao family. I don't know what kind of mentality she had, but she joined the team to open up the Dead Sea. But she didn't expect that she would meet Zhao Xiuxuan like this. What made him even more unbelievable was that Zhao Xiuxuan was actually a giant cultivator. Before, due to the change in temperament after breaking through the giant, she only felt vaguely familiar with him, and she didn't dare to look closely, so she didn't recognize him. When she heard Zhao Xiuxuan talking about a Nanshan County cultivator, she gritted her teeth and looked carefully, and then she confirmed that it was really Zhao Xiuxuan. A late-stage foundation-building cultivator beside him who had been looking at her with concern was a person who had a crush on her among the fellow cultivators. When he saw that Chu Lanyu actually knew a giant cultivator, his face immediately changed, and he stepped back a few steps and distanced himself. Zhao Xiuxuan ignored his thoughts. He glanced at Chu Lanyu's injuries and saw that the wound on her abdomen was black and blue, and she looked like she was poisoned. With a thought, a blue spiritual light emerged from the storage bag, and a bottle of blue pills flew in front of Chu Lanyu. It was the universal detoxification pill seized from several Gu masters. This is the detoxification pill. Take it and your injuries will heal faster. Zhao Xiuxuan walked closer to her, and the other cultivators retreated tactfully. Among them, the most fast-running cultivator was the one who had just shown great concern for Chu Lanyu. Chu Lanyu took the detoxification pill and swallowed it, then nodded, and seemed to feel that this was very rude, so she looked up and smiled, and said, "Thank you, Senior Zhao." Zhao Xiuxuan did not ask her why she participated in the extremely dangerous task of opening up wasteland with her cultivation in the early stage of foundation building. After giving her the pill, he only said, "Grandma Yazi is now living in Chishan. If you have any difficulties, you can go to Chishan to find her." After that, he gave her 2 standard magic weapons, 1 shuttle magic weapon for attack and 1 shield magic weapon for defense, and then turned into purple lightning light and flew away. Although it was a reunion of old friends, there was not much connection between him and Chu Lanao, and the pills and magic weapons he gave were just for fun. This matter passed through his mind and he stopped thinking about it. His next plan was to go back to the family and see if the ancestor had any Taoist scriptures related to the golden elixir in the Xuanwu cave. Although he had now achieved the golden elixir, he was like an ordinary person without any magic weapon, and he didn't even know how to refine his own magic weapon. If he encountered a cunning and difficult enemy, he might not be able to deal with it. By the way, he wanted to see what the ancestor had left for his descendants before he passed away. Chapter 229 Chishan Banquet. Nanshan County, Chishan. The sun is rising, and the morning glow covers the mountains, dispersing the night mist and giving the mountains a warm color. However, under this quiet and peaceful scene, Xuanwu Peak is bustling with people and guests. Today, the Zhao family is holding a celebration for Zhao Xiuxuan, a new foundation building member. Just 2 months ago, Zhao Xiuxuan successfully built his foundation through physical training. He became the 4th foundation building cultivator in the Zhao family. As soon as this news came out, it immediately shocked the entire Nanshan County. 1 family, 4 foundation building cultivators. In addition to the reputation that Zhao Xiuxuan, the head of the Zhao family, had made in the past few years, the Zhao family has become famous in the small world of cultivation in Nanshan County, and is truly unique. The families in Nanshan County, with the intention of making friends, came uninvited and sent greeting cards to the Zhao family, hoping to bring the young talents and ladies in the family to marry into the Zhao family. After Zhao Xiuxuan went out, the Zhao family's second elder, Zhao Lingcheng, who was highly respected, took on the important task of handling the family affairs. Zhao Lingcheng had always adhered to the Zhao family's principle of keeping a low profile and did not intend to invite guests to hold a foundation building celebration, but there were too many forces coming to pay respects to the mountain. Let's not talk about the surrounding Kaienren Mountain Hao family, Tai family, Feng family, Lu family and other immortal cultivation families. There were even cultivators who came from Fian Mountain in the south and Kings in the north. Zhao Lingcheng immediately gave orders to accept all the mountain-paying invitations and mountain-paying gifts, and set the 10th day of this month, which was today, to congratulate Zhao Xiuxuan for his successful foundation building. Early in the morning, the Zhao family members uniformly put on the Zhao family's blue-bottomed basalt pattern robes, each of them full of energy and spirit. The cultivators in the middle and late stages of key refining stood 10 feet tall, like a young green pine. A group of young and beautiful ladies in the clan were busy preparing tea, fruits and melons, and meticulously instructed the maids and servants in the mountains to entertain the guests. Before the morning dew disappeared, the guests who came to visit the mountain crowded the entire foot of Chishan Mountain. With the sound of jingling bells, people who got off the carriages one after another were all dressed in brocade and satin. The carriages were made of various spiritual woods, and they were engraved with defensive formations, which could be regarded as a magic weapon. The horses driving the carriages were also of various shapes and sizes. Some were tall and mighty, and some were as red as blood. What was even more surprising was that some horses had strange eyes and wind under their feet. They were actually precious spiritual beasts for the carriage, the wind-chasing horses. The monk's carriage had just entered the foot of the mountain. He heard the hustle and bustle outside. He got off the car and saw that the entire foot of the mountain was full of monks from various mountain gates in Nanshan County, men, women, young and old. In the crowd, the Zhao family receptionist, who was wearing a blue-bottomed basalt pattern, simply registered the information of each guest, and then respectfully invited the guests to go up the mountain. Among the elders, Chu Yazi, Zhao Lingcheng, Zhao Lingquan, and Zhao Xiuxuan sat in the main hall early to greet and see off the guests. Since everyone was a cultivator from Nanshan County, many of their families were familiar with each other, and they began to greet each other at the foot of the mountain, calling each other Daoyao and Daoyao, which was very lively. Hey, Daoyao Zhu, I haven't seen you for many years. I didn't expect to see you here. A middle-aged cultivator with a Taoist bun and a yellow fish robe seemed to have met an old friend and greeted him in surprise. A fat cultivator who looked like a businessman and was called Daoyao Zhu also hurriedly bowed in response. Oh. It's brother he, ha 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 ha, we haven't seen each other for 5 or 6 years since we parted in Bihun County. How come you from Longgao Mountain are also visiting the Zhao family? What are you talking about, brother Zhu? Our He family and the Zhao family in Longyao Mountain have been friends for 100 years. How could the Zhao brothers not come for such a big event of building their foundation? Oh, it turns out that Brother He's family has such a deep friendship with the Zhao family. It's my fault for being so reckless. When we get to Chishan later, please introduce me to them. The fat monk was immediately beaming with joy and tried to get close to him. Okay. The middle-aged monk in the yellow croaker robe awkwardly touched his non-existent beard and quickly changed the subject. Brother Zhu, today's scene is really rare. With so many family cultivators in Nanshan County gathered together, they can open a market directly on the spot. If so, with Brother Zhu's business methods, I'm afraid he can make a lot of money. Brother He, thank you for your praise. The fat cultivator touched his round belly and looked at the cultivators who came in the spirit beast carriage with some envy. Among these cultivators, most of them are young and handsome younger generations. Some of them are full of arrogance and look at people with squinting eyes, and some have a cold expression and think they are extraordinary. But without exception, they all belong to the larger forces in Nanshan County. Linkhong Valley, Luotian League, the three sects of Yumu Mountain, Fian Mountain, Kainran League, each one is more powerful than the other. I didn't expect that these big forces that used to be arrogant would actually send people to participate in the Zhao family's celebration, the fat cultivator surnamed Zhu said with emotion. Taoist he pulled him aside and whispered, Brother Zhu, what are you talking about? Linkhong Valley, Luotian League, Fian Mountain, these forces all rely on several mountain gates to gather together to gather 5 or 6 foundation building cultivators. Now the Zhao family, with the strength of 4 foundation building cultivators, can naturally be on par with these forces. The most important thing is that they have 3 young foundation building cultivators, including the clan leader, unlike Linkhong Valley and Luotian League, where the foundation building cultivators who can be shown off have a lifespan of more than 100 years. It is said that Senior Feng, the pillar of the Feng family, is still a cultivator of more than 200 years. He is far less powerful than the Zhao family. As long as the Zhao family does not commit suicide and develop steadily, it can be regarded as a major force in at least 200 years. How can these forces not flatter and make friends with them? The fat cultivator surnamed Zhu bowed his hands and flattered him. Brother He is still very clear-sighted. While the two were talking, several young cultivators from the Gongsun family, one of the 5 clans in Fian Mountain, got off the luxurious carriage one by one. As soon as they got off the car, 2 pretty female cultivators attracted everyone's attention. They were wearing bright yellow robes with pleated skirts and embroidered with several dancing swallows. The most special thing was that the 2 female cultivators not only had outstanding looks and were very charming, but also had very similar faces, as if they were twins. And judging from the fluctuations of their spiritual energy, they were obviously in the late stage of key refining. In the world of immortal cultivation, there were not many cultivators with a talent for cultivation, and twin cultivators were even rarer. The rarest thing was that both of them had actually cultivated to the late stage of key refining at the age of 16. How could they not attract everyone's attention? Even the Zhao family, the host family's guest, frequently glanced at them from the corner of his eye. The 2 women frowned in displeasure in almost the same way. One of them even muttered, Sister, you said that the second grandfather is really something. We are practicing well, but he insisted on dragging us to this place to participate in some foundation building celebration, and also said that we should meet the young talents of the Zhao family. I see, these people's cultivation is so low, how can they be called young talents? It really delayed our practice. The other woman seemed more mature, and winked coquettishly and said, The second grandfather brought us here for his own reasons. We have been practicing in seclusion for so long, and we should also go out for a walk. The female cultivator, who is the younger sister among the sisters, was about to say something else, but heard a cough in the carriage, and immediately fell silent. An old voice came from the carriage and scolded in a low voice, Zahir, you are talking nonsense again. As he spoke, an old monk with a weathered face and wrinkles like knife cuts walked out of the carriage. When this person appeared, the people around him were immediately stunned. Especially the Taoist in yellow croaker robe. He shook his head and said to the fat monk Shangjia beside him, The foundation building monk of the Gongsun family is here too, but I don't know if it is Senior Gongsun Chang'an or Senior Gongsun Changfen. The 2 juniors should be Gongsun Beiyang and Gongsun Beizi, who are known as the 2 beauties of Fian. Brother He, you even know this. I admire you. The fat monk Shangjia showed admiration and expressed his admiration. It's nothing. But, speaking of it, The foundation-building monk of the Gongsun family came so early, which can be regarded as giving enough face to the Zhao family. The Taoist in yellow croaker robe touched his face and said modestly, "Over there, with the appearance of the foundation-building monk of the Gongsun family, several spiritual fluctuations of the foundation-building monks burst out from other carriages one after another. From the carriages of several major forces, a scholar, a strong man, an old woman, and a red-faced middle-aged man walked out respectively. It was Zuluoban, the head of the Z family in Lingkong Valley, Fox, the supreme elder of Yumu Mountain, Tai Jingshan, the head of the Tai family, and the last one was Jingxiang Ziwu sect Haohe. It turns out that all the Taoist friends have arrived. I thought I had arrived earlier." Gongsun Changfang laughed and bowed to the foundation-building cultivators who showed up one by one. Everyone looked at each other, bowed and greeted each other. "We just arrived, and we knew that Taoist Gongsun was coming, so we waited here." The hunchbacked old woman Fox was quite familiar with Gongsun, and at this time she acted as a matchmaker and took over the conversation. "Brother Tai, long time no see. It was thanks to Brother Tai's talisman that Zhu was able to stay safe in the Yunmeng Mountains that day." Zuluoban and Tai Jingshan started chatting. Only the red-faced old man stood with his hands behind his back, seeming a little arrogant. The clansmen they brought were just like their elders. The people from Yumu Mountain and Gongsun family gathered together, the people from Tai family and Z family gathered together, and only 2 people from Ziwu sect came, 1 man and 1 woman, who were also arrogant and looked down on them. As they chatted, the Zhao family's receptionist, who had been prepared, welcomed them and threw out a communication talisman. After a while, Zhao Xiuxuan flew down from the mountain with a smile on his face. "I'm sorry for not welcoming you from afar. I'm Zhao Xiuxuan. I've prepared some good spiritual tea in the mountain. Please follow me up the mountain to have a chat." Zhao Xiuxuan bowed from a distance, showing full courtesy. The old man who laughed first and returned the greeting, "So it's Brother Xiuxuan from the Zhao family. I came a little early, which is a bit abrupt. Fellow Taoist who, that's not right. Everyone, please follow me up the mountain." Zhao Xiuxuan repeated it again. Then, several foundation-building cultivators casually gave a few instructions and turned into flying instruments and followed Zhao Xiuxuan up the mountain. The rest of the clan members followed the team up the mountain obediently. Foundation-building cultivators are really different. The foundation-building cultivators of the Zhao family came down to greet us personally. Zhu and He were muttering there again. Time passed in a flash. Although the number of guests far exceeded the expectations of the Zhao family, fortunately, the Zhao family had made sufficient preparations. The whole welcoming was done in an orderly manner without losing any courtesy. After the Chenchi, more foundation-building cultivators came one after another, either by flying instruments or by driving cars, which attracted the exclamations of the key refining cultivators. In addition, the most surprising thing was that the elder of the Meng family, Meng Danking, came specially from Xianyu Mountain. That is, he is the right-hand man of Zhao Xiuxuan's mother Meng Danning. If we really talk about it in terms of seniority, he is Zhao Xiuxuan's uncle. Upon learning of Meng Danking's arrival, the elders of the Zhao family did not dare to neglect him and asked Zhao Xiuxuan to go down the mountain to greet him. Because as the elders of the family, they all knew the relationship between the Meng family and Zhao Xiuxuan. After Zhao Xiuxuan came back from Xianyu Mountain, although he did not say whether he and Meng Danning would continue the mother-son relationship, they were flesh and blood after all, and matters concerning the patriarch were not trivial. Moreover, Xianyu Mountain's status in Nanshan County is really a bit transcendent. After all, it has the status of a vassal family. Xianyu Mountain has gathered several surrounding families. In the past 2 years, it has sent many good seedlings to Kingsuan Valley as disciples. Although they are outer disciples, as long as they have a relationship with Kingsuan Valley, they will be good. Not to mention that there is Meng Hanking, a genuine giant and true disciple. For these reasons, Meng Danking's arrival is particularly noticeable. Of course, Meng Danking was not the only one who came to the Meng family. He was accompanied by dozens of Meng family members who were in the middle and late stages of key refining. Their intention was the same as other families. They wanted to match up the younger generations. This group of people also drove the cloud-stepping beast with the blood of spiritual beasts. The carriage was luxurious, with spiritual jade as the base and brocade as the embellishment. As soon as they met, Meng Danking put his status very low, presented 5,000 spiritual stones, plus a few rare monster materials as gifts. Zhao Lingchang naturally accepted it on behalf of the serious and taciturn Zhao Ziming, and exchanged a few words as an elder. Meng Danqing behaved politely and specially conveyed Meng Danqing's words, "The affairs of the clan are busy, and the ninth sister cannot come in person. I was asked to bring a few bottles of high-quality elixirs in addition to the gifts to the elders." As he said, he took out a few bottles of elixirs that looked very valuable from his storage bag. Zhao Lingchang and the others looked at each other, then smiled and accepted the offer. "Thank you for your kindness. If you have time, come to Chishan for a walk." When the sun was high in the sky, the banquet began. Zhao Lingcheng, Zhao Lingquan, Zhao Xiuxuan, Zhao Duan and others hosted the banquet. Even though Zhao Ziming, one of the protagonists, was not good at speaking, he said a lot and drank more spirit wine. Everyone was talking and laughing, and they also realized one thing, that is, Zhao Xiuxuan, the head of the Zhao family, had not shown up. After 3 rounds of drinking, someone finally asked about this matter. "Fellow Taoist Zhao, I wonder if your master is in seclusion or not in the mountains. Why can't I see him?" Zhao Lingchang's expression did not change, he laughed and covered up. "The master went out for something, I'm afraid it will take some time, and he won't be able to come back." Gongsun Changfeng, who asked the question, said "Oh," then shook his head and said, "That's a pity. I heard that the master of the Zhao family doesn't have a Taoist partner yet. I have a pair of granddaughters who are naturally beautiful and talented. I brought them with me this time, and wanted to let the 2 of them meet the master of the Zhao family. If one of them can succeed, it will be a good thing." What a pity, what a pity. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 230, Golden Pill appears. When Gongsun Changfeng said this, Gongsun Beizi and Gongsun Beiang were sitting at the dining table behind him, dignified and elegant, like ladies from a noble family. Hearing this, the younger sister, Gongsun Beizi, looked a little surprised. After being secretly glanced at by Gongsun Beiang, she restrained her expression. There were quite a few male cultivators secretly watching them in the whole hall. If people thought that the Gongsun family had no manners because of her willfulness, she, as a sister, could not escape the blame. In fact, there were quite a few other foundation-building cultivators who came with their own little thoughts like Gongsun Changfeng. Among the younger generations accompanying him, there were many beautiful young female cultivators. Among them, the Fei and Shuangshu of the Gongsun family and a foxy female cultivator from Yumu Mountain were the most outstanding. Behind the dining table, a slender-waisted, charming red-dressed woman was pouring crystal-clear fire-date spirit wine for the old man fox. The foxy female cultivator was named Huyaner. She is the collateral bloodline of Old Fox. Because of her excellent cultivation talent and natural charm, she is most suitable for the practice of Yumu Mountain. Old Fox, an octogenarian, often takes her with her to practice. Hearing Gongsun Changfeng's unreserved explanation of his purpose, Old Fox also put down the spiritual wine in his hand, smiled and patted Huyaner who was bending over to pour her wine, and said, "Since Taoist Gongsun has spoken, I will not hide it. My precious granddaughter is born with a soft and charming body, and she has practiced a unique Hehuan practice of Yumu Mountain. If the head of the Zhao family takes a fancy to her, it will be of great benefit to her in the future practice. Yumu Mountain's Hehuan practice is a rare dual practice. If 2 people combine, yin and yang can complement each other, which is very helpful for improving the speed of practice. This is something that the cultivators of other families in Nanshan County know very well. Therefore, both male and female cultivators of Yumu Mountain are highly sought after by other mountain gates. However, Yumu Mountain did not rely solely on the dual cultivation method to achieve its current status. Its main cultivation method and the formation inheritance that is the foundation of the family are the biggest reliance of the family. Hearing the fox elder's blunt words, Huyaner did not feel uncomfortable at all. Instead, her eyes became more charming, and her graceful figure emitted a faint fragrance that made people's blood boil. As a result, the male cultivators with poor concentration were already blushing, and those with better concentration were also blushing and their hearts were beating. Only the mature and steady ones could drink wine and tea slowly. Ha ha ha, fellow Taoists, I appreciate your kindness, but the head of the Lingchang clan is not on the clan now, so it is difficult to discuss this matter. Zhao Lingchang laughed and changed the subject. Then he said, "Today, I am grateful to all the fellow Taoists for coming to celebrate the foundation building of our clan's younger generation." Zhao Xiuming. Xiuming, how about you step forward and tell us about your experience in breaking through the foundation building? This successfully shifted everyone's attention to Zhao Xiuming, who had been sitting cross-legged and silent. In particular, the cultivators in the late stage of key refining became interested and stared at Zhao Xiuming without blinking. Zhao Xiuming responded sullenly, "Okay," and then stood up. When he stood up, he took 2 steps forward, like a tiger rising and falling in the mountains and forests. When he stood up, his muscles were knotted all over his body, like an iron tower. This is the manifestation of breaking through the foundation building after practicing the Vajra Sutra. The body is extremely powerful. Even in the early stage of foundation building, it is comparable to a second-level top-grade magic weapon. Zhao Xiuming did not say much, but just sat cross-legged in the middle of the hall, and clearly recounted some of his valuable experiences before and during the foundation building. These experiences can often be obtained from various valuable Taoist scriptures. If a cultivator who wants to break through the foundation building can get some foundation building experience in advance, especially if they encounter various troubles during the foundation building process, how to deal with them is a panacea for them to increase the chance of foundation building. It is a customary rule among low-level cultivators in the world of immortal cultivation to mention some foundation building experience more or less at the foundation building celebration. Zhao Xiuming certainly understands this, but no matter how dull he is, he will not tell everything. He just picked out some insignificant but itchy things to say. Of course, the most precious things should be left to his family members. Even so, the key refining cultivators sitting there were silent and kept it in mind. Just when everyone was listening to it, a sound of breaking through the air suddenly came from the Red Mountain, and then a sinister voice drilled into everyone's ears. "Oh, it's so lively. It seems that I have come at the right time. Who is the head of this place? Come out and see me." As the voice fell, a strong spiritual pressure suddenly fell from the air. The grass and trees on the entire Red Mountain were suddenly shorter. Not to mention the monks. The monks in the hall were pale, their magic power was stagnant, and they could not move. Even the monks who had established their foundation had ugly faces, and their bodies seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds. At this time, a terrifying roar sounded in the Red Mountain, followed by a shaking of the earth, as if some earth dragon turned over. "Hey, what a big snake!" The visitor seemed a little surprised, and then there were several loud noises outside. It seemed that something was fighting. "Oh no, it's the Snake Lord." Xiuming, don't worry about us, go out and see who is outside, don't hurt the Snake Lord." The Zhao family's mountain guardian beast, the sand-devouring demon snake, is a second-level top-level demon beast. Zhao Lingcheng can tell him not to hurt him, which means he has guessed the cultivation level of the person who comes. Zhao Lingcheng and other elders were already in poor health and were suffocated by the spiritual pressure. Zhao Xiuxuan and the others wanted to help resist, but were stopped by Zhao Lingcheng and others. Everyone hurried out of the hall. Sure enough, a short and fat Taoist with a strange laugh stood in the void, pressing his left palm in the air, and golden light around him was like a real immortal in the world. Under his palm, a huge golden pillow phantom was suppressing the Snake Lord, who is like a dragon among the mountains. "You beast, you are quite strong. If it weren't for my magic weapon, it would be difficult to subdue you." Jinden. Jinden monk, it's actually a Jinden monk. What kind of snake is that? Is that the Zhao family's guardian beast? For a moment, everyone didn't know whether to be jealous or secretly happy. What they jealously thought was that the Zhao family's guardian beast was so powerful that even a Jinden monk felt it was difficult to deal with. What they secretly happy about was that a Jinden monk came uninvited and attacked the Zhao family's guardian beast, which must be a bad omen. Just now, under the spiritual pressure of the Jinden monk, all the grass and trees on Chishan fell down, and the guests who came to congratulate fell all over the place, and some simply lay on the ground, looking very embarrassed. At this time, taking advantage of the opportunity of the wrestling between the man and the snake, they recovered. Seeing that the Snake Lord was suppressed by the short and fat old Taoist with magic weapons and could not move, Zhao Xiuxuan and Zhao Xiuming frowned. If they hadn't seen that this person didn't kill him, even if he was a Jinden cultivator, they would never ignore him. However, what puzzled the two was what a Jinden cultivator was doing in Chishan. Moreover, this Jinden cultivator seemed vaguely familiar. This person? A cultivator from the Demon Kingdom, Zhao Xiuxuan, who participated in the encirclement and suppression of the demon kingdom in the Yunmeng Mountains and witnessed a fighting between giant and cultivators up close, immediately recalled it after thinking for a moment. This person was the demon kingdom cultivator who called himself Master Jingguang. Because this person was quite recognizable, Zhao Xiuxuan remembered it very clearly. In recent years, although the cultivators of the demon kingdom have successfully settled in the Yunmeng Mountains and Yunmeng County, due to the surrounding Yan Kingdom giant and cultivators guarding, there have been no demon cultivators walking in other counties in recent years. Not to mention Jindan, not even a single key refining cultivator has been seen. How did this Jingguang master get so deep into Nanshan County? Is this how you entertain guests? I just arrived and you let the little snake bite me. Which one of you is the person in charge here? Don't let me ask again. Seeing that everyone was shocked by him, Jingguang master was satisfied and withdrew his spiritual pressure and stood with his hands behind his back. Zhao Xiuxuan was about to answer, but Zhao Lingcheng and others who had recovered hurriedly walked out of the hall. Fearing that Zhao Xiuxuan and others would offend Jindan's Henren by speaking in an unruly manner, they rushed in front of him and said respectfully, I am Zhao Lingcheng, an elder of the Zhao family in Shishan. I didn't know that you were here, and I failed to welcome you. Please show mercy. This is the mountain guardian spirit beast of our clan. It protects the mountain on its own. I hope you will forgive me if I offend you. As he said this, everyone bowed and saluted. Although they were just suppressed by his spiritual pressure, they did not dare to be disrespectful. After all, he was a giant and cultivator, an existence close to the ceiling of this world. Let alone showing off his power with spiritual pressure. Even if he really started a massacre, I don't know how much power all the people on Chishan Mountain would have to fight back. Master Jingguang glanced at the crowd, then glanced at Zhao Lingcheng, and said disdainfully, Why, I think your place is quite decent. How come a young key refiner came out to speak? You are the elder of the family, then where's your clan leader? Reporting to the senior, the head of the family is out for something and is not in the mountain. Today is the foundation building celebration of the younger generation of the clan. If the senior does not mind, please come in and have a glass of light wine. The spiritual wine is made from the fruits of the fire date spiritual wood that is more than 300 years old. I am not sure why a giant and cultivator came to Chishan, but it is always right to treat him with courtesy. Okay, Taoist, I am thirsty too. Master Jingguang shook his hand, and a spiritual light hit the golden pillow magic weapon. The golden light of the golden pillow magic weapon was retracted, and the entire magic weapon shrank and fell into the sleeve of Master Jingguang and disappeared, as if there was something inside. The sand-devouring demonic snake shook its huge scales, making a sound of metal clashing. The pair of horns on its head shone brightly, as if it was determined to drive away the giant and cultivator who broke into the mountain gate. This beast was very spiritual. It had been dormant in the mountains for several years and had long known its duties. It was hostile to any intruder and wanted to swallow them all. Oh? You still don't accept it? Do you really think I can't kill you? Master Jingguang's face suddenly darkened. A terrifying aura spread out. The cultivators dared not move. Seeing this, Zhao Xiuxuan quickly sent a voice message to appease the Snake Lord, and conveyed his wishes with a certain spell taught by Zhao Xiuxuan. The sand-devouring demonic snake then slithered its body and hugged the top of the mountain back to its own spiritual Lord Valley. HMPH, Master Jingguang looked at Zhao Xiuxuan and snorted coldly. A divine thought hit his mind, which immediately shook his whole body and stagnated his attention. You little boy, take good care of the animals at home next time. It turned out that Master Jingguang saw through Zhao Xiuxuan's ability to drive the sand-devouring demon snake, and thought that the sand-devouring demon snake was Zhao Xiuxuan's spirit beast, so he punished him slightly. Xiuxuan, are you okay? Zhao Xiuxuan saw that something was wrong with Zhao Xiuxuan, and asked with concern. Zhao Xiuxuan took a deep breath, and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes, but it disappeared immediately. He just shook his head helplessly, indicating that he was fine. At this time, Master Jingguang floated in the air and fell down with his hands behind his back. This made Zhao Lingcheng and others feel relieved. Senior, please. Master Jingguang took a short and strong step and walked into the hall. Everyone hurriedly made way for Master Jingguang. Master Jingguang narrowed his eyes, put his hands behind his back, and walked into the hall without hesitation. He didn't even look at the key refining cultivators in the hall. But when his eyes swept over the two sisters Gongsun, his eyes suddenly lit up. When he saw the naturally charming Huyaner, a lewd smile appeared on his face. Not bad, Not bad, everyone didn't know what he was laughing at. But they saw him sit up and point his finger at Huyaner. Whose family is this girl? I see that you have extraordinary bones and natural charm, but you haven't established your foundation yet. If you follow me to practice, I guarantee that you will succeed in establishing your foundation within 3 years. After hearing this, Huyaner was so scared that her face turned pale. What about following him to practice? Who knows what he is planning? Although this person is a giant and cultivator, his short and fat body and old and frail appearance are really shabby. Huyaner asked herself, although she was determined to pursue the Tao, she was unwilling to become this man's plaything. But she didn't dare to refuse, for fear of offending a giant and cultivator. However, as soon as her mood changed, the natural charm would involuntarily emerge from her body. Unlike the previous cultivators in the hall who were in a state of amorous feelings, at this moment, the whole audience was silent. Master Jinguang's eyes were full of brilliance, staring at Huyaner's charming figure and kneading her with his eyes. At this moment, the old fox's eyes moved, and he stood up with a smile on his face and said, "Thank you for your respect, Senior Jinden. We are flattered by Yumu Mountain." After speaking, she turned to Huyaner and winked. "Yaner, why don't you go and serve the senior some wine? In fact, Yumu Mountain has not been peaceful recently. There are 3 foundation building people in the family, including her. One of them died of old age, and the other was seriously injured after returning from the Yunmeng Mountains 2 years ago. These 2 pieces of news have been blocked and kept secret. However, there is no wall that is impenetrable in the world. If the enemies knew about the predicament of Yumu Mountain, they would definitely not sit idly by. She came here this time to use Huyaner to win over the Zhao family and find a good ally for herself. If she could win over a giant and cultivator, wouldn't it be more cost-effective? These calculations turned in the old fox's mind, and he had already made a decision. What is the Zhao family in front of a giant and cultivator? Seeing that Huyaner did not move, the old man who scolded again, "Yaner, hurry up." Huyaner then forced a smile and walked to the side of Master Jinguang. After a graceful bow, she bent down to pour the wine, inadvertently showing her beautiful waist, which made Master Jinguang's eyes light up. "You old woman are quite sensible. Very good, I will give you a few little things." He casually threw a few bottles of pills from the storage bag to the old man who quickly caught them and opened them to take a look. His face showed a look of joy. I don't know what pills he got, so happy. "Thank you for the medicine, senior. If you have time later, how about going to Xianmu Mountain for a while? I will also let Yaner do my best to be a good host on my behalf." Okay. Master Jinguang waved his hand without comment. With a beauty in front of him, he drank a glass of wine with a lustful look and prepared to talk to Zhao Lingcheng about business. Seeing this, the old man who also stepped back a few steps without making a sound, put the pills into the storage bag, and gave Huyaner a few subtle winks. This scene hit Huyaner, who was just full of pride, hard. He felt that he was sold out by the elders who had always protected him just because of a few bottles of pills. He felt very depressed. Master Jinguang did not notice the change in Huyaner's expression, and said to Zhao Lingcheng, "Young man of the Zhao family, since you can make the decision, I have a business to discuss with you. Thank you for subscribing." Chapter 231 The Return of Zhao Xiuxuan. Zhao Lingcheng saw that Master Jinguang seemed to be here to do business, and he breathed a sigh of relief. His expression eased a little and he asked, "The head of the family is out, and he specifically asked me to take over the family affairs. May I ask what business you want to do with the Zhao family?" Master Jinguang greedily inhaled the charming fragrance of Huyaner's body, which frightened Huyaner so much that a chill shot up from the soles of her feet, and her whole body was as tight as a string. Fortunately, Master Jinguang did not do anything out of the ordinary, but just took off a storage bag from his waist and threw it on the ground. He said to Zhao Lingcheng with a strange smile, "Here are 100,000 spiritual stones. Our holy country wants to buy half of the business of Chihuafeng Wat." When these words came out, everyone in the Zhao family was shocked, and the other guests looked weird. He called himself the holy country, and his identity was clear at a glance. Everyone knew that this giant and cultivator was actually a cultivator from the demon country. The demon kingdom occupies Yunmeng County and Yunmeng Mountains, and its resources are by no means scarce. However, since there is not much contact with other Xiuxuan counties, resources are often unable to be exchanged. In the long run, there are only 100 disadvantages and no advantages. Therefore, in recent years, It has been looking for a suitable market to develop business. However, it was never expected that this matter would fall on the Zhao family. Seeing Zhao Lingcheng's face change drastically, as if he was about to refuse, Master Jin Guang took the initiative and snorted coldly to remind him, HMPH. Young man, you have to think clearly before you speak. HL spread immediately, and everyone felt as if they were falling into an icy abyss. In the crowd, Gongsun Beizi pulled Gongsun Beiying's skirt and asked in a low voice, Sister, 100,000 spirit stones, do you think the Zhao family will agree? Gongsun Beiying rolled her eyes at her again, and then said, although 100,000 spirit stones are a lot, enough to buy 7 or 8 foundation building pills, the market business is the foundation of the Zhao family, how can they sell it? Gongsun Beizi wrinkled her white and tender nose, as if she knew that this was impossible, so she looked at Zhao Lingcheng and others curiously, wanting to see how the Zhao family would deal with this situation. Not only her, but all the guests who were unintentionally involved in this matter were guessing how the Zhao family would answer. The giant cultivator was not a good-tempered person at first glance, not to mention that he was a cultivator from the demon country. They all began to worry that if the giant cultivator started killing people after a disagreement, how would they protect themselves? Thinking of this, everyone's fate seemed to be linked to the Zhao family. The old man fox was moved and stood up again and said, Taoist Zhao, I see that this senior is so sincere. It's just half of the business in the market. It's just a thing outside of his body. 100,000 spirit stones are enough to compensate? What if you agree to it? But don't make the giant cultivator unhappy. Her last sentence expressed everyone's thoughts. Yes, if this giant cultivator gets angry and attacks in anger, no one can guarantee that they will be safe. So, many guests saw that something was wrong and stood up to persuade, Taoist Zhao, half of the business in exchange for the friendship of a giant senior. This is a good thing. Yes, Taoist Zhao, why are you still hesitating? Hearing that the guests around him who had just worked together changed their faces so quickly, Zhao Lingcheng felt disdain and helplessness. 100,000 spirit stones are just to buy half of the business of the Red Firehouse. The Red Firehouse has developed rapidly in the past 2 years. Even if the spirit stones given to the Kingsuan Valley are removed, the annual profit is as much as 60,000 or 70,000. 100,000 is only a little more than a year's profit. How can the Zhao family agree to this? Don't say that Xiuxuan is not here. Even if Xiuxuan is here, he will definitely not agree. Zhao Lingcheng gritted his teeth and still delayed. Senior, this matter is too serious. We must wait for the head of the family to come back and discuss it properly. Although he didn't know why the cultivators of the demon country entered Nanshan County so openly and forced buying and selling, Zhao Lingcheng had no other choice. Presumably, Master Jin Guang would give a certain amount of time for such a big matter as buying the business of the market. Humph! Unexpectedly, Master Jin Guang's face became a little colder, and he snorted coldly, like thunder from the ground, shaking the cultivators present for a while. Immediately, Master Jin Guang said arrogantly, this matter is not up to you. If it weren't for the high sky and the far distance, half of the business would not be left to you. I advise you not to be ungrateful. As soon as these words came out, the Zhao family members were furious. You forced me to buy the business, and you still said we were ungrateful. Zhao Ziming and Zhao Xiuxuan exchanged a look, which meant that they should be prepared to take action. If Master Jin Guang didn't take action, it would be fine. If he did, they would have to fight to the death and not sit and wait for death. Master Jin Guang seemed to have seen through the two's thoughts. He looked at the other foundation building cultivators with disdain, and finally stopped at Zhao Xiuxuan and Zhao Ziming, and laughed coldly. Two juniors in the early stage of foundation building, do you still want to fight with me, the Taoist master? You are looking for death? This person has a strange temper and does not play by the rules. He said it was fine, but as soon as the last word of death came out, his divine thoughts swept towards Zhao Ziming and Zhao Xiuxuan, wanting to establish his power again with the force of thunder. The divine thoughts of the giant cultivators were so powerful that Zhao Ziming and Zhao Xiuxuan felt uneasy, and their heads were swollen before they came to them. Be careful, Zhao Lingcheng, Zhao Lingquan and others exclaimed. Let me show you what a giant cultivator is. Master Jin Guang sneered and was about to take heavy action. At this critical moment, a cold snort like ice from the abyss came from outside the hall. Humph! At the same time, inside and outside the hall, almost everyone's hair stood up unconsciously, their pores expanded, and a tingling sensation spread throughout their bodies. Boom! A thunder suddenly exploded in the Taoist temple outside the hall. Then, purple thunders followed one after another. Zila zila, everyone was shocked and didn't know what was going on. Master Jin Guang's face also changed, and he stood up suddenly. Which Taoist friend has arrived? I, the old Taoist, have not violated the rules of your Yan state. I am Taoist Jin Guang, and I am just here to discuss business. Master Jin Guang is the most bullying, and this is also his only way to protect himself. He was not sure which Jinden from Yan state had come, and he didn't know the specific strength, so he gave in first. He thought to himself that he had not done anything too out of line. With the rules in place, the Jinden from Yan state would not dare to do anything to him. Doing business, you want to do business with the Zhao family, how come I didn't know? The thunder arrived before the person arrived. Amidst the purple lightning, a figure stepped out slowly. He was wearing an ordinary green robe, and his long hair was tied up in a low ponytail. Zhao Xiuxuan and Zhao Xiuqong were the first to react, and they exclaimed almost at the same time, Xiuxuan. When he spoke, Zhao Lingcheng and other elders were overjoyed, and when they looked closely, who else could it be but Zhao Xiuxuan? The Zhao family's patriarch is back. Patriarch, patriarch. Warm cheers rang out across Xiuxuan Peak, as if as long as Zhao Xiuxuan was back, the entire Zhao family would have a backbone. This emotional scene made the Gongsun sisters' eyes sparkle, and they all fixed their eyes on Zhao Xiuxuan. In fact, no one present didn't have their eyes on Zhao Xiuxuan. It was just because of his majestic spiritual fluctuations, which were as shocking as the purple thunder falling from the sky. But compared to the pressure of Master Jin Guang before, Zhao Xiuxuan's spiritual pressure was restrained and gentle. This. Xiuxuan. You, Zhao Xiuxuan and others were surprised 3 times, their faces full of shock. You have broken through the Jinden. Zhao Lingcheng and others realized it later, and they stumbled and almost lost their balance. Then a surge of blood rushed to their heads, and their faces flushed. Yes. Xiuxuan, you have broken through the Jinden, the guests finally reacted. Guangxin Shangfang had a painful expression on his face, just because he was so surprised that he pulled out a bunch of his beard. The old man fox was pale, and his eyes were uncertainly sweeping back and forth between Zhao Xiuxuan and the gloomy Jingguang Shangren. Zhu Luolbin, Tai Jingshan, and the other foundation building cultivators who came to participate in the celebration had mixed feelings in their hearts. But there was no doubt that they were all shocked on their faces. How is it possible? Did the patriarch of the Zhao family break through the foundation building stage only 6 or 7 years ago? 6 or 7 years. A cultivator who can cultivate to the middle stage of the foundation building stage is already extremely talented. How is it possible for someone to cultivate to the golden elixir stage? The 2 sisters Gongsun Beizi and Gongsun Beiyang huddled behind Gongsun Changfeng, looking at Zhao Xiuxuan in surprise. Zhao Xiuxuan ignored the gazes of others, and just nodded to Zhao Lingcheng and others, then looked coldly at Master Jin Guang. At this moment, Master Jin Guang also looked at Zhao Xiuxuan in doubt, and while he was unsure of his strength, he couldn't help but wonder in his heart. Strange, I have already inquired about it. The patriarch of the Zhao family is at most a cultivator in the middle stage of foundation building. How could he suddenly succeed in forming a golden core? Such a young cultivator who has formed a golden core is really amazing. Moreover, the spiritual pressure of this boy and the purple lightning escape light just now are not like a cultivator who has just formed a golden core. They are comparable to the level of the 3rd level of the golden core of me, the Taoist master. There is such a monster here. What kind of natural treasure did this boy use to break through? Although he was thinking in his heart, Master Jin Guang did not show any fear on his face. He smiled and bowed his hands and said, so it's the Taoist friend of the Zhao family. Congratulations on your successful formation of a golden core. Don't misunderstand me. As I said just now, I just want to discuss a business with the Zhao family. Since the head of the Zhao family has returned, this matter naturally needs to be discussed with Taoist friend Zhao. Facing Zhao Xiuxuan, who suddenly returned and successfully formed a golden core, Master Jin Guang was not arrogant at all, and spoke politely. After all, they are all golden core cultivators. This attitude of arrogance at first and respect at the end is completely different from just now. This scene, in the eyes of the guests, was so bitter. In the eyes of the Zhao family, it was a proud moment. Fellow Taoist Zhao, how about this? My holy country has a large number of top-quality materials in Yunmeng County and Yunmeng Mountains that can be used for trading. An old Taoist. I'm here to do business with fellow Daoists in Nanshan County. Why don't you and I sit down and have a good talk? Although Zhao Xiuxuan had always been cold-faced, Master Jin Guang was fearless. Although it was a pity that the Red Fire shop could not be taken over by force, he did not believe that a giant and cultivator who had just formed a golden elixir would let go of such a huge profit and refuse to cooperate. Business, let alone such a big business. However, what he did not expect was that Zhao Xiuxuan just looked at him coldly. He spat out a word, "Get lost." Chapter 232 Killing Jinden. Get out came out. Not only Master Jin Guang was stunned, but also the guests who were watching were surprised. Before anyone else could react, Master Jin Guang's face darkened, and a little anger rose in his heart. He spat out a few words from between his teeth. "Dao, why are you doing this?" Zhao Xiuxuan stopped talking nonsense, shook his body, and turned into purple thunder and rushed towards Master Jin Guang. King Xunlingli done as a way of escaping, but also a way of attacking. With his giant cultivation, he was wearing a purple thunder robe and riding a purple thunder car, just like an ancient thunder beast, carrying a huge amount of thunder and light, with a mighty force. Master Jin Guang never expected Zhao Xiuxuan to attack him without saying a word. At such a close distance, by the time he reacted, a purple thunder had already touched his bright yellow Taoist robe, smashing the hem of his robe into powder. Not good. Master Jin Guang's face changed drastically, and he was shocked. This kid is so fast. Almost subconsciously, his golden elixir in his danchan turned, and a burst of spiritual energy contained in the golden elixir instantly burst out. A golden spiritual energy enveloped the purple thunder before it hid him, protecting his whole body. Bang! The whole person of Master Jin Guang was directly knocked out, passing through the main hall of the Zhao family, and a huge gully was cut on the ground. This was not over yet. Before Master Jin Guang, who was covered by the golden light, could stand firm, the purple thunder transformed by Zhao Xiuxuan chased him and hid him again. Bang! Master Jin Guang was knocked out again. Bang! 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 For 3 consecutive times, Zhao Xiuxuan urged King Xunlingli to directly knock Master Jin Guang out and leave the range of Qishan. This was done by Zhao Xiuxuan on purpose to prevent a battle between the golden elixir cultivators from affecting Qishan. When they left, only a bunch of dumbfounded cultivators were left staring at the golden light in the sky being chased and hammered by a purple light. Wow! Boy! I will kill you today, and let you know the consequences of offending me. Being teased by a junior who had just completed the elixir, Jin Guang Taoist gritted his teeth in anger, and the anger in his heart was about to explode from his chest and lungs. He waved his sleeves, and the golden pillow that had just subdued the sand-devouring demon snake flew out of his sleeves. Let me show you how powerful my golden mountain treasure pillow is. Go! Master Jin Guang cast a spell on the magic weapon, and the golden mountain treasure pillow shook slightly, and then turned into golden light all over the sky, tightly surrounding the path that Zhao Xiuxuan's purple thunder must pass through. However, Zhao Xiuxuan absorbed countless thunder clouds, broke through the golden elixir with a mysterious thunder meteorite, and formed the magical 7 mysterious pattern purple thunder pill, which was in line with the characteristics of his King Xunlingli Dun. In addition, his King Xunlingli Dun was upgraded with a skill panel, which was able to remove the dross and retain the essence, so Master Jin Guang could not easily block it. I saw purple thunder flexibly shuttle in the air. Even with Master Jin Guang's golden elixir cultivation, it was difficult to catch Zhao Xiuxuan's figure. Bang! Zhao Xiuxuan bypassed the golden light of the golden mountain treasure pillow and hit Master Jin Guang's spiritual shield again. There was a crack. Even if the golden light spiritual shield was strong, it began to be damaged. Seeing this, Master Jin Guang was a little anxious. He raised his sleeves again, and a bottle of pills and a yellow fist-sized bead flew out of his sleeves. Master Jin Guang opened the pill bottle and threw the pills into his mouth without hesitation, but he did not swallow it. Instead, he chewed it twice in his mouth, and then suddenly spit out a thick golden light from his mouth and hit the golden mountain treasure pillow magic weapon. The golden mountain treasure pillow immediately glowed with golden light, not only turning into more golden light, but also increasing its speed by more than 2 times, like a thorn in the bone, trying to bite Zhao Xiuxuan. Almost at the same time, Master Jin Guang first made a strange spell with his hands, then put his hands together and uttered the word do. In an instant, the yellow bead began to spin rapidly. An amazing spiritual energy burst out from the bead, as if it was brewing some tricks. Suddenly, a shadow covered the light from top to bottom. Master Jin Guang looked up suddenly and saw a four-armed demon god falling from the sky, with four giant hands grabbing at him. He was immediately shocked and spit out a golden light from his mouth, whistling towards the four-armed demon god. Just now, Jin Guang's mind was all on activating the two magic weapons, and Zhao Xiuxuan's speed made even his mind unable to keep up, so he didn't notice the four-armed demon god on the great prison demon bell activated by Zhao Xiuxuan. This four-armed demon god is Zhao Xiuxuan's most important means of fighting the enemy now. With a posture of a magic weapon, facing the golden light spit out by Master Jin Guang, the forearms waved, like wading through a waist-high river, breaking through the golden light, and the forearms gathered into fists, hitting Master Jin Guang. Master Jin Guang was not in a hurry to see this, because the spiritual energy of the yellow bead on his head had reached its peak. Master Jin Guang had a sneer on his face, and pointed his finger at the bead, ready to activate it to resist the enemy. At this moment, he suddenly felt a chill on his back, and turned around suddenly, and saw a small blue sword in a state of passing through the void, passing through the gap in the golden light spiritual energy cover created by Zhao Xiuxuan's purple thunder escape light, and suddenly drilled into his eyebrows. A burst of pain turned the sneer on his face into a twisted expression of pain. Soul attack, under the powerful soul power brought by the luck of Soul is immortal, Zhao Xiuxuan's soul attack using the soul-fixing technique was simply invincible. Even Jin Guang Shengren, a giant and cultivator, was easily subdued. Bang! Four huge fists slammed into Jin Guang Shengren's golden aura shield from four directions, directly shattering the aura shield. At this moment, Zhao Xiuxuan's purple thunder moved and hit Jin Guang Shengren's chest hard. Crack! Countless bones were broken in Jin Guang Shengren's chest and abdomen, and a mouthful of blood suddenly spurted out of his mouth. Zhao Xiuxuan was not a merciful person who wanted to kill him while he was sick. With a spell in his hand, the four-armed demon god grabbed Jin Guang Shengren's hands and feet with four hands. Jin Guang Shengren, whose soul and body were both injured, had no way to dodge and was caught, and was pulled in the air like a five-horse torn body. The four-armed demon god exerted his strength so hard that even the body of Jin Guang Shengren, a giant and cultivator, could not bear it and woke up from the pain of the soul. However, Zhao Xiuxuan did not give him a chance to react. He urged all his magic power, and the purple lightning light continuously hit Jin Guang Shengren's body, which was already bound by his hands and feet. Bang! 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 Flesh and blood flew together. The terrifying impact force and the power of purple lightning would dig a big hole even in a mountain. After continuous collisions, the terrifying purple lightning directly pierced a big hole in Jin Guang Shengren's chest. The four-armed demon god pulled with his four hands and directly tore the body into several pieces. Swoosh! At this moment, a little soul figure who looked 70% similar to Jin Guang Shengren suddenly came out with his head in his arms and legs, and flew away without looking back. This is the soul of a giant and cultivator leaving his body, and it is also the last means of escape for a giant and cultivator. As long as the soul escapes and possesses someone else, he can revive by taking over another body. For example, Chu's Henai was a giant and cultivator from the Demon Kingdom who took over another body and was reborn. Of course, this heaven-defying method also has limitations, that is, each giant and cultivator can only take over another body once in his life. Zhao Xiuxuan was well prepared for this. He had already released his soul power, which far exceeded that of Master Jin Guang. At this time, he surrounded the soul. The soul, who had just been injured by the soul power, saw this scene and almost died. He kowtowed and begged for mercy. Fellow Taoist Zhao, spare my life. Fellow Taoist Zhao, spare my life. My physical body has been destroyed. I can only take over another body. Even if I succeed, I will never be able to threaten you in the future. Please spare my life. Master Jin Guang, who was so arrogant just now knelt down like a dying old dog and kept begging for mercy. If the guests on Chishan saw this, they would be shocked. However, as for whether to spare this person's soul, it was impossible. Zhao Xiuxuan sneered, not even willing to answer. With a thought, the power of the soul rushed up and tore it to pieces in the eyes of Master Jin Guang's resentful eyes. The broken soul power floated in the air for a while and immediately disappeared. A giant and cultivator fell. After all, he was a giantin. Zhao Xiuxuan had to be a little proud of killing a giantin. Don't be complacent, he alerted himself, took a deep breath, calmed down, and then put away 3 storage bags on Master Jin Guang's body, the fallen golden pillow, and the yellow beads. Among them, there was a storage bag that was a strange cloth bag sewn into his sleeve. It had a unique shape and a large space, and there were several magic weapons inside. Zhao Xiuxuan simply took a look, then put away the spoils, and then turned into purple lightning and fell into the red mountain again. Senior Zhao, congratulations. Senior Zhao has formed a pill. Zhao Xiuxuan's lightning fell. The entire Zuanwu peak suddenly rang with congratulatory voices. Whether it was the Zhao family or the cultivators of other families, whether they were building a foundation or refining key, they all bowed their heads respectfully. Everyone's face was full of fear and trepidation, and they lowered their heads. Chapter 233, Hope for the Elder's Mercy. The head of the Zhao family formed a golden elixir, becoming the first golden elixir cultivator in the Nanshan County cultivation world in hundreds of years. As soon as this news came out, it immediately set off an uproar in Nanshan County. In various markets, cultivation mountain gates, as long as there are cultivators, the most talked about thing is Zhao Xiuxuan's formation of the elixir. West of Kings, on the top of a mountain. Several cultivators who were trading were also discussing this matter. Several people were wearing robes, and their faces were covered by a cloud of mist. At first glance, it was a temporary trade fair. Everyone concealed their identities at the same time. Obviously, there were some treasures in the trade fair that they didn't want others to know. A cultivator with a purple beard mentioned the matter of Zhao Xiuxuan's formation of the elixir in amazement. Have you heard that the Zhao family of Chishan has produced a golden elixir, and as soon as the elixir was formed, they used thunder-like means to kill a golden elixir cultivator who offended Chishan? What? The Zhao family of Chishan? Is it the Zhao family behind the Chihuafang? Are you serious? I remember that the Zhao family only had a few foundation building cultivators in the past few years. How come a golden elixir cultivator suddenly appeared? Someone echoed. That's right, it's the Zhao family. The one who formed the Dan is the patriarch of the Zhao family. This Zhao family is really amazing. I think we were all deceived before. The patriarch of the Zhao family must have built a foundation a long time ago, or even an old monster of the Zhao family who has been hiding his strength, otherwise how could he form a Dan so quickly? So, the rise of the Zhao family in recent years is also reasonable. Think about it, many years ago, there were rumors that the Li family of King Mountain took 4 foundation building cultivators to attack the mountain, and in the end, because the Zhao family had a foundation building cultivator, they returned in defeat. 3 of the 4 foundation building cultivators died. Only one patriarch of the Li family survived. This is probably all a lie. In fact, this so-called foundation building cultivator is the old monster of the Zhao family. I don't know if you still remember that the Zhao family once had a giant cultivator. What you said makes sense. I also vaguely heard the elders of the clan mention that the Zhao family was founded by a giant cultivator 300 years ago. Could it be that this giant cultivator left some tricks behind, so that the younger generation can have another giant? Tisk. This is an opportunity. Everyone was full of sourness and made their own judgments on this event that shocked Nanshan County. In the crowd, a monk with gray hair and long beard quietly put away a herb that he had just traded, and then flew away in the surprised eyes of everyone, leaving the trade fair. Hey! Fellow Taoist, our trade fair is not over yet. The organizer of the trade fair tried to persuade him to stay, but the monk turned a deaf ear and disappeared into the sky. Never mind him, let's continue. Everyone didn't care, and continued to trade while chatting. After leaving the top of the mountain, the gray-haired and long-bearded monk flew all the way to the east, with a flying sword under his feet emitting green escape light. After flying for dozens of miles, this person suddenly descended the escape light and landed in a valley. As soon as he landed, he seemed to have been unable to suppress it for a long time, and he cast various spells in the valley like crazy, and the flying sword shuttled through the woods and cut down the big trees one by one. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Zhao Xiuxuan. Damn you! It must be the dragon snake golden pill. It must be the dragon snake golden pill. This is our Li family's chance. As he rumbled and bombarded the valley with spells, his disguise faded, revealing a face full of resentment and wrinkles. Who else could it be but Li Xianshan? It turned out that since Li Xianshan returned in disgrace from Chishan 6 years ago, he has been practicing in seclusion like a demon, wanting to take his cultivation to a higher level so as to avenge the previous shame of the Li family. However, He was too eager for quick success and ended up hurting his meridians. This time, he came to the trade fair to exchange a herb for refining yin pill in order to repair his meridians, but he didn't expect to hear the news that Zhao Xiuxuan had broken through the golden pill. He immediately thought of the dragon snake golden pill left by Zhao Xiuan, the ancestor of the Zhao family who was a disciple of the dragon snake mountain. It was a magical treasure that allowed the recipient to practice quickly and break through the golden pill. It was for this item that he and Yu Hulong conspired to seize the Zhao family's Taoist collection. He never thought that he would end up losing more than he gained, and even most of his King Mountain's luck was buried in Shishan. How could he not be angry when he heard the news that Zhao Xiuxuan had formed a golden pill? He wanted to eat Zhao Xiuxuan alive. If Zhao Xiuxuan hadn't interfered that time, the dragon snake golden pill would belong to our Li family. The golden pill cultivator would also belong to our King Mountain Li family. In my hands, the family will rise to an unprecedented level, and the entire Nanshan County's immortal cultivation mountain gate will be driven by my Li family. All this is caused by this Zhao Xiuxuan, but what can be done? He is already a golden pill cultivator. The only good news is that the cultivators who break through the golden pill through the dragon snake golden pill cannot make any progress in their cultivation, which makes Li Xianshan feel a little relieved. He vented for a long time until his mana was almost exhausted. Li Xianshan then let out a long breath of turbid air and his face returned to calm. Standing in a devastated valley, he frowned and pondered for a long time, and finally showed a strange smile on his face, then flew up on his sword and left. Shishan, Xiuxuan Peak. Guanyin Cave. In front of Zhao Xiuxuan, a yellow bead was suspended and spinning. This was the treasure from the Golden Light Master. Facing Zhao Xiuxuan's powerful strength, the Golden Light Master seemed to be preparing to use this thing to defeat the enemy, which was enough to show the status of this bead in the heart of the Golden Light Master. This thing was full of restrictions of giant and cultivators. After Zhao Xiuxuan refined it for 10 days and 10 nights, it changed its owner and became Zhao Xiuxuan's magic weapon. As the saying goes, when you are sleepy, someone will send you a pillow. Zhao Xiuxuan was still worried about not having any means to deal with the enemy a second ago. But he didn't expect that the Golden Light Master would send him a few magic weapons. A third-level medium-quality magic weapon, Wangdan Bao. This treasure is extremely fast and powerful. It only needs to be activated to turn into golden light and chase the enemy. As long as it hits the enemy, it can split the mountain and split the rock. The spiritual shield of the giant and cultivator can't withstand a few attacks. Zhao Xiuxuan pinched a spell and injected a spiritual energy into the Wangdan Bao in the air. With a hum, sound, a golden light flexibly drilled in the cave at an incredibly fast speed. Moreover, as long as Zhao Xiuxuan gave enough mana, his speed would only get faster and faster. In the end, the shadow left by the golden light of Wangdan Bao in the cave was like a golden thread, densely covering the entire cave. The speed of full strength display is comparable to my purple thunder escape light, but the power is still a little bit worse. As long as the opponent activates the spiritual shield, it cannot be killed in one blow. However, it is worth using for now. Zhao Xiuxuan had nothing in his hands, only a large prison magic bell of unknown origin, which could compete with magic tools and magic weapons. Apart from that, he had nothing. This yellow pill treasure was used for emergency. Zhao Xiuxuan nodded secretly, waved his hand, and the golden light in the cave disappeared. The yellow pill treasure was pinched in his hand and then put into his sleeve. This move was also learned from the Golden Light Master. In the sleeve of the Golden Light Master, there was a storage bag like a cloth bag. The space was 10 times larger than Zhao Xiuxuan's previous storage bag, with a space of 50 cubic meters. Zhao Xiuxuan imitated his method and hid it in his sleeve, using the move of the world in his sleeve. Of course, the storage bag around his waist was still hanging, and it was filled with some pills and talismans. In addition to the middle-grade Wangdan Bao, the Golden Mountain Treasure Pillow of Master Jin Guang is also a middle-grade magic weapon. However, although the grade is the same, this magic weapon is much less powerful than the Wangdan Bao. Of course, the greatest function of this magic weapon is to trap the enemy, activating the golden light of the treasure pillow to suppress the enemy like a formation. Master Jin Guang used this magic weapon to suppress the huge body of the sand-devouring demon snake. This thing is important in its wide range and has a miraculous effect when it is unexpected. Other aspects are mediocre, but it is better than nothing and can be used. Zhao Xiuxuan was not picky. In addition to the 2 magic weapons Zhao Xiuxuan picked out, there are 3 lower-grade magic weapons, namely the true immortal claw that chases the enemy's life, the jade flame gourd that spits out flames, and the golden cloud bow that can shoot the 3rd-level gold magic gold arrow technique. These 3 magic weapons are not as good as the yellow Dan treasure and the golden mountain treasure pillow, but if the 2 are combined, for example, the golden mountain treasure pillow is combined with the true immortal claw, it can not only contain a large area, but also bind the enemy at a faster speed. If a few arrows of the golden cloud bow are shot, it is enough to make the enemy surrounded on all sides. Such a good idea of fighting the enemy, Master Jin Guang is not stupid. And he has naturally used it. However, in the battle with Zhao Xiuxuan, he was always led by Zhao Xiuxuan, and Zhao Xiuxuan's escape speed was too fast. When his aura shield was damaged, he wanted to use the yellow Dan treasure to establish an advantage and win back a game. Unexpectedly, Zhao Xiuxuan used the soul sword to directly hit him with a fatal blow. Thinking of this, Zhao Xiuxuan thought in his heart, in fact, my biggest reliance now is the power of the soul that is far beyond the middle stage of the golden elixir, and even comparable to the late stage of the golden elixir. It is necessary to practice the soul fixing technique. The current soul fixing technique is still not enough to kill. It is best to use the condensed soul sword to directly kill the enemy. However, there is no time at this time, so he can only remember it in his heart and make plans in the future. In addition to the magic weapon, Master Jin Guang's pile of magic power recovery pills and offensive talismans are insignificant. Zhao Xiuxuan put away all the magic weapons, carefully practiced in his consciousness how to use the magic weapons to deal with the enemy, and then opened the Guanyin cave and walked out. Outside the Guanyin cave, in addition to the 1,000-year-old fire date mother tree, there is a small piece of lush green bamboo forest. The mountain breeze blows, and the bamboo waves rustle. Kangai bamboo, a 2nd-level lower-grade spiritual wood. This was created by his beloved apprentice Kidor during the years when Zhao Xiuxuan was away. At the beginning, she used the privileges given by Zhao Xiuxuan to apply to the family to purchase 5 Kangai bamboos. In just 2 years, the bamboos became a bamboo sea. This is also the characteristic of Kangai bamboo. As long as it is given spiritual energy, it will grow rapidly and inexhaustible. Of course, the new bamboo that grows cannot be regarded as a 2nd-level spiritual wood, but a 1st-level upper-grade spiritual wood. Only after blooming 3 times can it grow into a 2nd level. The conditions for the flowering of Kangai bamboo are very harsh. Not only does it require a large amount of spiritual energy irrigation, but it also needs to bloom once for 10 consecutive years. In other words, it takes 30 years of large amounts of spiritual energy irrigation to grow into a 2nd-level spiritual wood. On the other hand, Kangai bamboo is also considered a kind of ecological destruction because it is a burden on the spiritual veins. For this reason, Zhao Xiuxuan, who is proficient in formations and talismans in the clan, specially drew a Tenzang square land on the edge of the Kangai bamboo forest and arranged a spirit-suppressing formation to limit the rapid expansion of the Kangai bamboo. A pavilion was built in the bamboo forest. A delicate girl in yellow clothes was busy in the pavilion. Her slender hands, as green as jade, held a thin knife with a green glow, meticulously carving something like a long bamboo strip. However, she didn't seem so comfortable today, because behind her, a pair of charming women and a charming and graceful woman sat in formal attire, their eyes fixed straight ahead, like a maid waiting to be summoned. Kidor glanced at the 3 people while carving the bamboo strips in her hands. Guangxin Baiang and Gongxin Baizi changed into white silk clothes, with long hair like waterfalls, noses like jade, eyes like autumn water. Eyebrows and eyes like black, 2 similar and lovely faces set off each other, looking bright and moving. Kidor couldn't help but pout, and then turned her head to look at Huyaner on the side. After seeing this, she felt even more ashamed. Huyaner's proud figure sitting there was full of charm, with a red dress, a face like peach blossoms, a waist like willows, and red lips like white jade, charming but not vulgar. The 3 women were obviously dressed up carefully. I don't know why, but they appeared on Xiuxuan Peak. At this time, Zhao Xiuxuan's cave formation was opened. The 4 women, including Kidor, all looked at each other, and quickly stood up and saluted respectfully. Master, Senior Zhao Xiuxuan was also stunned when he saw the Gongxin sisters and Huyaner. He smiled and nodded to Kidor, and then looked at the 3 women. Just when he was wondering what was going on, a beam of light descended from the sky. Zhao Xiuxuan jumped down from the sky with a smile. Xiuxuan, you are out of retreat. Zhao Xiuxuan nodded. It's just refining a few magic weapons, it can't be considered retreat. What's going on? He was referring to the three women who were fidgeting in front of him. Zhao Xiuxuan explained, these are the three maids prepared for you by the clan. The two sisters are from the Gongsun family of Fian Mountain, and the woman in red clothes is from the Hu family of Yumu Mountain. After Zhao Xiuxuan heard about Yumu Mountain, he glanced at Hu Yaner indifferently. This look immediately frightened Hu Yaner's chest, and she immediately fell to the ground and begged for mercy. Senior, that day, my grandmother was threatened by that old monster and said the wrong thing. Now the entire Yumu Mountain has sworn to be a vassal of Chishan. I hope you will forgive me. On that day, the fox old man of Yumu Mountain wanted to curry favor with Master Jinguang. Not only did he give Hu Yaner, who was originally intended to maintain the Zhao family, to Master Jinguang, he also echoed Master Jinguang's words from behind. After Master Jinguang was killed by Zhao Xiuxuan, facing Zhao Xiuxuan, the fox old man was so scared that he collapsed on the spot and said that he was willing to make the entire Yumu Mountain a vassal of the Zhao family, just to ask Zhao Xiuxuan to spare her life. With Zhao Xiuxuan's current giant in cultivation, he didn't care about these trivial matters. Because he was in a hurry to refine magic weapons and increase his means of dealing with enemies, he handed the matter over to Zhao Lingcheng to deal with it personally. What he didn't know was that when he was in seclusion refining magic weapons, the Zhao family quietly accepted several vassal families, namely the Hu family of Yumu Mountain, the Su family of Yuankong Mountain, the Fang family of Sijin Mountain, and the Yaoiao family of Herbs. Among these families, except for the Hu family, which has foundation-building cultivators, the rest are first-level key refining families. However, these families are more or less special. Needless to say, the Hu family is not valued by the Zhao family for its dual cultivation, but for its unique formation. The Su family has 5 mineral veins and rich refining resources. The Fang family is a well-known family of spiritual vein masters. Herbs Mountain is rich in spiritual herbs and has many pharmacists in the family. The Zhao family became a Jinden family. Many monks who came as guests were eager to try to get close to the Zhao family, but they either had no decision-making power or were looked down upon by the Zhao family. However, I believe that soon, more and more mountain gates will join the Zhao family and become vassal families of Chishan. Before leaving, Old Man Hu of Yumu Mountain specifically begged to put Hu Yaner in the Zhao family as a maid. Zhao Lingcheng had practiced for a long time and naturally knew how to control people, so he accepted Hu Yaner. Seeing this, Gongsun Changfang also proposed the idea of keeping Gongsun Beiyang and Gongsun Beizi in the Zhao family. Gongsun Beiyang and Gongsun Beizi, a pair of sisters, have outstanding cultivation talents and should have been full foundation-building seeds. Gongsun Changfang was willing to let the two of them be maids, which shows how determined he was to bet on the Zhao family. Of course, a Jinden family, or such a young Jinden family, has a bright future. Among the 3 girls, Hu Yaner was the most observant. Seeing Zhao Xiuxuan pondering, she quickly raised her head and begged with a charming face, Senior, I am Hu Yaner. From now on, I will be your maid. I hope you will have mercy on me. Chapter 234 Entering Zuanwu Cave. Xiuxuan, this is actually what third grandfather wanted. Now that you have become a well-known Jinden master, your every word and action is watched by countless people. As the head of the Zhao family, if you don't have a few maids to serve you, it will show how unbearable our Zhao family is. Moreover, at this point, Zhao Xiuxuan paused and said mysteriously, this Hu Yaner is practicing the Helhun Guangfa of Yumu Mountain. It will be beneficial to your practice. Hey, seeing the strange smile on his face, Zhao Xiuxuan was a little amused. However, what Zhao Xiuxuan said still made sense. Having someone to order around would save him some trouble. However, practicing the dual cultivation method was really meaningless to him. Zhao Xiuxuan hesitated for a moment, then nodded and agreed. Okay, then let's do it this way. After hearing this, Hu Yaner's face suddenly became excited. It seemed that being able to become Zhao Xiuxuan's maid was a great honor. Hu Yaner was gifted, and at a young age she had already reached the late stage of key refining. She was a figure in Yumu Mountain, and even if she continued to practice step by step, she would sooner or later become a foundation-building cultivator. However, serving a Jinden cultivator could be considered as a disciple of half a Jinden cultivator, and she naturally knew which was more important. Not to mention, Zhao Xiuxuan, a Jinden cultivator, was young and handsome, with an extraordinary temperament, and was much stronger than the short and ugly Taoist Jin Guangshengren. Huyaner was naturally willing to do it. "Thank you, Master," Huyaner smiled and said Master in a rather awkward way. The Gongsun sisters were not to be outdone when they heard this, and both bowed and said Master in a coquettish manner. Compared with Huyaner's enthusiasm and generosity, the Gongsun sisters were more like ladies from a noble family, but standing there together, they looked like a pink and white lotus. "No need to call me Master, just call me clan leader." Zhao Xiuxuan couldn't accept the title of Master, as if he had suddenly become a local rich man in a large courtyard, which was really inappropriate for his identity as a giant and cultivator. "Yes, clan leader," the three women bowed again in unison. This sounded much more comfortable, and Zhao Xiuxuan nodded slightly. Killer, who was standing aside, saw the three women were graceful and charming, each with their own merits, and suddenly felt sour in her heart. She looked at Zhao Xiuxuan and pouted. Zhao Xiuxuan's five senses were so sharp that he subconsciously glanced at Killer, which scared her heart. She immediately withdrew her gaze and her face flushed. "Killer, what's wrong?" "Nothing, nothing." Although Zhao Xiuxuan felt strange, he didn't delve into it. Zhao Xiuxuan urged at this time, "Xiuxuan, I have something else to talk to you about. You have been back for so long and have not presided over a family meeting. Third grandfather asked me to pass on a message, whether to hold a family meeting to solemnly announce your dam formation to the clan members. Moreover, the family is preparing to hold a dam formation ceremony for you and invite the monks of Nanshan County to come. Many details need your final decision. If you have time, you can go to the ancestral hall now. Several elders are waiting." Zhao Xiuxuan nodded. "In this case, let's go." In the ancestral hall, Zhao Lingcheng, Zhao Lingquan, and even Chu Yazi, who was originally in charge of the Red Fire Square, were all there, sitting upright. In addition to them, the newly promoted foundation building monk Zhao Ziming also sat honestly in the hall. When Zhao Xiuxuan entered the ancestral hall, everyone stood up quickly, bowed respectfully and called him the clan leader. Zhao Xiuxuan waved his sleeves quickly, and a clear light fell on them, helping them up. "Elders, what are you doing?" Even if Xiuxuan has formed a golden elixir and become a golden elixir cultivator, he is still a junior in front of the elders. In the Xiu generation, he is also a brother of the same clan. There is no need to do this. Zhao Xiuxuan probably guessed what they were thinking. For key refining cultivators, the majesty of a golden elixir cultivator is in their hearts and cannot be broken. A golden elixir cultivator can kill a group of key refining cultivators in a single thought, and has absolute power over life and death. If Zhao Xiuxuan was not the patriarch of the Zhao family and a junior, they would have been terrified. Even so, the solemn etiquette showed their fear in their hearts. Zhao Xiuxuan did not like this, and a big reason was that he was not the kind of old monster who lived for hundreds of years. His mentality had not yet reached the state of being detached from the mundane world, and naturally he would not have an arrogant attitude. Seeing Zhao Xiuxuan so humble and polite, Zhao Lingcheng and others couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Zhao Lingcheng laughed and changed the subject. "Ha, Xiuxuan, I didn't expect that in just a few years, a giant and cultivator would appear in the family. Our Zhao family has returned to the glory of our ancestors. All this is due to you, Xiuxuan." Zhao Xiuxuan waved his hand, skipped these topics, and asked, "Elder, I wonder what you want to discuss with me." Several people sat down and talked about business. "Xiuxuan, it's still about your dam formation. Since ancient times, cultivators have formed den, which is a big deal. My Zhao family is fortunate to have a giant and cultivator like you. It is worth celebrating. The clan is going to hold a giant ceremony for you and invite all the mountain gates in Nanshan County to watch the ceremony. What do you think? You can arrange this matter, and I will show up at that time." Zhao Xiuxuan had no reason to refuse and nodded in agreement. "Okay, then this matter is settled." Zhao Lingcheng was still immersed in the joy of Zhao Xiuxuan's foundation building and couldn't extricate himself. "I have one more thing to ask, Xiuxuan. Can you accept the three maids from the Gongsun family and the Hu family?" Chu Yazi talked about the Gongsun sisters and Hu Yaner. Seeing Zhao Xiuxuan nod, she continued, "As we considered, you have now formed a golden elixir, and the appearance is necessary. Xiuxuan Peak needs to be repaired. I have arranged for a spiritual architect to build a group of temples for you in Xiuxuan Peak. You can live in the temples on weekdays, and go to Guanelin Cave when you practice, which is also more comfortable, Zhao Xiuxuan didn't care about these trivial matters and wanted to refuse. However, several elders said that these things were necessary. If they wanted to meet the younger generation or fellow cultivators in the future, they would have more face. This is also the reason why they kept the Gongsun sisters and Huyaner. Zhao Xiuxuan listened to their talk and let them deal with it. In the end, the whole family meeting took an hour to finalize some of the time and details of the golden elixir ceremony, as well as opinions on the renovation and construction of Xiuxuan Peak. At this point, the elders were satisfied. They looked at each other, and they all felt a sense of satisfaction that they had helped Zhao Xiuxuan, the leader of the Jiandan clan. Elders, I want to go into the Xuanwu cave. Zhao Xiuxuan saw that everyone had finished talking, and then he talked about his business. You want to enter the Xuanwu cave? Zhao Lingcheng was a little surprised when he heard Zhao Xiuxuan say that he wanted to enter the Xuanwu cave. That's right, Zhao Xiuxuan nodded and said, this is also the old ancestor's last words that my second grandfather conveyed to me before he passed away. Among the younger generation of the clan, if there are people who have cultivated to the Jiandan, they can enter the Xuanwu cave. The ancestor should have left something in it. Moreover, even if there is nothing else, don't forget that there is the ancestor's dragon snake golden pill in the Xuanwu cave. Dragon snake golden pill. The few people then remembered that Yu Hulong had organized the Li family to attack Chishan in order to obtain the ancestor's dragon snake golden pill. This matter was no secret to the elders. Yes, the ancestor's dragon snake golden pill. Yu Hulong once said that the dragon snake golden pill combined with the Zhao family's Zuanshenguang is a shortcut to quickly break through the golden pill. If we take the dragon snake golden pill out of the Xuanwu cave, doesn't it mean that our Zhao family can quickly cultivate a second golden pill cultivator? Everyone was a little excited. Golden pill cultivators are not ordinary people. They are the ceiling of cultivators in Yan state. With Zhao Xiuxuan, a golden pill cultivator, they can run rampant in Nanshan County. If the Zhao family has another golden pill cultivator, their strength will be no less than that of the major sects in other counties. Zhao Lingquan did express his concerns. The dragon snake golden pill has both advantages and disadvantages. The biggest drawback is that after relying on it to form the pill, your cultivation will hardly advance at all. However, compared with its advantages of assisting in forming the pill and increasing the speed of cultivation, it is nothing. After all, if you can form a golden pill, your lifespan will be doubled. That's right, although the dragon snake golden pill will form shackles on your cultivation, being able to form a golden pill is a great opportunity in itself. However, we should keep the matter of the dragon snake golden pill secret and should not let the clan members know about it, otherwise it will cause a bad influence in the clan. Everyone was encouraged by the dragon snake golden pill and had different opinions. Fortunately, Zhao Lingcheng was still calm. He knocked on the table to interrupt the conversation of the others and reminded them, whether the ancestor left behind the dragon snake golden pill is another matter. We haven't obtained it yet. Why are we so anxious? If we really get the dragon snake golden pill from the ancestor's remains, then there is no need to worry about this matter. After speaking, he turned to Zhao Xiuxuan and said, Xiuxuan, since it is the ancestor's legacy, entering the Xuanwu cave is not considered a blasphemy against the ancestor. Go ahead, we will wait for your news. Zhao Xiuxuan nodded and did not leave immediately. Instead, he took out a few bottles of pills from the storage bag and handed them to several elders. These are a few bottles of pills I got occasionally. They are called King Song pills. The pills are warm and can prolong life and protect the body. They are most suitable for several elders. Xiuxuan, you practice hard, so you don't have to worry about us old bones. Seeing that Zhao Xiuxuan cared so much about their health, they were all very relieved. Zhao Lingcheng swallowed it on the spot, and his whole face was much rosy. Seeing that there was nothing else to do, Zhao Xiuxuan left the ancestral hall and went to Xuanwu cave. Xuanwu Peak, the forbidden area in the back mountain. This is the place where Zhao Xuanwu, the ancestor of the Zhao family, passed away. Before Zhao Xuanwu passed away, he sealed himself in the Xuanwu cave in the back mountain. The most widely circulated reason in the Zhao family is that in order to protect the Zhao family from being spied on, the ancestor sealed his Jiandan daos and with the prohibition method of Jiandan cultivators. Zhao Xiuxuan also agreed with this, because the dragon snake golden pill. This golden pill has the wonderful effect of increasing the speed of cultivation and helping people break through the golden pill. It is a rare treasure that will cause bloody storms in the world of cultivation. Zhao Xuanwu naturally understood this, So he sealed the Zhuangwu cave with a third-level prohibition. It is difficult for cultivators below the Jinden level to break through this prohibition. Zhao Xiuxuan suspected that the instruction he received when he took over as the patriarch from Zhao Lingting, after the descendants break through the Jinden realm, they will enter the Zhuangwu cave with a token, was for the purpose of taking out the dragon snake Jinden and protecting the descendants when the family is able to protect it. If so, it is dispensable for Zhao Xiuxuan. After all, he has already reached the Jinden realm. However, it is still better to go there. There may be Taoist scriptures about the Jinden realm in it. What he needs most now is to get the method of how to refine his own life magic weapon. The Zhuangli meteorite has been nourishing in his danshan. Although the treasure is good, it is also very depressing that it cannot fight against the enemy. The restriction of Zhuangwu cave is arranged within a radius of 30 feet. In the lush valley, a gray ore cover like a bowl protects it. That is the restriction formation laid by Zhao Zhuangwu, which plays the role of protecting Zhuangwu cave. Since the ore shield itself has a strong protective ability, the family did not arrange too many people to patrol. This is not the reason why Yu Hulong sneaked into Chishan and even entered the forbidden area openly. Yu Hulong himself is a cultivator in the middle stage of foundation building. No matter how many people the family arranges to patrol, he can avoid it. It's nothing more than wanting to destroy the restriction. He will definitely be discovered. Swish, Zhao Xiuxuan's purple thunder escape light fell outside the restriction. The patrolling clansman didn't find him at all. He didn't deliberately avoid the patrol of the clansman, but with his cultivation, it was basically difficult for the key refining cultivators to catch his trace. When he came to the formation with the gray light flowing, Zhao Xiuxuan first sensed it silently, and even touched it tentatively with his hand. He felt the touch of solid stone on his hand. Zhao Xiuxuan tried to pass his divine thoughts into it, but his divine thoughts still sank into the mud, and finally he could only let it go. Then he slightly sent a trace of mana into the formation, and suddenly a rebound force broke his mana into pieces. Zhao Xiuxuan pondered for a moment, and could see the depth of the formation. This formation is not very powerful. If I force it to break, it will only take 1 or 2 days. Even a foundation building cultivator can break it if he spends a few years. No wonder Yu Hulong set his sights on the dragon snake golden pill. However, this was not a mistake made by the ancestor Zhao Zhuangwu. If an enemy could spend a few years to force the formation, the Zhao family would have been wiped out long ago, and no matter how strong the defense was, it would be useless. However, Zhao Xiuxuan saw something wrong through his peeping just now. A green light flashed in his eyes, and the entire formation suddenly appeared in his eyes as 1,000 threads of mana flowing. The green snake pupil can easily see through the mana fluctuations in the cultivator's body, and naturally it can also see through the formation. It can be said that as long as Zhao Xiuxuan takes a few steps in the formation, with the help of the green snake pupil, he can quickly become a master of formations and a master of breaking formations. Zhao Xiuxuan raised his palm and continued to transfer a trace of mana into the formation. A gray light flashed by, starting from the position where Zhao Xiuxuan transferred the mana, and quickly flew to the center of the formation, forming a special blue mana thread. As he input more mana threads were formed. Moreover, the thread and the aura shield did not seem to be so close, as if the flow of mana did not interfere with each other. Zhao Xiuxuan had a premonition that if he forcibly destroyed the formation, something would definitely happen. He frowned slightly, and then suddenly realized and understood. This should be the old ancestor's backhand. This formation has left a hidden hand. This aura cover is not one formation, but 2 formations. The outer aura cover is just a cover. As long as the outer formation is forcibly cracked, the real formation inside will be activated. I believe that the things in the Zhuangwu cave will also be destroyed in an instant. Sure enough, even if there is no way to defend it, you can't let others get the things cheaply. If you can't protect it, then turn the things inside into dust and don't let the enemy get what they want. Zhao Xiuxuan quite agrees with this. He patted the storage bag, and a token flew out of it. The token was ordinary, and no one would pick it up if it fell on the ground. But it is the formation token passed down by the Jinden ancestor. However, if you want to use this token to enter the formation, you must have the Jinden cultivation. Zhao Xiuxuan's magic power was transferred in, and the token immediately emitted a clear light. When Zhao Xiuxuan first got the token, he also tried it, and there was no such change. It really requires the power of the golden elixir. Zhao Xiuxuan saw that the formation had also changed, and he no longer hesitated, holding the token and stepped into the formation. About an hour later, Zhao Xiuxuan walked out of the formation with a frown on his face, and without saying a word, he immediately activated the escape light and headed in a certain direction. Chapter 235, The Ancestor's Legacy. 30 feet below the Red Fire Valley, the underground space under the fire spirit vein. On the bronze platform that seemed to be ancient, Zhao Xiuxuan, who was already in the late stage of foundation building, was lying lazily, and the rich fire spirit energy seemed to penetrate into his body by itself. Suddenly, he felt something. A pair of golden pupils suddenly opened, looking far away at the edge of the cliff above his head. A purple lightning light slowly fell. It was Zhao Xiuxuan. Zhao Xiuxuan stood up happily like a child. When Zhao Xiuxuan landed beside it, it snuggled up to Zhao Xiuxuan, very affectionate. Zhao Xiuxuan stroked its soft hair for a while, but at this time he seemed absent-minded, because he was always looking at the bronze platform under his feet. It turns out that the ancestor moved here from the northern desert country to establish the clan, and it was actually for it Zhao Xiuxuan muttered to himself, and it was hard to tell what his expression was. In the Xuanwu cave, the ancestor Zhao Xuanwu did leave behind a dragon snake golden elixir, but what surprised him even more was that the ancestor left behind a jade slip for his descendants, which detailed why he traveled thousands of miles from the northern desert kingdom to the Yen kingdom to establish his clan. In addition to failing in the battle for the Lord of the Dragon Snake Mountain, there was actually another reason, that is, Zhao Xuanwu had long been eyeing the Chishan area. To be more precise, he had his eyes on this fire spirit vein. This was not a simple fire spirit vein. Before Zhao Xuanwu moved here, he accidentally found a mysterious map on a corpse in the Dead Sea. Along with the map, there was also a jade slip that said there was a great opportunity. He was a giant and cultivator from the northern desert kingdom. He took great effort to sneak into the Yen kingdom and finally found the location mentioned in the map, which was the cave under the fire spirit vein here. According to the jade slip, this is actually the entrance to a fire secret realm. And the way to enter the secret realm is to guard the entrance of the secret realm with a 4th level Zhao Xiuxuan. 4th level Zhao Xiuxuan. It was the equivalent of a human yuanying. Zhao Xuanwu sensed its breath and immediately fled the cave without saying a word. However, before leaving, he found that Zhao Xiuxuan seemed to be seriously injured and had just conceived a little beast. Later, a few years later, he could not resist the temptation of the 4th level monster materials and the fire secret realm, and ventured into this place again, but was surprised to find that the 4th level Zhao Xiuxuan had died. However, the bad news was that before the 4th level Zhao Xiuxuan died, he infused all his spiritual energy into the little beast he gave birth to, so that the little beast awakened its bloodline a few years after birth and became a 2nd level monster beast. It was also because of this that Zhao Xiuxuan's 4th level materials, except for a skeleton, had lost their spirituality and were of little use. Zhao Xuanwu felt heartbroken about this, and what was even more regrettable was that according to the jade slip, in order to open the entrance to the secret realm, at least a 3rd level Zhao Xiuxuan was needed, that is, the fire secret realm could not be entered before the Zhao Xiuxuan little beast advanced. In the world of cultivating immortals, secret realms are scarce resources and extremely precious. A secret realm guarded by a 4th level demon beast is even more tempting to Zhao Xuanwu. However, he could not do anything with the secret realm for a while, so he could only use means to set up a formation around the fire spirit vein to cover it up, and then left, ready to come back when the time is right. Later, it happened that he failed to compete for the position of the leader in Longsh Mountain and was seriously injured. In addition, the new leader had a lot of rifts with him, so he activated his backup plan and fled to Nanshan County with hundreds of family members and established a clan in Chishan. He spent most of his wealth to buy Chishan from Kingsuan Valley, naturally for the fire secret realm. In the days that followed, he had been secretly cultivating Zhao Xiuxuan, hoping that he could quickly break through the 3rd level and open the entrance to the fire secret realm. Unfortunately, things did not go as he wished. His injuries consumed his lifespan, and his cultivation went wrong. After just a few decades, he sat and passed away. He didn't want to let his clan know about this too early, lest he be guilty of possessing a treasure, so he buried this matter together with his dragon snake golden pill. Recalling the secrets he learned from the Xuanwu cave again, Zhao Xiuxuan couldn't help but carefully investigate the entire bronze platform. According to what the ancestor said, this bronze platform is the entrance to the secret realm. As for how to connect the two realms and open the entrance to the secret realm, there is no way to know. After looking for a long time, every inch of the pattern on the bronze platform was recorded by Zhao Xiuxuan's mind, but still nothing was found. Finally, Zhao Xiuxuan patted Zhuan Hulin's head and gave it an order. Although Zhuan Hulin was a little puzzled, he still grabbed the ground with all 4 feet, roared twice, and a stream of fiery red spiritual energy hit the bronze platform. What surprised Zhao Xiuxuan was that the bronze platform really responded. A stream of red light rushed out from the deep pit under the bronze platform, surging upward like a pillar of fire, and the entire bronze platform was full of red light. Is this the way to open the secret realm? What is the connection between this Zhuan Hulin and the fire secret realm? It actually uses the monster's own spiritual energy as the key. As the Zhuan Hulin's spiritual energy continued to flow in, the red light of the bronze platform became more and more intense. The sticky fire spiritual energy that was visible to the naked eye was extremely active, like a series of fire clouds flying around the bronze platform. The bronze platform absorbed spiritual energy very quickly, but it was extremely strenuous for Zhuan Hulin. The fire spiritual energy on its body continued to pour into the bronze platform. In less than half a quarter of an hour, it made a whoo sound, as if telling Zhao Xiuxuan that it had reached its limit. Zhao Xiuxuan used his divine thoughts to soothe it, and then let it continue to input spiritual energy. No matter what, Zhao Xiuxuan would not tolerate himself knowing nothing about this mysterious place hidden under the red fire square. After another half a quarter of an hour, a mysterious breath suddenly came from the bronze platform, and at the same time, a violent gale blew over. Zhao Xiuxuan looked closely and saw a crack on the bronze platform, like the trace of broken glass. He was startled, as if he had spied on some kind of space crack. From that space crack, a rich 5-element spiritual energy came out. This concentration is comparable to the 4th-level spiritual vein of Qingxuan Valley. Zhao Xiuxuan was shocked. However, just as he was about to investigate carefully, Zhuan Hulin collapsed to the ground with a plop. The red light dissipated, and the entire bronze platform returned to its original state in the blink of an eye, as if everything that had just happened was an illusion. Failed? Just now, a crack has clearly been opened. Zhao Xiuxuan sighed in disappointment, and then used his divine thoughts to comfort the ashamed Zhuan Hulin. Well done. If you practice further, break through the 2nd level, and reach the 3rd level, you will definitely be able to open this channel. Zhuan Hulin immediately understood, shook off his red fur, and asked Zhao Xiuxuan for a bottle of pills. You guy, Zhao Xiuxuan cursed with a smile, and threw out a few pills that could speed up the cultivation from his storage bag. Zhuan Hulin swallowed them in one gulp, and then began to shake up the surrounding fire spirit energy, and began to cultivate on the spot. He didn't know if there was an invisible pressure suddenly. Zhao Xiuxuan carefully savored the trace of spirit energy that he had just spied from the space crack. He secretly smacked his lips and said, if that is the so-called fire secret realm, then why is the spirit energy not a single fire attribute spirit energy, but a 5-element spirit energy? A single fire attribute spirit energy is not suitable for cultivators to cultivate. Only the 5-element spirit energy can meet the requirements of cultivators to cultivate. If it is the 5-element spirit energy, then when the secret realm passage is opened in time, the spirit energy alone will be a great thing for the Zhao family. Because the clan members can enter the secret realm to cultivate, it means that the cultivation speed of the entire family will be greatly improved. Not to mention, there must be a large number of treasures in the secret realm. The secret realm is not like the outside world. It is very likely to be an independent space of primitive ecology. It uses the power of space to travel outside the main cultivation world. Few cultivators set foot in it. However, it is not good to make it public in advance. Whether the secret realm can be used by him depends on whether the secret realm is stable. If it is an unstable secret realm, it is useless even if you try your best to open the passage. Zhao Xiuxuan secretly decided not to announce it to the tribe members before the secret realm passage is opened. He glanced at Zhuan Hulin, who was lying on the ground and breathing in spiritual energy to practice. His eyes flashed with green light. He used his green snake pupils to check the spiritual formation set on its demon collar. After confirming that the spiritual formation was still intact, he put down a few bottles of elixir. Then, the purple thunder escape light flashed, and Zhao Xiuxuan floated in the air. He flicked his sleeves, and a piece of green light in his sleeves flew out like drizzle. Green locust stones were arranged around the bronze platform by him, and a killing formation was set up with a green locust sword formation of the ancient sword cultivator. Unfortunately, the green locust stone cannot carry his sword energy at this stage. He needs to find a way to refine the green locust stone into another kind of sword energy carrier. The green locust stone he arranged stores the sword energy of the foundation building period, which can also be used. This bronze platform is very important to him now, so he naturally has to protect it well. Speaking of green locust stone, he was away for 2 years, and Min Chun and others actually bought another 310 green locust stones and more than 400 earth-armored evil bone scorpions from Huangyan County. In addition, the family's Good Merit Hall mission also helped him capture 270 green-eyed spirit snakes green locust sword formation, 4. 165/3200 plus 3100 earth spirit body, 5. 4230/6400 plus 4120 green snake pupil, 5. 2730, 6400 plus 4120 root bones, low-grade Deo body, 1510, 3200, plus 160 among them. Only the green locust sword formation was upgraded from level 3 to level 4. Its upgrade was mainly a change from quantitative change to qualitative change. Every additional green locust stone could store dozens more sword ki, and the lethality of the entire formation would be improved. Zhao Xiuxuan arranged the green locust sword formation and gave Zhuan Hulan an order to guard the place, and then he left. Ancestral Hall. Zhao Xiuxuan's purple lightning light fell. Everyone had been waiting for a long time. Zhao Lingcheng and a few others stood up and asked, "Xiuxuan, how is it?" Zhao Xiuxuan moved his sleeves, and a golden elixir with a green light floated in front of everyone. The golden elixir was the size of an adult's fist, and it exuded a strong spiritual energy. Is this the dragon snake golden elixir? The Zuanshan Guang that everyone in the hall was practicing actually started to operate on its own under the guidance of the dragon snake golden elixir. Zhao Xiuxuan felt the strongest, and even felt that the first level of the foundation building realm was slightly loosened. This dragon snake golden elixir is really magical. The ancestor is blessing the descendants. Zhao Lingcheng was very excited and bowed to the place where the ancestor's portrait was in the ancestral hall. "Xiuxuan, how are you going to deal with this elixir?" Zhao Xiuxuan glanced at Zhao Xiuxuan and Zhao Ziming calmly. Although the two were surprised, their eyes did not reveal the desire to take it for themselves, which showed that the two were determined and were not blinded by temporary interests. Although the dragon snake golden elixir is good, if you practice with it, I am afraid it will not be worth the loss, unless it is absolutely necessary. Zhao Xiuxuan thought about it and decided to ask the two of them. He asked, "Ziming, Ziming, you also know the wonderful uses and disadvantages of this dragon snake golden elixir. Once you use this treasure, you will have to rely on it for future cultivation, and you will not be able to practice normally. After breaking through the golden elixir, your cultivation will never be able to be saved. Do you two have any ideas?" Zhao Xiuxuan and Zhao Ziming immediately came back to their senses and looked at each other. Zhao Ziming smiled and answered first, "With Xiuxuan here, I don't think a mere golden elixir is a problem, so I don't plan to use this golden elixir for cultivation." Zhao Ziming also nodded in a sullen voice and said, "Well, me too." Zhao Ziming and Zhao Ziming have completely different personalities. Zhao Ziming is more eloquent and active in mind. Although Zhao Ziming is dull and honest, it does not mean that he is a rough man. The attitudes of the two were praised by the other elders. "Very good, the descendants of my Zhao family must have this ambition." Zhao Lingcheng was very pleased. "Well, since the two of you have no idea about the dragon snake golden pill, this dragon snake golden pill will be placed in the clan's warehouse for safekeeping." The formation of the warehouse was also set up by the ancestor, and it is no less than the ancestor's Zuanwu cave. Take it out when it is needed in the future, and this matter must not be spread to others. Zhao Xiuxuan's face was solemn, and his words were sonorous and powerful. He didn't want Yu Hulong's incident to happen again. Although he was there, except for the Jinden cultivators, people below the Jinden level couldn't make any waves, but they still had to be cautious. Everyone nodded in agreement. The family meeting was considered to be over. Xiuxuan Peak, in front of Guanelin Cave. The Gongsun sisters, Huyaner, and Kior were feeding Zhao Xiuxuan's guardian spirit beast Phantom Lizard. The beast leaned leisurely against a fire date tree, opening and closing its mouth. The Gongsun sisters and Huyaner watched the fire dates in their hands disappear one by one, with their faces full of surprise. Kidor explained, "This is Master's guardian spirit beast, a phantom lizard. Its tongue is very powerful. If a general foundation building cultivator is hit by its tongue, a hole will be punched in his body if he is not careful." The women's hands trembled when they heard this, as if they were afraid that their white and tender hands would be accidentally broken by it. "Hey, Master's spirit beasts include this delicious lizard, the Snake Lord of the Snake Lord Valley, and the most heroic Xiuqi." Kidor had just finished speaking when a gray shadow suddenly jumped out of the bushes and landed on her shoulder like a ball of hair, baring its teeth and claws at Kidor, seemingly very unhappy. Kidor was startled at first, but after seeing clearly what it was, she quickly pulled it off her shoulder and lifted it up. "I almost forgot that Xiaowei is also Master's spirit beast. Master said that Xiaowei was originally a wild rabbit, and later stole too much of his spirit grass and became a spirit beast, right? Xiaowei." She raised Xiaowei's shiny rabbit paw. In its mouth, Xiaowei was still holding half a plant of white ginseng that he had stolen from somewhere. Its three-petal mouth moved, and it looked chubby and very cute. The other three women stared at it with their eyes wide open. Guangxin Beizi was the youngest, and when she saw Xiaowei's cute appearance, she quickly asked Kidor, "Can I hold it?" Kidor generously stuffed Xiaowei into Guangxin Beizi's arms, which made Guangxin Beizi have a lot more favorable impressions of Kidor. Although Guangxin Beizi was the youngest, when the chubby Xiaowei squeezed against her chest, the little rabbit suddenly couldn't tell who was who. Xiaowei was not afraid of strangers either. In its mind, the whole mountain belonged to its master, and so did these people, so it had nothing to be afraid of. The three women needed Xiaowei, making the illusion lizard feel what it meant to be in a great mood. Its huge eyeballs rolled around, and then its whole body disappeared, disappearing on its own without a sense of existence. "Hey, Master is back." At this time, a purple lightning light fell, and the light dissipated. And Zhao Xiuxuan walked out of it. Xiaowei jumped onto Zhao Xiuxuan's shoulder in one leap. Zhao Xiuxuan stroked its soft fur with a smile on his face. "Master." The three girls bowed together, as if to welcome him back to the mountain. Chapter 236, Changes of the Puppet Archer. Seeing the three women again, Zhao Xiuxuan remembered that he had not had time to ask their names. After asking their names, Zhao Xiuxuan thought for a moment and said, "Although you are my maidservants, you must not fall behind in your cultivation in the future. I see that you all have excellent talents, otherwise I would not agree to accept you into my Xiuxuan peak. I have a few bottles of elixirs here. You should accept them and practice well in the future, and strive to break through the foundation building stage as soon as possible. Thank you, Patriarch, for your reward." The three women were overjoyed and took the elixirs from Zhao Xiuxuan. He gave them a second-level medium-grade elixir called Lingren Dan, which was obtained from the storage bag of Muxian in Qingxuan Valley. Generally speaking, it is difficult for the danshan of a key-refining cultivator to withstand the powerful spiritual energy of a second-level elixir unless the effect of the elixir is very mild. Lingren Dan is such a second-level elixir. After swallowing, the spiritual energy in the elixir is like moistening things silently, soaking the danshan, taking care of low-level cultivators, and is stronger than ordinary first-level top-grade elixirs. Although the three women did not know Zhao Xiuxuan's good intentions, it did not stop them from feeling lucky to be Zhao Xiuxuan's maids. Zhao Xiuxuan laughed and turned to look at Kidor. "Kidor, you naturally have it too." As he spoke, he used his magic power to carry a bottle of Lingren pill to Kidor. Kidor happily took it. "Thank you, Master." After delivering the pill, Zhao Xiuxuan immediately began to test Kidor's puppetry. "Kidor, in the 2 years since I was away in the mountains, you have made some breakthroughs in your cultivation. Now you are already a cultivator of the 6th level of key refining. How is your puppetry?" Kidor patted her storage bag. 10 green spiritual lights flew out of the storage bag, rolled on the ground, and turned into 10 expressionless puppets. The puppets were about half a person's height, holding a bow and a sword in their hands. "Is this the puppet archer you improved with Kangyi Benbu?" Zhao Xiuxuan glanced at the puppets and saw at a glance that the spiritual energy fluctuations on them were about the 6th to 7th level of key refining. "Yes, Master, the exterior of my puppet archer is still made of fire jujube wood, and the bones, joints, and puppet spirit core use a lot of Kangyi marrow refined from Kangyi Benbu, which has improved its strength a lot." Kidor proudly raised her face halfway, and seemed to be waiting for Zhao Xiuxuan's praise. Zhao Xiuxuan did not do as she wished, but said to the 3 newly recruited maids in a unique way, "Who of you will try the strength of this puppet?" The three beautiful maids were all top-notch players in the key refining period, and it should be no problem to use them to test the strength of the puppet beasts. Zhao Xiuxuan also took this opportunity to see their strength. Guangxin Beiying, the quieter of the sisters, said first, "If the clan leader doesn't mind, I am willing to help Sister Killer's puppet beast test its edge." Zhao Xiuxuan nodded and praised, "Not bad, then you can do it." The other two women saw that Zhao Xiuxuan had already spoken, so they had to give up. Guangxin Beizi was fine, but Hu Yaner blamed herself for not speaking up earlier, and was beaten by Guangxin Beiying. She pinched her slender and round thighs with her pink jade hands. That was her way of punishing herself whenever she felt that she had done something wrong. She said in annoyance, "This is a great opportunity to show off in front of adults. Hu Yaner, you are usually smart, why don't you have some quick wit in front of adults?" Everyone had no way of knowing what she was thinking. Kidor only saw that after receiving Zhao Xiuxuan's instructions, she played 10 spells in her hand, and the puppets lined up in a row of green lights moved, and immediately drew their bows and shot arrows, ready to shoot. Guangxin Beiying had already taken out a white silk magic weapon from the storage bag and surrounded it. The strange thing is that Guangxin Beiying actually flew into the air like a giant in cultivator with the help of this white silk magic weapon. With Guangxin Beiying's long pink and white dress, she looked like a fairy wearing silk, out of this world. Zhao Xiuxuan was slightly stunned by this, and then immediately came to his senses, knowing that it was the white silk magic weapon that stimulated a large piece of spiritual light to lift it up. In fact, this is also a way to control the weapon. There are all kinds of magic weapons in the world of immortal cultivation, and it is not surprising to have such a posture to control the weapon. However, it is more elegant than stepping on a sword with the soles of the feet, but the speed of controlling the weapon and the consumption of mana should be faster. It looks really good. Looking at the little stars in Hu Yaner and Killer's eyes, you can see that they are also moved. I guess they are also thinking about where to refine such a magic weapon. Guangxin Beiying noticed Zhao Xiuxuan's gaze, and felt a little satisfied. Then she smiled at Kidor and said, "Sister Kidor, please." The two of them had obviously become familiar with each other without Zhao Xiuxuan knowing, and even had decided on the names. In terms of cultivation, the three women were all at the 8th level of key refining, which was stronger than the 6th level of key refining that Kidor had just broken through. In terms of age, the Guangxin sisters were 25, and Hu Yaner was 24. It was okay for Guangxin Beiying to call Kidor sister. Of course, this must be because Kidor agreed, otherwise, according to etiquette, it would be more appropriate to call Kidor Miss. Kidor replied crisply, "Then Sister Guangxin should be careful." As soon as the voice fell, Kidor moved a spell in her hand, and the 10 puppet beasts that had been prepared long ago fired into the air. She wanted to show off her skills in front of Zhao Xiuxuan, and did not hold back her strength at all. Suddenly, a rain of green wind arrows shot out, much faster than the first-level wind arrow technique, and hit Guangxin Beiying. Although the power of the wind arrows is only equivalent to the level of the 5th or 6th level of key refining, the advantage is that the attack is dense. A puppet can shoot 5 arrows in 2 breaths. Faced with such a dense attack method, Guangxin Beiying's face was slightly surprised, but he didn't find it difficult. He pointed at the white silk beside him, and a burst of moon-white spiritual light suddenly appeared in the white silk, like a wave of tide to protect it, forming a strange spiritual shield. Ding 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 ding, the continuous wind arrows hit the moon-white spiritual shield, but did not cause too much damage to it. Just when Guangxin Beiying thought that it would stop at this time, several huge spiritual arrows as thick as forearms suddenly sprang out from the dense rain of wind arrows. These spiritual arrows were green all over, like Kangyu bamboo. Bang! The moon-white spiritual energy shield suddenly made a violent explosion sound, and a terrible creaking sound of air being cut was heard. The moon-white spiritual energy shield also trembled. Huh? Guangxin Beiying's face showed doubt, obviously not expecting it. Looking at the spiritual energy shield again, it was hit by the verdant spiritual energy arrows without missing a single one, and a gap had been formed. Then, another wave of wind arrows shot towards the gap. Guangxin Beiying raised her eyebrows, flicked her hands in front of her body, and the white silk was pulled out, floating in front of her like a white dragon, resisting all the wind arrows. Zhao Xiuxuan was a little surprised by the verdant spiritual energy arrows that the puppet archer had just shot. It turned out that while Guangxin Beiying was focusing on defending against the rain of arrows, Kidor's spell in her hand changed and used the second spell of the puppet archer. Kang Yi Arrow, This is a more powerful spell. In fact, it is to burst out the concentrated spiritual energy in the Kangyi marrow. It is a consumption spell. A puppet archer can cast this spell 10 times. After it is consumed, it needs to be refined again with a new Kangyi marrow. This Kangyi arrow can barely be regarded as a first-class upper-grade spell. Of course, Gongsun Beiyang is not a vegetarian. Even if it is a puppet with spiritual energy fluctuations comparable to a cultivator in the late stage of key refining, it is absolutely incomparable to a real cultivator in the late stage of key refining. Kidor relied on 10 puppets to suppress Gongsun Beiyang. Gongsun Beiyang did not blindly defend because it was a test puppet beast. Instead, she turned defense into offense, urging Bai Ling to protect herself tightly, and lightly tapped her feet. White lotuses grew where her jade feet touched. With the help of her body skills, she quickly approached the puppet archer. At the same time, a frost sword with a cold glow flew out of the storage bag and was held by her white and tender hands like a flower. The puppet beasts fled in all directions from where they landed, and jumped several feet away with a slight difference. However, Gongsun Beiyang's figure flew, and the flying sword flew out of his hand and circled around him, and several puppet beasts were immediately knocked away. Seeing that the opportunity for long-range magic attack had been lost, Kidor changed the spell in her hand again. The puppet man drew his bow and sword smoothly, and then moved his feet, turned into a green light, jumped up, and slashed towards Gongsun Beiyang. Gongsun Beiyang's white silk and frost flying sword complemented each other, beating the puppet archer back step by step, and the moon-white spiritual energy resisted the cold arrows secretly released by the archer. After fighting for hundreds of rounds, the puppet archer's formation began to disintegrate under Gongsun Beiyang's conscious destruction one by one. Zhao Xiuxuan saw this and knew that it was meaningless to continue fighting, so he waved his hand and sent out a stream of spiritual energy to bind the two, signaling both sides to stop. Gongsun Beiyang's breath was as fragrant as orchids, and her pretty jade feet lightly tapped and landed on the ground. She first bowed to Zhao Xiuxuan, and then said with some surprise, "Sister Killer's puppet is really powerful. My Yu Yanling is a first-class magic weapon, but she almost couldn't defend against your puppet spells." Kidor didn't care about the failure of the puppet. After all, Gongsun Beiyang was a well-known master of the key refining realm. He didn't even make a move, but relied on the puppet beast to force her into the state. He could be proud of it. Zhao Xiuxuan approved of the performance of both of them. "Kidor, your progress in puppetry is obvious to all, and you have performed well," Kidor said with a smile. "Thank you, Master, for your praise." "Well, Beiyang is not bad either, with excellent fighting experience and reaction ability." "What kind of martial arts are you practicing?" Gongsun Beiyang said. "Report to the clan leader. I am practicing the Yan'an Guang of the Gongsun family." "Well, the foundation of the martial arts is okay, but it is not as good as the Zuanshan Guang of my Zhao family. I will give you two choices. First, you disperse your power and practice Zuanshan Guang again. Second, you practice the martial arts, and I will point out several defects of your Yan'an Guang. You can choose it yourself. The same goes for Beizi. As for Yenner, you have a special physique, and practicing your own martial arts will complement each other. Don't make a choice. In the future, I can see if there is any improvement in your martial arts, or you can make plans after I find a suitable martial arts." The three of them have good talents. Zhao Xiuxuan did not intend to use them as maids to serve tea and water, but still wanted to train them. Moreover, strictly speaking, the three of them have already left their original families and are now members of the Zhao family. They are also close to him, so it is normal to give them some benefits. Natural selection is the first. I am willing to give up my skills and start over. Gongsun Beiyang and Gongsun Beizi did not hesitate when they heard this. With such a good opportunity, they would certainly not give up. Giving up my skills and starting over does not mean that these decades of training have been in vain. As long as the acupoints of different skills are opened, they can quickly get on the right track. This process may theoretically take 4 or 5 years, but with the training of Zhao Xiuxuan, a giant in cultivator, 1 or 2 years can restore the current level of cultivation. Kidor is such an example. Hu Yan'er originally looked a little resentful, but when she thought of what Zhao Xiuxuan said about helping her improve her dual cultivation skills, she didn't know if it was a misunderstanding, and her heartbeat suddenly accelerated, and she couldn't help but exude a natural charm. Fortunately, this little bit of soul-bewitching technique was not worth mentioning for Zhao Xiuxuan's level of cultivation. He just looked at Hu Yan'er in surprise. Hu Yan'er's face flushed with shame, and she pinched her thigh near her curved buttocks with one hand, leaving a red mark on her snow-white skin. The pain distracted her attention a little, and her charm faded a little. Then, Zhao Xiuxuan did not hesitate, and directly took out a jade slip from his storage bag and handed it to the Gongsun sisters. He said with a cold look, "This skill is inherited by the Zhao family. From now on, you two belong to the Zhao family. Your past roots cannot be traced back. If your performance is acceptable, I don't mind giving your original family some benefits. However, the skill is not passed on to outsiders. If this skill is leaked out, I will never forgive you easily." The Gongsun sisters said they dared not to, and swore an oath. Only then did Zhao Xiuxuan hand over the improved version of Zhuanshan Guang to them. "You don't have to rush to disperse your power and start over. You just arrived at the Zhao family, and there are still many things you need to get familiar with. It's not urgent to do this after you get familiar with it for a while. Moreover, my Xiuxuan Peak was originally a cave for cultivation. In addition to Kior and I, there are only some beasts. After a while, the clan will arrange a spiritual builder to repair this peak. You guys will supervise it on my behalf. Before that, you can cut some bamboo and build a temporary residence for yourself. I will call you later if I have something to do." After saying that, Zhao Xiuxuan patted Zhao Wei, who was almost asleep, on his shoulder. Zhao Wei jumped reluctantly and landed on Guangsun Beizi's soft chest, causing a tremor. Zhao Xiuxuan had no time to care about the beautiful scenery. He turned into purple thunderlight and left in a blink of an eye. When the three women reacted, the formation of the cave had been opened. Zhao Xiuxuan returned to the cave and sat cross-legged, sorting out what happened that day. It was mainly the information left by the ancestor Zhao Zuanwu. First of all, the dragon snake golden pill is needless to say. No one in the clan is using it now. We will see later. Secondly, the secret realm is of far-reaching significance. It is better to open the secret realm sooner rather than later. We need to find a way to speed up Zhuang Hulin's advancement. For the advancement of demon beasts, except for the same Yuanying heavenly tribulation, there are not as many thresholds as for cultivators at other times. The main thing is to absorb enough spiritual energy, and it will be done naturally. Especially for a beast like Zhuang Hulin, it is effortless with a blessing of bloodline. It is just a matter of time. However, Zhao Xiuxuan was unwilling to wait any longer. He suddenly remembered that the disciple of the spirit beast sect he met in Huangyan County seemed to say that Zhuang Hulin was a beast ranked 98th in the Zhuan beast heavenly ranking. He had not figured out what the Zhuan beast heavenly ranking was. Everyone has his own specialty. If he went to the spirit beast sect, he should gain something for Zhuang Hulin's cultivation progress. Thinking of this, Zhao Xiuxuan smiled. Back then, these people besieged my guardian spirit beast for no reason. After a few years, it's not a bad idea to go back and seek justice. Besides, it's also a good idea for me to go to the Longayu sword sect. The green locust stone can no longer bear my sword energy. I want to see if the ancient sword sects that inherited it have any solution. Alice, Zhao Xiuxuan suddenly sighed, shook his head and murmured, the ancestor did leave behind some Taoist scriptures about golden elixir, which includes the golden elixir part of Zhuanshan Guang. Although I have a skill panel and can't use it at all, I still haven't found a method on how to refine my own magic weapon. I need to find some fellow golden elixir practitioners to exchange ideas. Before that, I still have to make some preparations. Having made up his mind, Zhao Xiuxuan closed his eyes and began to practice. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 237 Return to Xianayu Mountain. Zhao Xiuxuan had not practiced for a few days when Gongsun Beiyang's voice came from outside the cave, which was very comfortable, reporting to the clan leader, Elder Ling Chang wants to see you. Zhao Xiuxuan opened his eyes, and the golden elixir light gathered around his body, slightly surprised. He was not in seclusion, so there was no such thing as disturbing or not disturbing. However, Zhao Ling Chang was so polite and asked the maid to report, which surprised him. He opened the cave, took the initiative to walk out, and greeted him with the humility of a junior, third grandfather. Why are you so unfamiliar? If you have anything to say, just send me a communication talisman. Why did you come to Guaneln Cave in person? Zhao Lingchang was dressed in green and his face was flushed. It seemed that there was no urgent matter. Guangxin Beizi and Hu Yaner accompanied him. Haha, Xiuxuan, there is no order without rules. Now you are also a giant and cultivator, and the patriarch of our Zhao family. You still don't let an old man like me follow this etiquette? Besides, I have gathered these maids for you, not for decoration. These girls are quite smart. The mountain has prepared spiritual tea for the reception, and also made some fire dates. Xiuxuan, you just need to order them around. If these girls do anything inappropriate, you don't have to do anything. The third grandfather, will make trouble for them. Zhao Lingchang knew that his patriarch had a gentle temperament and would treat the maids equally, so he helped to knock them down. After hearing this, the three girls expressed their feelings one after another, especially Hu Yaner, who was best at dealing with these things. She bowed respectfully and said, "It is Yaner's blessing to serve the patriarch." The elder's words, Yaner will keep them in mind. That's good. Zhao Lingchang's expression relaxed and nodded. Zhao Xiuxuan interrupted, "Third grandpa, let's go into the cave and talk." "Well, that's fine. It's been a while since I last sat in your Guanelin cave." As they spoke, the two of them stepped into the cave. The three women stood outside the cave and didn't dare to go in without Zhao Xiuxuan's instructions. Zhao Xiuxuan seemed to have eyes on his back and said to the three women, "Bring the spiritual tea and fire dates." The three women then happily went into the cave and started to get busy. After the grandfather and grandson sat down, Zhao Xiuxuan came straight to the point and asked, "Third grandfather, I wonder what you want to talk to me about." Zhao Lingchang glanced at the three beautiful figures serving tea and water like butterflies flying through flowers, and said bluntly, "Xiuxuan, several elders and I have discussed it and plan to hold your golden elixir ceremony in half a year, which will also leave enough time to invite other mountain gates. By then, our Zhao family's martial arts competition will also be held. We will take this opportunity to celebrate your golden elixir and to establish our prestige among the mountain gates in Nanshan County. What do you think?" It turned out to be this matter. Zhao Xiuxuan said without thinking, "If I say it's up to you to decide on this matter, then you can decide. I won't interfere. I have half a year, and I will take this opportunity to go out and deal with some small matters." "Oh, Xiuxuan, are you leaving the mountain?" Zhao Lingbin originally thought that Zhao Xiuxuan had just broken through the giant stage, and he would have to stay in the mountains for a few years. However, what he didn't know was that Zhao Xiuxuan's cultivation was completely digitalized. 1 was 1, and 2 was 2. There was no such thing as unstable cultivation. That's right, but this time it's just a trip to Xianyu Mountain and Huangyan County, not a long trip. He was talking about the time. Going to Xianyu Mountain was to meet Meng Hanqing as he had promised. Since he promised this, he had to do it. Moreover, the previous Jin Guangshengren came to the Zhao family to force a sale and was killed by him. He has been waiting for Xiongqiulu, the giant who is in charge of Nanshan County, to give him an explanation. Since Xiongqiulu didn't show up, he would go to her. The giant and cultivators of the demon country were openly walking in Nanshan County. He wanted to know whether there would be a cultivator from the demon country who could enter Nanshan County again to retaliate against the Zhao family. After all, there were many people watching when the Jin Guangshengren died outside Chishan. If the cultivators of the demon country acted like this again, he couldn't leave Chishan at will. As for Huangyan County, it was naturally for the matter of Zuanhulan and the life magic weapon. Of course, it was okay to ask Xiongqiulu about the life magic weapon. It just depended on whether this woman would give face. "Xiuxuan, since you are going to Xianyu Mountain, and the Meng family has brought libation, you can't lose the courtesy this time. I asked Du Xian to accompany you. With your status as a giant, it is enough for Du Xian to deal with the people of the Meng family. If you, a giant and cultivator, come forward for everything, it will be a flattery for them." After talking about the business, the two exchanged greetings for a while, and Zhao Lingchang left. Zhao Xiuxuan was interrupted in his practice, but he was not in a hurry at this moment. He just saw that several unique small bamboo buildings had been built outside. He found it interesting, so he visited their houses accompanied by several Yingying and Yan'an. Although they had only been together for a few days, Zhao Xiuxuan's gentle temper made the three women put down their fears and seemed to have recovered their original cleverness in the mountains. Among them, Guangxin Beizi was the most playful and lively, outspoken, and repeatedly did things that were considered excessive in the eyes of others. For example, She forgot to salute Zhao Xiuxuan before speaking, and only cared about chasing Xiaohu. For this reason, as the elder sister who was born a moment earlier, she pinched her ears secretly many times to make her be careful in her words and deeds. Guangxin Beizi always agreed, and then naturally forgot. Guangxin Beiyang secretly glanced at Zhao Xiuxuan and saw that he didn't care, so she sighed and said no more. Because of the tradition of Yumu Mountain, although Hu Yaner was almost the same age, her every move, every frown and smile were quite charming. She wore a fiery red skirt and hid a few dates every day. The rest of the time was spent practicing in front of Zhao Xiuxuan's cave, but she built a verdant pavilion with bamboo beside the blue stone road in front of Guanon Cave. Hu Yaner was coiled with her graceful body, like a proud red flower. Before going to Xianyu Mountain, the clan prepared several gifts. At noon on this day, a huge boat of 100 meters long docked on the Zuanwu Peak of Chishan. The huge boat was flat and long, and the whole body was red, like an autumn leaf. The bow was pointed, covered with gold and jade, shining brightly under the scorching sun. There was also a palace, a dozen small houses, and 2 flying towers on the hull. The hull was engraved with mysterious runes, and a group of misty red light lifted it up, making it float in the air. This is the flying boat magic weapon from Liuan County. This boat is called Chihuahua's Hao. Under the huge hull, a group of Zhao family members headed by Zhaoxian and others, wearing green-based Zuanwu pattern robes, did not dare to board the boat, as if they were waiting for someone. Among this group of people, except Zhaoxian, the rest were all young people. There were more than 30 people in the Xiu and Zhen generations, half of whom were men and half were women, all wearing green-based Zuanwu pattern robes. These were all members of the Zhao family with excellent cultivation talents and good looks, and they were taken out to show off. Zhao Lingchang stroked his beard and blew his eyebrows, and was sternly giving a lecture to the younger generation. You are following the clan leader to Xianyu Mountain this time, don't act recklessly, and follow the clan leader's orders. If the clan leader is not here, you will listen to the elders, understand. The faces of the young clan members were excited. This group of people practiced hard on weekdays. It was rare for them to have such an opportunity to go out and relax. They were naturally happy to follow their clan leader. Yes, elder, everyone answered in unison. At this time, a green cloud of light rose from Xiuxuan Peak and landed on Xiuxuan Peak in 2 blinks. 5 figures landed directly on the giant boat. Welcome to the clan leader, all the clan members bowed. The first one, with long hair and green clothes, was their clan leader, Zhao Xiuxuan. The other 4 were the Gongsun sisters, Hu Yaner, and Kitter. The 4 were also dressed up carefully. Although the Gongsun sisters still wore white silk dresses, they used silk ribbons and jade hairpins to tie up their black hair into a bun. One was facing left, the other was facing right, standing next to each other, like a pair of beautiful lotus flowers. Kitter changed from her original bright yellow dress to a more playful apricot yellow dress, and changed her hair from the original casual bun to a delicate double spiral bun. Her beautiful black hair was meticulously done, and it was obvious that it was not her own style. It must have been one of the Gongsun sisters who helped to comb it. Hu Yaner was completely different from the 3 women. She continued her charming but not vulgar red dress style, combed her hair into a heart-shaped bun, matched with her enchanting figure and faintly visible white skin. She looked very charming. The 4 women were more beautiful than each other, and each had her own characteristics. Everyone was quite sensible and did not dare to look at them too much. Seeing that the clan leader had arrived, Zhaoxian, the diplomatic official on this trip, arranged for all the clan members to board the boat. After a while, all the clan members boarded the flying boat. Zhao Xiuxuan pretended to look at the scorching sun at noon, calculated the time, and then said, "Let's go." A stream of giant and cultivator's spiritual energy was injected into the power core of the entire flying boat, and the entire huge flying boat rumbled and moved, passing through the clouds and mist of Chishan, and slowly disappeared into the sky. Although it was Zhao Xiuxuan's mana and divine consciousness that controlled the progress of the flying boat, this matter was basically insignificant to giant and cultivator. This was a flying boat specially customized by the Zhao family, and it was refined by Xiangqi sect, the largest weapon refining mountain gate in Liuan County. Like all flying boats with a capacity of more than 300 people, it required at least the mana of a foundation-building cultivator to control it. Several foundation-building cultivators of the Zhao family, Zhao Xiuxuan was in seclusion for cultivation, Zhao Xiuming took Zhao Xiuai and more than a dozen other clansmen to the Dead Sea for training, Chu Yazi was in charge of Chihuafang, and Zhao Xiuxuan could only control it himself. There is one hall, 5 halls and 18 houses on the flying boat. Each house can accommodate 10 people, which is enough for more than 30 clansmen to rest in a single room. In addition, there are many compartments in the cabin, which can accommodate 1,000 people. Otherwise, it would not be called a flying boat for 1,000 people. The main hall is very large. In addition to the meeting hall, there are 3 rest rooms. Zhao Xiuxuan occupies one room, and the other 4 women rest separately. As soon as the flying boat started, Zhao Xiuxuan began to practice, but a trace of his mind was hanging outside, doing 2 things at the same time. After 1 day and 1 night, outside Xianyu Mountain, Meng Zheng, the head of the Meng family, and several clan elders of the Zheng generation, as well as Meng's mother Meng Ganing, personally led a group of clansmen to greet them at the foot of the mountain. The news of the Zhao family's visit had been informed by Zhao Xiuxuan long ago. Several elders of the Meng family, who were reluctant at first and thought that it was not in line with their status to go through so much trouble to receive guests, heard that it was Zhao Xiuxuan, the newly promoted giant and cultivator of the Zhao family, who came in person, and stopped complaining. One by one, they ordered the clansmen not to lose their manners. When the morning dew was about to dissipate and the clouds were churning, a huge boat broke through the clouds, and behind it was a rainbow of light reflected by the water droplets of clouds. The oppressive scene made all the Meng family members envious. Oh my god, that flying boat is probably not an ordinary flying boat with 1,000 people. I heard that the Zhao family and Liuan County have flying boat business dealings. 60% of the flying boats in the entire Nanshan County are sold in Chihuafang. Thanks to the great expedition to open up wasteland, the Zhao family made a lot of money. No wonder they are so generous. Everyone in the Meng family was amazed. In recent years, although the Meng family has risen, except for expanding the power of the spiritual veins, there has not been much change overall. Unless the several clansmen sent to Kingsuan Valley by the family have built their foundation, they can be said to be heroes. Therefore, when they saw the Zhao family's flying boat, they were naturally full of praise. Rumbling, the flying boat floated on the Ui Lake. And a group of Zhao family members with chests and abdomens, who were dignified, appeared on the hull. With the appearance of Zhao Xiuxuan, everyone couldn't help but exclaimed. If he is really a giant and cultivator, I didn't believe it before. The Zhao family really has a giant and cultivator. Shut up. Before a certain clan member finished speaking, one of the elders of the Meng family sternly rebuked. The divine consciousness of the giant and senior covers hundreds of feet. Are you looking for death by talking about the giant? You should withdraw and go to the Xiu cliff to retreat for 5 years. The person who spoke knew that he had said something wrong. His face turned pale and he dared not say anything. He quickly withdrew from the team and went to Xiu cliff to be punished. Xiu cliff is hard, but it is nothing compared to his own life. After a while, the Zhao family members fell from the flying boat one by one. According to the rules, Zhao Xiuxuan first smiled and greeted the Meng family members for a while, and personally presented the mountain greeting card. Afterwards, Meng Zheng, the head of the Meng family, took the initiative to step forward and said respectfully to the flying boat, "Welcome to the senior Zhao." Zhao Xiuxuan walked out of the flying boat leisurely. Although Meng Zheng was the head of the family, it was common sense for him to be humble in front of a giant and cultivator, and no one felt inferior. Seeing Meng's mother was there, Zhao Xiuxuan waved his hand, indicating that there was no need to be polite. Otherwise, with his embarrassing identity, he didn't know how to deal with it. "Master Meng, you are too polite. Let's talk in the mountains, senior, please." In the Meng family hall, Zhao Xiuxuan sat in the VIP seat in a friendly manner. After Zhao Xiuxuan's polite words, the two families began to eat. There was nothing to say about this. It is worth mentioning that the 4 girls, Gongsun sisters, Huyaner, and Kiwer, frequently received attention from the young members of the Meng family. Some people even recognized the identities of the Gongsun sisters, but when they saw several people serving around Zhao Xiuxuan and pouring wine for him, they dared not speak and drank the spiritual wine in front of them. After eating and drinking, Zhao Xiuxuan rested in a luxurious room called Taishan King Hu Hall arranged by Meng Zheng himself. Meng's mother, with a gentle face, knocked on the door of the hall with a group of maids. "Come in." The door of the palace opened with a wave of her hand. Meng's mother dismissed everyone and wanted to tell Zhao Xiuxuan about the deep love between mother and son, but the strong self-blame and shame in her heart coupled with the fact that Zhao Xiuxuan is now a giant and cultivator, made her a little uneasy. She stood in front of the open palace door and was entangled for a while. Fortunately, Meng Hanqing had told her every bit about Zhao Xiuxuan before, which made her have a lot of impressions. Then she walked into the palace shaking her hairpin. Zhao Xiuxuan came today to put an end to this past of his original body. Originally, he could still follow his heart and stop interfering in this matter, but after all, he owed Meng Hanqing a favor and made a promise. In addition, in this world, ethical principles are still the right way, which binds others while also binding oneself. Zhao Xiuxuan decided to use a white lie to perfectly solve this matter, that is, to recognize Meng's mother. After all, it was no loss to him. Moreover, Xianyu Mountain was basically controlled by Meng Mu now. Xianyu Mountain could not be compared with the Zhao family that owned Zhao Xiuxuan. At least it was a resource-rich and promising cultivation force. As long as Zhao Xiuxuan was willing to intervene, Xianyu Mountain could be easily captured. So, when he saw Meng Mu, he took the initiative to say with a smile, "Why are you hesitating, mother?" Meng Mu was startled when she heard this, and she burst into tears and sobbed. About 3 or 4 hours later, Meng Mu, who had wiped her tears, left the Taishan King Hall radiantly. In the hall, Zhao Xiuxuan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He and Meng Mu had talked for 3 or 4 hours, mainly to make one thing clear. That is, I, Zhao Xiuxuan, was young at the time, and I didn't hate my behavior back then, especially after knowing Meng Mu's hardships. After this matter was explained clearly, Meng's mother's knot was untied. Then, Meng's mother unexpectedly proposed that when they and her daughter completely controlled the Meng family, the entire Xianyu Mountain could become a vassal of the Zhao family from the dark. According to Meng's mother, she was making up for leaving in the past. Zhao Xiuxuan had no objection. Although Zhao Xiuxuan had always behaved calmly, Meng's mother still expressed her longing for him for a long time, saying that if Meng Hanqing was there, the family could be reunited, and then she left reluctantly. After finishing one thing, Zhao Xiuxuan also inquired about Xiongqiulu's location, walked out of the palace gate, and turned into a light to leave. Chapter 238, Method of Refining the Life Magical Treasure. The grass and trees on Qingyuan Peak are thick, and a ball of cold air shrouds the entire mountain top. The water is gurgling, and the rocks are round. Qingyuan Palace is where Zhao Xiuxuan came last time. However, it was Meng Hanqing who brought him here last time. Outside the palace, Zhao Xiuxuan knocked on the formation. "Fairy Xiong is here. Zhao is here to pay a visit. Times have changed. The last time I came here, it was Xiongqiulu who investigated the Zhao family's responsibility for setting up the market without permission. I didn't expect that in just a few years, Zhao Xiuxuan came here as a giant and cultivator." The cold air outside the palace revealed a passage. Zhao Xiuxuan checked it out a little, and when he saw that there was no danger, he stepped into it. The small pavilion, the cold pond, Xiongqiulu, who was wearing a moon-white Taoist robe and looked like she was not worldly, was looking at him in surprise. "You are the newly promoted giant of the Zhao family. It's you. If I remember correctly, you were just an early-stage foundation-building cultivator a few years ago?" Zhao Xiuxuan said. "Nonsense. I have a secret technique that can suppress my cultivation." Xiongqiulu suddenly realized, then frowned and said, "What secret technique? Even I can't figure it out." Zhao Xiuxuan did not respond, but changed the subject without any expression, and said straight to the point, "Fairy Xiong, I came here this time to ask for an explanation from the fairy." "What explanation?" Xiongqiulu frowned. "I heard that the fairy was stationed in Nanshan County to keep an eye on the eastward movement of the demon country's cultivators. But why did you let the giant and cultivators do whatever they want at my mountain gate? If I hadn't broken through the giant by chance and rushed back to the mountain gate in time, the consequences would be disastrous." Zhao Xiuxuan looked distressed, and Xiongqiulu was even more confused. "What do you mean?" Zhao Xiuxuan told the story of how Master Jingguang appeared in Chishan, forced the Zhao family to sell the market business, and was finally killed by him. "What? There is such a thing?" Xiongqiulu's face was full of surprise. This matter was accompanied by the rumors of Zhao Xiuxuan's giant, which had already spread in Nanshan County. Xiongqiulu seemed to have just learned about it, and her eyebrows were tightly knitted. Looking at her expression, Zhao Xiuxuan couldn't tell whether it was true or false for a while. Xiongqiulu didn't explain much, but crushed a communication talisman in front of Zhao Xiuxuan, and the communication talisman turned into golden light and disappeared into a mountain 100 miles away. Not long after, a communication talisman flew over. Xiongqiulu checked the message inside. A hint of anger immediately appeared in her eyes, which was fleeting, but was still caught by Zhao Xiuxuan. After a while, Xiongqiulu was calm as if nothing had happened. After glancing at Zhao Xiuxuan, she said, "I was not in Nanshan County a few days ago. My senior brother Guangyuanzi from Qingxuan Valley temporarily guarded it." Guangyuanzi, Zhao Xiuxuan had some impression of this name. He still remembered that he was the master of Nihao, a disciple of Qingxuan Valley who was killed by him. Nihao took a fancy to his contribution points and wanted to kill him for money, but was decisively killed by Zhao Xiuxuan, and the battlefield was cleaned up without any flaws. Later, Guangyuanzi sensed that Nihao's soul lamp was extinguished, and urged the escape light to rush to the battlefield, but Zhao Xiuxuan had left first, and the two did not meet. It's this person. What is he doing in Nanshan County? Could it be that the cultivators of the demon country have some deal, so they let him walk around in Nanshan County? Fairy Xiang, I only know that you are the one guarding Nanshan County, but I don't know that there are others. No matter what, Fairy Xiang must give me an explanation. Xiongqiulu was a little surprised. She didn't expect that a cultivator who had just been promoted to the Golden Collar would be so bold. In terms of cultivation, she was a cultivator of the 3rd level of the Golden Collar. Although she was in the wrong in this matter, she didn't take Zhao Xiuxuan seriously. Seeing that Zhao Xiuxuan was not giving up, her face became a little colder, and she said in a low voice, "What do you want to explain?" Although Xiongqiulu behaved quite kindly when Zhao Xiuxuan came in at the beginning, her arrogance was hidden under her indifferent and peerless face, even when facing Zhao Xiuxuan, who was also a golden core cultivator. Zhao Xiuxuan ignored her expression, knowing that he couldn't pretend too much, so he took advantage of the situation and said, "Zhao has just entered the Jinden stage, and I know very little about many things. I would like to ask Fairy Xiang about refining my own life magic weapon." Refine my own life magic weapon. Xiongqiulu was slightly stunned, and was a little puzzled at first, but after considering Zhao Xiuxuan's background, she immediately realized that the Daozang of Jinden cultivators was nothing to a disciple of a large sect like him, but for a cultivator from a small family like Zhao Xiuxuan, it was very difficult to find. Since it was such a small matter, Xiongqiulu hesitated for a moment, then threw a jade slip to Zhao Xiuxuan and said, "This is the method of refining your own life magic weapon that you want. Okay, let's leave it at that." As she said that, she closed her eyes with autumn water pupils, clearly wanting to see him off. Zhao Xiuxuan got what he wanted, and naturally he didn't want to stay any longer, so he bowed and said, "In that case, Zhao will take his leave." Zhao Xiuxuan walked out of Qingyan Palace, and the mist behind him gathered instantly, and the formation closed again. He didn't care, and urged the escape light to go down Qingyan Peak and return to the Taishan Qinghu Palace prepared for him by the Meng family. After setting up the formation, he couldn't wait to open the jade slip given by Xiongqiulu to investigate. Unexpectedly, he could really get the method of refining his life magic weapon from Xiongqiulu, which was also a pleasant surprise. An hour later, Zhao Xiuxuan's mind withdrew, and his eyes flashed. It turns out that refining the natal magic weapon is divided into 2 steps, namely refining the embryo and nurturing it. Refining the embryo, in fact, is to choose a suitable magic weapon. You can refine it yourself with a technique of refining tools, or you can have someone else refine it. It is no different from an ordinary magic weapon. However, if you refine it yourself, you can add some of the original spiritual energy of the golden elixir in the process of refining the magic weapon to make the refined magic weapon more handy. If refining the embryo lays the foundation for the natal magic weapon, which is also the lower limit of the magic weapon, then nurturing it determines the upper limit of the magic weapon, and is also the biggest difference between ordinary magic weapons and natal magic weapons. This step refers to putting the natal magic weapon into the golden elixir for nurturing, absorbing the original spiritual energy of the golden elixir, and over time, the power of the magic weapon can be improved. As the nurturing time gets longer, the various values activated by the natal magic weapon will also be higher. From this point of view, refining the natal magic weapon is not something too special. Zhao Xiuxuan was a little disappointed. If it were to be nurtured, the Zhuanlei Yun would still be lying in the golden elixir. Does this count as warming up? However, this embryo refining is a bit troublesome. According to his plan, he must want to refine the Black Thunder meteorite into his life magic weapon, but the Black Thunder meteorite, a natural treasure with 7 mysterious patterns, is too valuable. If he shakes it out, he is afraid of getting into trouble. If he doesn't do this, he can only refine the magic weapon himself. There is an advantage to refining the magic weapon by himself. The Jade Slip says that if you add some of the original spiritual energy of the golden elixir when refining the weapon, you can improve the control of the magic weapon and use it more easily. However, if you want to refine a magic weapon, you must be at least a 3rd level weapon refiner. I am just a layman in the field of weapon refining. Although I have the assistance of the skill panel, it is probably a bit difficult to go from knowing nothing to being able to refine a magic weapon. Thinking of this, Zhao Xiuxuan was a little entangled. After hesitating for a moment, he decided to put this matter aside and find a weapon refining technique first. If you refine the weapon yourself, in addition to the skill panel, there is another advantage, that is the treasure melting technique, which is also a magical skill to assist in refining the weapon. You can melt materials while refining the weapon, without worrying about waste. Moreover, speaking of it, this spell should also be considered a skill in the weapon refining technique. After all, refining the weapon requires melting the materials first. Zhao Xiuxuan put away the Jade Slip, calmed down, and stopped thinking about it. 2 days later, the Zhao family left Xianyu Mountain with a respectful farewell of the Meng family. As soon as they returned to Chishan, Zhao Xiuxuan asked the Gongsun sisters and Hu Yan'er to start searching for books on refining. The 3 women first took Zhao Xiuxuan's token to the Zhao family's Jinglao, but because the Zhao family did not have a weapon refiner, there was no similar Taoist collection in the family storehouse. Fortunately, the 3 women found a bunch of jade slips about refining in Chihuafeng and the surrounding market. Among them, some jade slips recorded the experience of refining, and some jade slips recorded the refining methods of various magic weapons. That's right, magic tools, and they are 1st level magic tools. With a background of Nanshan County, only these can be found in the market. Zhao Xiuxuan swept his sleeves, took them all away, and began to check them one by one. 10 days later, Zhao Xiuxuan poked his head out from a pile of jade slips. At this time, his expression was firm, as if he had made up his mind. The way of refining tools is not difficult for me. Although I have never touched it, with a skill panel, it is only a matter of time to enter the hall, reach the pinnacle, and become superb. After reading so many jade slips, I am not completely ignorant of refining tools. The most important thing in refining tools is the matching of refining materials. Each refining material has the fundamental 5 elements attribute. Just like refining pills, you need to find the best 5 elements to refine the effect you want. Without rich experience in refining tools, it is impossible to perfectly match materials, unless there are predecessors who help you explore the way and tell you what materials are needed to refine such a magic tool. This is actually the recipe in refining pills. If I want to refine a thunder-attributed natural treasure like the 9 thunder meteorites into a magic weapon, I must either find a refining method that includes thunder-attributed materials, or rely on my own comprehension. This is a little difficult, but it shouldn't be difficult for me. Zhao Xiuxuan has made up his mind to refine the Black Thunder meteorites into a magic weapon by himself, but he hasn't decided what kind of magic weapon to refine. The most suitable for me is definitely a sword-type magic weapon. After all, the sword cultivation method has the bonus of the twin sword intent. Therefore, I should start refining from a 1st level flying sword, preferably a flying sword with thunder attributes, and first improve my proficiency. When I upgrade to level 4, I will have rich experience in how to refine flying swords. Next, find some 3rd level materials to practice. If you can skillfully refine sword-type magic weapons, with a skill panel, it will be foolproof. After that, you can officially use the Black Thunder meteorites to refine real natal magic weapons. Just do it. After going through all the things he had to do, Zhao Xiuxuan found that his group in Huangyan County was also qualified to take on the task. First of all, an ancient sword sect like the Longayu sword sect must have the method of refining powerful sword-like magic weapons, or even magic treasures. If he could obtain them from them, he could save himself a lot of things. In addition, Huangyan County was also a hot Xiuxin County for refining weapons, and there were many more materials than in Nanshan County. Thinking of this, he immediately walked out of the cave, turned into light, found Zhao Lingcheng, greeted him, and said that he was going to Huangyan County. Zhao Lingchang knew about this a long time ago and was not surprised, but just reminded him to remember the golden elixir ceremony. As the patriarch, Zhao Xiuxuan listened to the recent events of the family again, and then left with a light. Huangyan County, Dushifang. A shop that is neither big nor small, with a plaque hanging at the door, with the 3 words "One Bao Shop" inscribed on it. The decoration in the shop is simple and generous, which makes people feel comfortable. Yellow wooden beams, green bamboo windows, and a half-person high red sandalwood counter. At this moment, 2 people were bargaining for a herb. Inside the counter was a middle-aged shopkeeper dressed in proper clothes, with a neutral face, a thin body, and a somewhat helpless expression. If Zhao Xiuxuan was there, he would be able to recognize that this person was Min Chun, who purchased the green locust stone and earth armor evil bone scorpion for him in Huangyan County. Outside the counter, an old cultivator with a hunchback was excited, spitting as he spoke. 10 spirit stones for it? Humph, shopkeeper Min, I heard that you have a very good reputation in East Street. I didn't expect you to be so blind. This is 50-year-old sand star grass, a top-grade spiritual medicine. If it's less than 20 spirit stones, I'll go to another store. The old man seemed to be very dissatisfied with the purchase price offered by Min Chun, thinking that the other party was deceiving him and deliberately suppressing his price. Min Chun was also helpless, but he opened the door to do business, and still said patiently, "My fellow Taoist, this is sand star grass, but it is not 50 years old. Look at the lines on the leaves. Sand star grass grows near the 9-star hill in the yellow sand plain. Every 10 years, a star spot will grow on the rhizome, so it is called sand star grass." The old cultivator who sold spiritual herbs was even more excited when he heard this, and said with an angry expression, "Since you know, why do you still say that my star sand grass is not old enough? Open your eyes and take a good look. I have 5-star spots, not just this one, but all of these." The old man took out several more sand star grass from the storage bag, and stretched the rhizomes in front of Min Chun, letting him take a good look. On the rhizomes of those sand star grasses, there were indeed star spots on the left and right, like a pile of gravel scattered. Min Chun saw this, his expression remained unchanged, he was busy packing up some things he had purchased behind the counter, and said without turning his head, "Fellow Taoist, I have been working in this poison sand shop for many years. If you want to use some means to forge the age of the sand star grass, I advise you to change to another shop. Whether the sand star grass is 10 or 30 years old, as long as a small piece of scale fragrant root is buried in its rhizome, it will attract sand ants under the yellow sand plain. After the sand ants eat the scale fragrant root, they will die within a quarter of an hour. Afterwards, the spiritual energy on their bodies will be absorbed by the rhizomes of the sand star grass. In less than half a year, lifelike star spots will grow on the rhizomes of the sand star grass." "Do you need me to continue?" Min Chun's words had just fallen, and a talisman rose from behind him, emitting a powerful spiritual energy from the talisman. 2nd-level talisman. The old cultivator who had just been arguing with reason immediately laughed a few times and said, "Misunderstanding, misunderstanding." Min Chun had seen many people like this. He held the 2nd-level golden arrow talisman in his hand and pointed outside the store. The old cultivator hurriedly bowed, straightened up and ran out of the store. "Hey, there are more and more people counterfeiting recently," Min Chun sighed, and then prepared to continue cleaning up. At this moment, several monks in yellow clothes with expressionless faces walked into the store. Min Chun was shocked, and when he saw the face of the first person and the gold patterns on his clothes clearly, his heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly stood up and said respectfully, "Lord Pei Jinwei, post it first and then modify it. Thank you for subscribing." Chapter 239 Sword Ball. In the Poison Sand Square, there are green guards, yellow guards, and gold guards. These are the levels of monks stationed by the Poison Sand sect for the management of the market. Green guards are the lowest level, usually served by the outer disciples of the Poison Sand Square. Most of them only need to be in the middle stage of key refining, and there are also a few late-stage key refining monks. Yellow guards are almost all late-stage key refining monks, and they are all inner disciples. Gold guards are the rarest, served by the foundation-building monks of the Poison Sand sect. There are 4 gold guards in the 4 streets of the outer city, the southeast, northwest, and northeast. There are 18 gold guards in the 18 squares of the inner city. Fei Chong is one of the 4 gold guards in the outer city, and he happens to be the gold guard in charge of East Street. In the Poison Sand Square, whether in the inner city or the outer city, the power of the gold guards is very large. Small shops with a little bit of insight and no big background will pay extra money to the gold guards every year. Of course, this money is not collected openly, but passed through the green guards, then to the yellow guards, and finally to the hands of the gold guards. Every time it circulates, some meat and fish will be left. Only by paying the New Year's money can this shop survive. Otherwise, they will arrange a few kingwei to sit in your shop every now and then, and the business will be gone for the whole day. Of course, even if you don't pay the New Year's money, it is impossible for the Jinwei to come to your shop in person. Seeing Huangwei in the outer city on weekdays is enough to make people feel turbulent. Min Chun always remembers the past when Wuni Lane was massacred and burned by Huangwei. There are now dozens of shops built on that land, and those burned gray bones have long been mixed with mud and trampled in the deep mud. If it weren't for Zhao Xiuxuan's help, he would have been dead long ago. This is also the beginning of his devotion to Zhao Xiuxuan. At this moment, even though Min Chun paid enough New Year's money last year, he was still unsure when he saw Fei Zhuang. Fei Jinwei is here, please take a seat quickly, I will make a pot of Baluahua for Master Jinwei. Fei Zhuang stood with his hands behind his back as soon as he entered the door, and glanced at the shop with sharp eyes. Forget about the tea. Are you the owner of this shop? Yes, I am a humble man, Min Chun, a casual cultivator, and my daughter. Min Chun wanted to explain himself first, but Fei Zhuang waved his hand impatiently and said, I don't care who you are. I want to ask you if you have been buying green locust stones here. Green locust stones. Min Chun's heart sank. He didn't understand why Jinwei was concerned about this matter. There must be something wrong when things are abnormal. This is also the truth he has understood over the years. However, he certainly couldn't lie. Some stall owners and casual cultivators in the outer city basically knew about his purchase of green locust stones. He could only bite the bullet and deal with it. This junior opened a shop and called it Wanbao shop. Whether it is spiritual herbs, minerals, or refining materials, I will buy them all, including green locust stones. Stop talking nonsense and hand over all the green locust stones. Fei Zhuang snorted coldly. As if he came here just for the green locust stones. This, Min Chun hesitated. He had collected quite a few green locust stones this year, but these were specially instructed by Zhao Xiuxuan. He was naturally unwilling to hand over all the green locust stones. However, if he did not hand them over, he would not be able to resist the anger of a golden guard. At this moment, even the smart Min Chun had to be entangled. However, Fei Zhuang did not give him much chance to think. Fei Zhuang's eyes flashed with a cold light, and he shouted, "Oh, you are quite courageous." Then, he moved his hand, and a beam of spiritual light hit Min Chun's waist without warning. Suddenly, Min Chun was hit by a wild bull, and with a clang, he slammed hard on the counter. The whole counter was knocked over. Min Chun was in so much pain that he felt like he was being pricked by needles when he breathed. Min Chun dared to be angry but dared not speak. Even though his face was pale, he just gritted his teeth to control the muscles on his face and said in a low voice, "I don't know how this junior has offended you, sir." Fei Zhuang looked disdainful. "It's ridiculous. You are just a small key refining cultivator. Do I need a reason to teach you a lesson?" The other Wang Wei also laughed. Hearing these people's ridicule, Min Chun could only swallow his broken teeth even though he was unwilling. "Why are you still lying on the ground? Why don't you take out the things that Master Fei wants?" One of the Wang Wei stepped forward with a fist, and was about to show off in front of Fei Zhuang. However, the next second, a terrible divine thought came down, like a mountain pressing down on everyone, pressing them to the ground. All the laughter stopped abruptly and turned into wailing. Puff, Fei Zhuang was the worst. He fell to the ground with a bang, and spit out a mouthful of blood with broken teeth in his mouth. Crackling, that was the friction sound of his bones being squeezed. Fei Zhuang was indeed a golden guard in the foundation building period. His vision was higher than others. He immediately realized that it was a golden elixir cultivator who made the move. He said in great fear, "Up, senior, spare my life." The answer to him was a cold snort that made his soul feel like a strong wind blowing. HMPH, just when Fei Zhuang hadn't figured out the situation. Another terrifying divine thought in the Poison Sand Square instantly swept through the market, shocking the cultivators in the entire market. Golden Elixir Cultivator. It's the ancestor of the Poison Sand sect, Senior Wang Fengzi, The only golden elixir cultivator in the entire Poison Sand Square was the ancestor of the Poison Sand sect, Wang Fengzi. Just when everyone was still confused about why the reclusive ancestor of the Poison Sand sect suddenly released divine thoughts, a voice as loud as a bell rang in the market. Which Taoist friend is visiting my Poison Sand Square? Please come to Zion Tower for a chat. This voice seemed to penetrate layers of barriers and had an endless ending. What? The Poison Sand sect's patriarch invited others to the Purple Cloud Tower. Could it be that he was also inviting a giant and senior? Of course it was a giant and cultivator, otherwise why would senior Wang Fengzi personally come out to invite him? The cultivators in the market were curious, and they stretched their necks to look around, wanting to know what was going on. As soon as the Poison Sand sect's patriarch finished speaking, a voice that was neither hurried nor slow also sounded. Dao, wait a moment, I'll talk to you later after I take care of some small matters. In the shop, Fei Zhuang's face was distorted, and he couldn't help but scream in pain. Senior, spare my life, I don't know where I offended you, please spare my life. Just as he was begging for mercy, a voice said above his head, I ask you to answer, why do you want to collect green locust stones? Fei Zhuang lay on the ground like a dead dog, unable to see the face of the person who came, but even if he could stand up at this time, he could only lie down in front of the giant and cultivator. Senior, this is what Guan Dao of Longayu Sword Sect asked me to collect. I just heard that one key shop has been buying green locust stones, so I came to buy some. Senior, please spare me, this matter has nothing to do with me. Oh, as a golden guard of Deshifang, you came to buy it in person. Hearing the shadow of Longayu Sword Sect, Zhao Xiuxuan probably had some ideas in his mind. He thought that Longayu Sword Sect might have completed the green locust sword formation, and someone had already set their eyes on the green locust stone. However, this is not the point. As a foundation-building cultivator, if this person just wanted to collect green locust stones, there is no need for him to come in person. Moreover, he injured Min Chun without saying anything clearly, which obviously had another hidden reason. Fei Zhuang did not dare to hide it anymore, and replied with pain and anger, it was done by Guan. He wanted me to teach the owner of this shop a lesson. From what Guan said, it seemed that the daughter of this shop owner had offended him in Longayu Sword Sect. Min Yun hearing the news about his daughter, Min Chun did not care about his injuries and got up from the ground with difficulty. When he got up, he saw Zhao Xiuxuan. He was shocked and his mouth was so long that a fist could be stuffed in. Senior Zhao. Is it Senior Zhao? He could not believe it. How could the giant and cultivator in front of him be Zhao Xiuxuan? However, if it was not Zhao Xiuxuan, how could he help and ask about the green locust stone? In the past 2 years, their resources were sent directly to Chishan, so they knew that Zhang Zhuan was actually named Zhao Xiuxuan and was the patriarch of the Zhao family in Chishan, Nanshan County. Zhao Xiuxuan nodded slightly, did not answer, but turned back to look outside the store. A thin, skinny, black-faced old man in yellow clothes stood at the door of the store, looking at him calmly. Dao, I don't know why my disciple offended you. Can you spare his life for my sake? It turned out that this person was Wang Fengzi, the ancestor of the Dusha sect who had just spoken. Fei Zhuang knew from the voice that it was his ancestor who came in person, and cried out miserably, Ancestor, save me. He looked extremely aggrieved, which not only made Wang Fengzi frown. Noisy Zhao Xiuxuan stopped talking nonsense, and with a move of his mind, he pressed hard. Crack, crack, with a sound like frying beans, Fei Zhuang's dantian was shattered, and his bones were crushed into powder by his mind. With a cry of awe, he turned into a pool of flesh and blood and died. Zhao Xiuxuan did not kill them all, and let the other Wang guards go. The remaining Wang Wei who escaped the disaster were smarter. They knelt on the ground again and expressed their gratitude to Zhao Xiuxuan. Thank you for not killing me. Then they respectfully saluted the old man in yellow and called him Grandmaster. Wang Fengzi didn't even look at them, but frowned and asked Zhao Xiuxuan, Fellow Taoist, you are so brutal. Why did my disciples offend you that you had to fight like this? If you don't explain clearly, don't blame me for being rude. Although Wang Fengzi asked for an explanation, he ignored the rag on the ground, as if he didn't care at all. Zhao Xiuxuan smiled and said nonchalantly, when I was not yet in the giant stage, I left a business here. This guy made trouble in my shop, so I naturally had to punish him. However, Zhao had just entered the giant stage not long ago, and his mind control was unfamiliar, so he was a little heavy-handed. Wang Fengzi frowned, staring at Zhao Xiuxuan, wondering in his heart, he is actually a cultivator who has just formed a giant. Strange, how can he have such a powerful mind? He thought for a moment, pulled his lips, and pulled out a fake smile. In this case, it is my Dusha sect that is not strict in discipline, and it is none of your business. This is not a place to talk. How about you follow me to Xian Tower to have a chat? Zhao Xiuxuan nodded and said, okay then. He sent a voice message to Min Chun, who was already full of disbelief, and threw him a bottle of healing pills, and then left with Wang Fengzi. Xian Tower and King Hao Tower are one tall and one short. King Hao building is where the Dushifeng auction was held. Zhao Xiuxuan participated in the auction to buy the second-level formation for the Red Firefang. He not only won the second-level formation Qingling Huanayu formation, but also obtained the ancient sword formation King Huang sword formation from Master Zhang through cheating on the skill panel. The two of them fled to the highest point of the Purple Cloud building. The view here is wide, overlooking the entire poison sandfang with streets crisscrossing, and the endless wind and sand of the yellow sand plain. There is a temple on the top of the Purple Cloud building, which is Wang Fengzi's cave residence. Dao, please. Wang Fengzi warmly greeted Zhao Xiuxuan to enter the temple. On Zhao Xiuxuan's side, the green snake eyes were used first. After checking and seeing that there was nothing unusual, he followed Wang Fengzi into it without hesitation. Unlike the magnificent Purple Cloud building, the temple is very simple, with an alchemy furnace, a cushion, and a pile of herb shelves, on which various rare spiritual herbs were placed. The colors are different, red, orange, yellow, green, and so on, and each one is full of spiritual energy. I don't know where the Yaoshan Gate is, and what is the purpose of coming to this poison sand shop this time. The two sat down, and Wang Fengzi asked Zhao Xiuxuan directly about his origins. Zhao Xiuxuan did not hide anything and said bluntly, Zhao is a cultivator from Nanshan County. This time I came to Huangyan County to do some small things. As I just said, before I formed the pill, I set up some small businesses in Wang Daoyao's poison sand shop, so I came to take a look. Oh, I thought Daoyao was joking, but I didn't expect that the shop was really Daoyao's business. Zhao Xiuxuan nodded. He really didn't lie. Although Min Chun's Wanbao shop was small, it was actually the Zhao family's business. In the past 2 years, Min Chun opened several shops in Huangyan County with several fellow apprentices, all of which were instructed by the Zhao family. It is mainly used as a resource collection point for the Zhao family in Huangyan County. Some unique spiritual herbs and refining materials in Huangyan County are continuously transported to Chehuifang through the caravans of their brothers and sisters, which has added a lot of popularity to Chehuifang. For example, the golden sands in the Huangsha plain of Huangyan County is a top-grade refining material, which is deeply loved by the monks in Nanshan County. The Zhao family puts it in their own store, which also drives other businesses. Since it is Daoyao Zhao's business, then I will make the decision. I will give Daoyao Zhao a good store in the poison sand shop as a little gift from me. Wang Fengzi took out a J token from his storage bag. Daoyao just need to let the servant take this token to the shop office, and the rest of the store matters will naturally be handled by someone. The rent will still be paid according to the current rent. How about it? It can be regarded as a little compensation for my poison sand sect's lax discipline and the impact on Daoyao. Zhao Xiuxuan naturally accepted the benefits that were delivered to his door. Putting the token on his waist, he bowed and smiled. Thank you very much, fellow Taoist. Afterwards, the two chatted casually for a while. During this time, Wang Fengzi intentionally or unintentionally asked why Zhao Xiuxuan's spiritual power was so powerful and how many black pattern golden pills were formed, but Zhao Xiuxuan changed the subject and perfunctorily passed it over. He just said that he practiced a method to increase spiritual power, so it had such an effect. Wang Fengzi did not ask more. Instead, Zhao Xiuxuan took the initiative and asked around, asking where there was a method to refine powerful sword-like magic weapons. Wang Fengzi said without hesitation, in terms of sword cultivation methods, the best in Yan State is Huangyan County, and the best in Huangyan County are Longgayu Sword Sect and Bei Sword Sect. These two are inherited from the ancient Sword Sect, but when it comes to the method of refining sword-like magic weapons, we have to mention another sect. Another sect, Zhao Xiuxuan echoed curiously. That's right. This sect is the Yangshan Sword Sect, named after its expertise in refining Yangshan sword pills. Not only is it easy to refine, but it is also incredibly powerful and as fast as thunder. Sword pills. Zhao Xiuxuan's heart moved, and he vaguely felt that the magic weapon he wanted to refine should be the sword pill. Thank you for subscribing. Because of the recommendation, there are many new readers and many new interactions. They are all my parents, thank you. Chapter 240 Soul Search. Yangshan sword pills are often made from materials with a single attribute. They are as strong as pills. When activated, the sword energy condenses into shape, which is very convenient, Wang Fengzi said as he took out a red pill the size of a baby's fist from his storage bag. The red pill floated in Wang Fengzi's palm, sinking and floating as he input his magic power. It illuminated Wang Fengzi's dark blue face red. Dao, please look, this is the ancient sword pill. Wang Fengzi actually has this sword pill magic weapon himself. Zhao Xiuxuan couldn't help but look at it for a moment. He saw that the pill was made of unknown materials, and it was filled with a violent fire spirit, like a bomb full of gunpowder. Because there were cultivators present, Wang Fengzi did not activate the sword pill to avoid misunderstanding. However, from Wang Fengzi's introduction, he knew that the method of activating this magic weapon was no different from other sword magic weapons. It was simple to refine and had amazing power, which made Zhao Xiuxuan a little tempted. Fellow Taoist Wang, I wonder where I can find the method to make this sword pill, he asked the most important question. No matter how good something is, it is meaningless if you don't know how to make it. As soon as he said this, Wang Fengzi's face flashed with surprise. Oh, fellow Taoist, you want to refine the sword pill by yourself, but that is quite difficult. The method of refining the sword pill is the secret of Yangshan sect. If fellow Taoist wants to buy the sword pill, I can make a deal with you for the sword pill in my hand. As for the method of refining the sword pill, I can't do anything about it. Zhao Xiuxuan's heart moved, and he asked calmly, Zhao is indeed looking for a way to refine a magic weapon, but I am also interested in fellow Taoist's sword pill. How do you trade it? Wang Fengzi smiled and said, according to the grade, this sword pill is a mid-grade magic weapon. I am not a sword cultivator. I got it by chance, and it is covered in dust in my hands. If fellow Taoist has any top-grade third-grade spiritual herbs, you can take this sword pill. Of course, if fellow Taoist does not have this thing, it can be converted into spiritual stones. Zhao Xiuxuan pondered for a moment, and found out with embarrassment that he did not know the market price of third-grade spiritual herbs at all. Excuse me, fellow Taoist, how much is this top-grade third-grade spiritual herb in terms of spiritual stones? Wang Fengzi glanced at Zhao Xiuxuan and confirmed that he was indeed a cultivator who had just broken through the golden elixir stage and didn't even know the price of the third-grade spiritual herb. Top-grade third-grade spiritual herb, no matter what kind of spiritual herb it is worth about 70 middle-grade spiritual stones. 70 middle-grade spiritual stones, that's 70,000 low-grade spiritual stones. Zhao Xiuxuan couldn't help but smack his lips in his heart. Wang Fengzi really dared to ask? A sword pill magic weapon actually cost 70,000 spiritual stones. This was also the first time Zhao Xiuxuan heard the price of a magic weapon, and he was a little shocked. Wang Fengzi seemed to be used to this, and laughed. Dao has just entered the Jinden stage, so it is normal that you don't understand these things. The cost of various spirit stones in the Jinden stage is far from that of the foundation building stage. Take this magic weapon for example. A low-grade magic weapon costs at least 30 medium-grade spirit stones, a medium-grade magic weapon costs 70 medium-grade spirit stones, which is not too much, and a high-grade magic weapon costs more than 150 medium-grade spirit stones. As for the best magic weapon, it is priceless. It rarely appears. Once the news of a top-grade magic weapon appears somewhere, the Jinden cultivators of the entire Yan state will rush to fight for it. As for the spirit herbs, the price of low-grade spirit herbs is about 10 medium-grade spirit stones, medium-grade spirit herbs are 20 spirit stones, high-grade spirit herbs are 30 spirit stones, and top-grade spirit herbs are 70 spirit stones. Wang Fengzi patiently supplemented Zhao Xiuxuan with knowledge about the prices of goods in the Jinden stage. Zhao Xiuxuan wrote down these things he lacked the most without missing a word, and he had a rough idea in his mind. Fellow Taoist Wang, it is said that there are only 3,000 Jinden cultivators in the whole Yan state. How do they trade treasures on weekdays? Is there a special market for Jinden cultivators, or an auction? Old guys like us usually practice in seclusion. We only go out to look for something when we really need it. In addition, there are few Jinden cultivators, so there are rarely any trading places that exist all the time. However, Every 10 years, someone will organize a trade fair, and everyone can get what they need. I didn't participate in the last trade fair, and the next one will be in 7 years. Since fellow Taoist is not interested in the sword pill, forget it. Wang Fengzi saw that Zhao Xiuxuan did not seem to have any intention of buying the sword pill, so he put it away as if nothing had happened. Zhao Xiuxuan cupped his hands and continued, I have nothing, neither the best spiritual herbs nor so many spiritual stones, so I don't think I have a chance to get this treasure. He brought 100,000 spiritual stones with him when he went out this time, but it was obviously a bit reluctant for him to use 70,000 spiritual stones to buy this treasure. It's okay, fellow Taoist has lofty ambitions. I think you can find a way to refine this treasure on this trip. Wang Fengzi waved his sleeves and didn't care. The two chatted casually for a while, and Zhao Xiuxuan said goodbye. Poison Sand Shop, Wanbao Shop. Min Chun sat behind the counter in a daze, his face changing, and I don't know what he was thinking. At this moment, a figure walked into the store, and Min Chun stood up reflexively like a frightened bird. When he saw the person coming, his face was overjoyed. Senior Zhao, you are back. The ancestors of the Poison Sand sect didn't make things difficult for you. It turned out that he had been worried about Zhao Xiuxuan. Killing the disciples of the Poison Sand sect in front of the ancestors on the territory of the Poison Sand sect was somewhat disrespectful to the ancestors of the Poison Sand sect. All the cultivators who make a living in the Poison Sand shop know that the ancestors of the Poison Sand sect have been famous for a long time and are very famous. Although they have not been out for so many years, they are still the sky of this Poison Sand shop. After Min Chun recovered from the shock of Zhao Xiuxuan's formation of the golden elixir, he began to worry whether Zhao Xiuxuan would be retaliated by him, which made him feel uneasy. Zhao Xiuxuan had saved his life twice, not only saving him, but also saving his whole family. If it weren't for Zhao Xiuxuan, their whole family would have died at the hands of the troublemakers of the Longayu sword sect. It was Zhao Xiuxuan's help that allowed them to survive. Not only that, Min Yun also became a disciple of the Yue Fairy of the Longayu sword sect. How could he not be grateful? Zhao Xiuxuan saw that he didn't look fake, and nodded secretly in his heart. Senior Zhao, please come in. Min Chun invited Zhao Xiuxuan to sit down in the store. He had already closed the store, so no one would disturb him. Senior Zhao, please have some tea. This is the top-grade Baluahua spiritual tea that we just harvested. It was supposed to be sent to Chishan by the end of the year. Seeing Min Chun busying around and looking at a loss, Zhao Xiuxuan smiled kindly and motioned him to sit down. Only then did he sit down and talk. Zhao Xiuxuan asked him, you also heard what that person said today. Why did the people from the Longayu sword sect let someone teach you a lesson? Do you know the reason? When Min Chun saw him asking about this, his face was suddenly filled with worry again. Senior, I really don't know about this. Yuner has received a letter from a spirit pigeon this year, but she didn't say that she had offended anyone in the Longayu sword sect. However, Yuner did mention before that there are 9 sects in the Longayu sword sect, and there are countless open and secret struggles between each sect. I don't know if this is the reason. After saying this, Min Chun stood up and bowed to Zhao Xiuxuan to apologize. Because of a small personal matter, such a big disaster has been caused. Min Chun deserves to die. Zhao Xiuxuan frowned, waved his hand, and a stream of spiritual energy pressed Min Chun to the chair. It's not your fault for this. Although Min Chun's cultivation is too low, he still has some brains in business and can be used. Such a small matter, he naturally won't take it to heart. Moreover, as the saying goes, when you are sleepy, you get a pillow. Zhao Xiuxuan suddenly thought that he was thinking about what excuse to use to go to the Longayu sword sect to search for methods to refine sword-type magic weapons, and his cultivator surnamed Guan came to his door. Isn't it just right to use him as a scapegoat? Thinking of this, Zhao Xiuxuan threw the token given by Wang Fengzi to Min Chun and said, this token was given by the ancestor of the Poison Sand sect. You can choose a good store with this token at the Fengzi. Min Chun hurriedly put the token away carefully. I have heard of this token. I heard that it is an extremely rare item of the Poison Sand sect. It is rarely issued to the public, not to mention that it was given to you by the ancestor of the Poison Sand sect himself. I think the ancestor of the Poison Sand sect must value you very much. Zhao Xiuxuan did not comment on this, but just said you can handle the rest yourself and then left. Min Chun hurriedly presented a storage bag and a spirit beast bag that he had prepared long ago and said, Senior Zhao, these are the 20 green locust stones collected in the past 2 months. and a dozen earth-armored evil-bone scorpions. Zhao Xiuxuan nodded, waved his sleeves to collect the 2 items, and walked out of the Wanbao shop. Outside the poison sand shop, there was a wilderness with corpses exposed. Various fragmented bones poked out from the gravel and loess, and the whole wilderness looked particularly gloomy. If it were an ordinary person, he would definitely take a detour, but Zhao Xiuxuan did the opposite. Seeing that there was no one around, the escape light fell straight down. Zhao Xiuxuan found a huge stone slab and sat cross-legged. The wind and sand blew on his body, blocked by the spiritual energy shield. Just like that, Zhao Xiuxuan patted the storage bag, and a ball of flickering ghost fire flew out of the storage bag. In this ghost fire, it seems that a fetus can be seen, and a distorted face is looming. "Spare my life." The mouth of this face opened and closed, as if mumbling words of begging for mercy. If Min Shun was here, he would be able to see at a glance that this face was Fei Zhang, who was killed by Zhao Xiuxuan's mind. What was pinched between Zhao Xiuxuan's fingers was Fei Zhang's soul. After Zhao Xiuxuan learned that Fei Zhang had someone from the Longyou sword sect behind him, he kept a trick up his sleeve. He wrapped up Fei Zhang with his soul power and held his weak soul in his hand, which came in handy at this moment. The soul power of a giant and cultivator can perform a magical power, which is soul search. The soul searcher actually searches for memories. The soul search method is not a magic spell. You don't need to learn it specially. You just need to infiltrate the soul power into the opponent's soul and absorb the memory inside. If the person whose soul is being searched is polite, they can live in peace. If they are a little rough, the soul will be shredded like a paper shredder under the soul search. Therefore, when a cultivator faces the soul search technique, he can only wag his tail and beg for mercy, and his life and death depend on the mood of the caster. For Fei Zhang, who is only a group of broken souls left, there is no need to consider this matter. I am going to Longyou sword sect this time. This one is my sword. In order to have a legitimate reason, I must at least know the name of this monk surnamed Guan. Zhao Xiuxuan looked up at the group of incomplete souls that were still begging for mercy. There was no fluctuation in his heart. A stream of extremely pure soul power shot out from the mud pail and drilled into Fei Zhang's incomplete soul, and began to investigate in a formal manner. In order to prevent the incomplete soul, which was already a candle in the wind, from dissipating early, Zhao Xiuxuan was quite polite in his investigation. Even so, Fei Zhang's face, which was already distorted by the soul fire, was even more painful. As Zhao Xiuxuan's soul power penetrated little by little, scenes that seemed like illusions appeared in front of him like a horse-drawn tour. These were all Fei Zhang's memories. Zhao Xiuxuan carefully investigated them and looked for the figure of the monk surnamed Guan. Soul search is a method that consumes a lot of soul power, which is the same for both the caster and the cast. If one is not careful, even the caster will suffer soul damage. There was such an example in the world of immortal cultivation. After 2 cultivators fought to determine the winner began to search the loser's soul in order to find the location of the treasure. As a result, although the loser was seriously injured, his soul power was extremely tenacious. Not only was his soul not broken, but the caster suffered the consequences, causing the caster's soul to be frustrated. As a result, the original loser took this opportunity to sneak attack and kill the caster. It can be seen that although soul searching is good, the risks are not small. Fortunately, Zhao Xiuxuan's soul power is extraordinary, and he did not feel any discomfort during the entire soul-searching process. Of course, it is unlikely that a giant and cultivator will go wrong when searching the soul of a foundation-building cultivator. About half an hour, Zhao Xiuxuan finally found what he wanted. A smile appeared on his original expressionless face. Guanfu, a cultivator in the middle stage of foundation building, met him in the market because of a spiritual herb. A few days ago, he asked Fei Zhang to find an opportunity to deal with Min Shun, and specifically asked for the large amount of green locust stones in Min Shun's hands. After learning all this, Zhao Xiuxuan crushed the last bit of Fei Zhang's soul, turned into purple thunder light, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Longyou Mountain. The scorching sun hangs high. On the top of Songyan Peak, green pines are like waves. A female cultivator in a sword robe is sitting cross-legged. The sword robe is as white as snow and spotless. The female cultivator wearing it is also very beautiful, with a jade nose, black eyebrows, red lips, and even a pair of ears are exquisite. This woman is Yu Yao. In front of her, a green flying sword is suspended. The sword body is narrow and long, with a green light. and Yu Yao's body, as if echoing each other. A series of green lights penetrate her body and penetrate into the flying sword. The flying sword has the green light, which seems to be sharper and more powerful. Just when she was getting into the groove of her cultivation, she suddenly opened her eyes and looked towards the outside of the mountain. At this moment, not only her, but tens of thousands of cultivators from the Longyou sword sect were all looking in the same direction with doubts on their faces. What is that? Why do I feel a suffocating breath sweeping in from over there? At the same time, on the top of the main peak of Longyou Mountain, surrounded by colorful clouds and mist, a beautiful woman who was even more beautiful than Yu Wei turned into a moon-white light and soared into the sky, floating on the top of Longyou Mountain. Her eyebrows were slightly frowned, and she was also looking somewhere, with a little confusion on her face. Thanks for subscribing. Chapter 241 Thunderclouds over the mountain. There is a sword valley in Longyou Mountain, with rugged rocks that look like giant swords. The rocks are scarred and covered with cracks, which seem to be traces of people using swords over the years. This is the favorite gathering place for Longyou Sword School disciples, who often come here to test their swords when they have made some progress in sword cultivation. At this time, in front of a rock that is more than 10 feet high and as wide as a cliff, two figures are flying up and down with swords. Looking closely, there are two people, a man and a woman. The female cultivator has a pretty face, is lovely, and has a firm look. The male cultivator has a knot on his head, his face is cold, and his eyes are aggressive. The flying swords of the two people clanged and collided with each other, stirring up a burst of sword energy. The two people's moves were not fierce, but they were hidden with some murderous intent. It seems that the two are fighting a duel, and then fighting for life and death. In addition, there are several Longyou Sword School disciples wearing sword robes who are gathered together and pointing. They seem to be spectators. The two fought for a while, and the male cultivator's eyes turned cold. The sword moves in his hand suddenly changed, and a green sword energy hit the female cultivator's back at a tricky angle, like an antelope hanging on the horns. Bang! With a sound of metal colliding, a broken talisman fell from the female cultivator's back, and the spiritual energy was gone. At the same time, the female cultivator's figure was thrown out suddenly, and with a clang, it hit the rocks. Junior Sister Min, among the onlookers, a female cultivator who was closely watching the situation in the field exclaimed and hurried forward to check the situation. The female cultivator who was thrown out was Min Chun's daughter, Min Yun. Junior Sister Min, are you okay? Her companions helped her up. Min Yun's face was a little less bloody, and there was a thin layer of sweat on her forehead. Fortunately, her body was not seriously injured. Senior Sister Zhang, I'm fine. Fortunately, the iron armor talisman blocked it for me. Upon hearing this, Sister Jiang's pale face raised her eyebrows. She pointed at the male cultivator in the field and cursed without any image, this senior brother. We agreed that this was just a training exercise between fellow disciples. Why did you want to kill a junior sister? If it weren't for the iron armor talisman, she would have been seriously injured by that sword just now. The 9 Meridians competition is coming soon. If Min Yun is injured, how can she go up to compete? Is this the temperament of Yu Luo Xianfeng? The stern male cultivator who was pointed at and scolded had disdain in his eyes and sneered, who said that you can't kill during training between fellow disciples? Besides, the sword I just hit was just an ordinary change of moves. It was this junior sister who was not well trained and did not catch it. Even if she was injured, it can't be blamed on me. You? The female cultivator named Jiang was so angry when she saw his reckless look that her chest heaved and her beautiful eyes were burning with anger. Seeing that senior sister Jiang was defending her so much, Min Yun quickly comforted her. Senior sister Jiang, I'm fine. The female cultivator surnamed Jiang interrupted her and said, Junior sister, you are just too soft-hearted. Haven't you noticed that these people from Luo Xianfeng are frequently targeting you? It must be because you defeated the guy surnamed Guan from Luo Xianfeng in the qualifying round of the 9 Veins competition. I heard that the guy surnamed Guan is the nephew of Elder Guan from Luo Xianfeng. I think that Elder Guan is behind all these people doing this. However, it doesn't matter. We people from Daifang are not afraid of them. The female cultivator surnamed Jiang originally liked to speak up for justice and liked Min Yun, a junior sister from the same vein. Seeing that the people from Luo Xianfeng were frequently playing dirty tricks, she couldn't stand it any longer. Now she couldn't help but vent her anger and spoke without knowing the severity of the matter. Min Yun knew that it was serious, So she quickly grabbed the female cultivator surnamed Zhang, who was about to say something, and shook her head slightly and said, "Senior sister, don't say any more. It will be terrible if the elders hear it. As the saying goes, what you fear will come to you." Just when Min Yoon was just beginning to feel a little worried, a stern voice rang out from behind. "How dare you? You are actually making up stories about the elders behind their backs. Are these the disciples that the elders of Daiyu Peak teach?" The two of them were startled and looked back. They saw a middle-aged cultivator wearing a pale blue brocade robe, a royal blue belt around his waist, half-tied hair, and a beard suddenly appearing behind them. It was the Guanfu that the female cultivator surnamed Zhang had just mentioned, the elder Guan. Elder, although the female cultivator surnamed Zhang had just said it boldly, she was so frightened that her face turned pale and her voice trembled as she spoke. Guanfu glanced at the two women, and when he looked at Min Yoon, his eyes revealed an undisguised chill. Don't think that if you win the small selection competition by chance, you can get a good score in the big competition. Why waste that spot on a waste that was easily defeated by the same scholar exercise? The same scholar exercise was not actually a real fight, but a way for the disciples of the Longayu Sword School to familiarize themselves with the Longayu Sword School's sword style. This was a common exchange between disciples. Generally speaking, the moves performed by fellow disciples have rules and cannot deviate from the scope of the Longayu Sword School's sword moves. The disciple of Luo Shenfeng was originally a cultivator of the 7th level of key refining, while Min Yoon was only at the 6th level of key refining. Facing a junior sister with a lower cultivation level than her, she suddenly changed her moves, and Min Yoon was caught off guard, so she was knocked out. The female cultivator surnamed Zhang gritted her teeth and wanted to argue for Min Yoon, but Min Yoon pulled her sleeve tightly, signaling her not to say more. Seeing that the two did not talk back, Guanfu's face froze for a moment. He wanted to say a few more words, but because of his status, his face turned blue and red, so he had to snort at Min Yoon, flicked his sleeves and left. After he left, the disciple of Luo Shenfeng also sneered a few words, and then left. Huh? The two breathed a sigh of relief and smiled at each other. Immediately, the female cultivator surnamed Zhang frowned and said, "Junior sister Min, I see that Elder Guan seems to have a deep prejudice against you. I heard before that Elder Guan takes good care of his nephews and nieces and loves them very much. This time, the 9 Veins competition is also for the Earth Spirit Pale as a reward." Junior sister blocked him from the competition. "I'm afraid he holds a grudge against you. Although Elder Yu also thinks highly of you, Elder Yu has been in seclusion for many years. You should be careful in the future, and don't let Elder Guan catch you." Min Yu nodded, looking a little worried. It is naturally not a good thing to offend a foundation-building cultivator. Fortunately, she is Yu Yao's disciple, and Yu Yao has a good status in the Longayu Sword sect, and is at the same level as an elder. "Forget it, I'll try to stay away from him in the future," Min Yoon sighed inside in her heart. On the other side, Guanfu flew back to his cave with a cold face. He saw a frivolous white-faced man flirting with a seductively dressed female cultivator outside his cave, and his face suddenly darkened. Fortunately, the white-faced male cultivator seemed to respect Guanfu. When he saw him land on the sword, he quickly tidied his clothes, pushed the female cultivator away, and bowed his hands in a serious manner. "Uncle Guan, you are back." This person was Guanfu's nephew from the same clan, Guan Ren. The female cultivator was her Taoist partner who had been in love with her recently, and she also respectfully called him Elder Guan. Guanfu's face eased a little, but he still didn't look at the female cultivator who was twisting her waist. He just glanced at Guan Ren and said, "Come in with me." Then he opened the cave formation and walked in. Guan Ren pinched the perky buttocks of the female cultivator next to him, winked at her, and followed her into the cave. Inside the cave, as soon as he came in, Guan Ren hurriedly asked, "Uncle Guan, how is it? What is the background of that little bitch? Can we teach her a lesson?" The little bitch he scolded was naturally Min Yoon. Min Yoon defeated him in the selection competition, causing him to lose face in front of many fellow apprentices and injuries. He kept calling her a little bitch, which showed how much hatred he had for Min Yoon. This was also the reason why he had been begging Guanfu to teach Min Yoon a lesson for him. "Humph, Rainer, when can you change your temper? People who cultivate their mortals don't want to defeat others in cultivation, but have to do these crooked ways." Guanfu glared at him, looking angry at his lack of fighting spirit. He was already quite angry at his appearance. Seeing his angry face, Guan Ren took out a few spiritual herbs from his storage bag with a playful smile and handed them to him, saying, "Uncle Guan, wasn't it because I had some problems in my practice that I failed in the competition? I didn't expect that this woman would secretly attack me and take advantage of my misfortune. It's really insidious. By the way, Uncle Guan, these are a few hundred-year-old Astragalus membranaceus that I found for you in the market. It was not easy to get them. They can help you increase your spiritual awareness." Seeing his concerned look, Guan Ren wanted to curse a few words in his heart but couldn't bear to do so. In the end, he could only sigh and said, "Hey, if your father hadn't entrusted you to me before he died, I wouldn't have lowered my status to take care of your troubles. Forget it, I will only help you this last time. After this time, you should practice well in my cave and don't run around, understand?" Guan Ren nodded quickly and said, "I know, thank you Uncle Guan. Well, you are thoughtful." Guan Fu collected several Huangxuan key plants and placed them on the medicine cabinet in the cave. "Although Min Yun is your Uncle Yu's disciple, I have already inquired about her in the Poison Sands workshop. This girl's parents are only first-level key refining cultivators in the Poison Sands workshop. They opened a small shop in the market to buy some cultivation materials. They don't have any background. Moreover, I have arranged for someone to go to the shop to vent your anger. I think her family's business will not be able to be done. If you still feel unsatisfied, then practice hard and defeat her in future competitions. Don't do anything tricky at the mountain gate, understand?" Guan Fu was talking about the dirty tricks and the exercise of his fellow disciples today. Of course, he was not the one behind this. The one who did it was Guan Ren. When Guan Ren heard that Min Yun had no background, a sly smile flashed across his lips, which disappeared in an instant. He then said respectfully, Of course. He, with Uncle Guan here, even if he is Uncle Yu's disciple, what can he do to me, you kid? Hey, let's just leave it at that. You should practice well." Guan Fu knew that he was narrow-minded and must still have hatred in his heart, but he didn't want to care about him anymore. He waved his hand and signaled him to go down. However, in fact, Guan Fu was very arrogant in his heart. He often looked down on other elders who were also foundation-building cultivators in the sect. The two of them were birds of a feather in this regard. Although Guan Ren sometimes did things stupidly, it was very consistent with Guan Fu's style, otherwise he would not have helped to clean up so many butts. However, this time, he didn't know what kind of iron plate he kicked. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. A powerful divine thought rolled towards Longayu Mountain. "Well, what's going on?" Guan Ren suddenly rushed out of the cave and looked at the horizon. He saw a huge thundercloud rolling over. Both of them were stunned for a moment, their faces full of shock. Is it a giant cultivator? Why does he seem so angry? Oh no! Is he here to seek revenge in Longayu Mountain? Just when Guan Fu was still suspicious. In the thundercloud, a voice as cold as the abyss said with rolling thunder, "Guan Fu from Longayu Sword Sect, come out, Guan Guanbo. He seems to be looking for you." Guan Fu was stunned for a moment, and he didn't react to hearing his name. Then, after Guan Ren's reminder, his face changed drastically. "What's going on? This is a giant cultivator. A giant cultivator is looking for me." From the tone of the person, it was obvious that the person was not friendly. Guan Fu was confused. When did he offend the giant cultivator? At the same time, a beautiful female cultivator flew out of Longayu Mountain. It was the master of Longayu Sword Sect, Master Yi, who was in the middle stage of Jinden. Master Yi condensed a moon-white escape light around her body, and stood in front of the thundercloud. Seeing a strange figure in the thundercloud, her face was also a little surprised. She opened her red lips and asked in a sweet voice, "I wonder which Taoist friend is here." "I am Master Yi of Longayu Sword Sect." Zhao Xiuxuan saw the real master appear. And the golden elixir in his danchan turned, and all the thunderclouds were collected in the golden elixir. In order to get the upper hand, he made full preparations and urged out all the thunderclouds absorbed by the Black Thunder meteorite. In fact, these thunderclouds are good-looking but useless, but they are more than enough for show. His act of dispersing the thunderclouds with a wave of his sleeve surprised Master Yi. Zhao Xiuxuan bowed and said, "So it's Master Yi. It just so happens that I came here to ask Master Yi for someone. A disciple of your sect named Guan Fu conspired with others to disrupt my business and hurt Zhao's clansmen. I want to see who this Guan Fu is." Guan Fu, Master Yi frowned, with a little doubt on her beautiful face. "Dao Zhao, there must be some misunderstanding here. Guanfu is just a foundation-building cultivator in our sect. How dare he offend you? Zhao Xiuxuan didn't waste any words. He took out a jade slip and crushed it. The memory extracted from Fei Zhong's soul flashed before Shi Yi's eyes like a passing show. Among them, there was also the scene of Fei Zhong injuring Min Chun. The evidence is irrefutable. Master, do you have anything else to say? Zhao Xiuxuan's expression showed a little impatience. Shi Yi saw that it was indeed her own disciple who caused the trouble. She even caused a giant and cultivator to come to her house in person to ask for an explanation. Although she felt that Zhao Xiuxuan was making a fuss, she still swept her mind across the entire Longyao mountain and instantly locked onto Guanfu, who had a stiff face and didn't know what had happened. As the two giant and cultivators' minds attached to him, Guanfu suddenly felt like he was falling into an ice cave. His legs seemed to be filled with lead. He instinctively wanted to run but couldn't lift them up. Uncle Guan, didn't you say that the little bitch has no background? As for Guan Ren, he was completely frightened. His soul was out of his body, and his face was ashen. Although he was eccentric, he was not stupid. Just now Guanfu said that he had smashed someone's store, and this giant came to his door, and asked Guanfu by name, which obviously meant that something had gone wrong. You little beast. You are still talking nonsense. Guanfu saw that Guan Ren was still swearing, and he wanted to eat him alive. He swung out a palm and knocked Guan Ren out, and he fell hard to the ground, spitting blood all over the floor. Elder Guan, why don't you hurry up? Master's words sobered him up instantly. He didn't care about teaching Guan Ren a lesson, and immediately knelt on the ground, begging for mercy. Senior, spare my life. I didn't know that the shop was your property. I offended you, and I deserve death. Considering that cultivation is not easy, I hope you will spare my life. Although Guanfu was a cultivator in the middle stage of foundation building, he had no capital to bully in front of a giant and cultivator, and could only lie on the ground and wag his tail to beg for mercy. At this time, the entire Longyao mountain was also disturbed by Zhao Xiuxuan's sudden visit, and all the disciples watched the excitement. Seeing this, Master Yi bowed and said to Zhao Xiuxuan, Dao Yao, please allow me to entertain you well. How about we go to the cave to talk? Zhao Xiuxuan wanted to play the whole play. He glanced coldly at Guanfu who was kneeling on the ground, and then nodded and said, okay. Master Yi saw that Zhao Xiuxuan was not unreasonable, and his expression eased. He led the way in front, and the two turned into escape lights and landed in Longyao Mountain. At this time, there were two women with equal looks in the mountain. After seeing Zhao Xiuxuan's face clearly, their hearts were still churning. One was Yu Yao, and the other was Min Yun. The green sword energy in front of Yu Yao was floating up and down, showing that she was in a state of uncertainty. Min Yun stared blankly at the direction where Zhao Xiuxuan disappeared, with a look of surprise. Sister Zhang on the side pushed her strangely and said, why does junior sister Min look like this? Do you still know this giant and senior? Thanks for subscribing. Chapter 242 Xian'ai Sword Mountain. The Moon Sword Sect is a sect that can rank among the top in Huangyan County. As the only giant and master, Master Li is not the biggest reliance. Its greatest strength comes from the nearly 50 foundation-building sword cultivators. Outside Master Li's cave, there was a dense crowd of foundation-building cultivators, wearing lead sword robes, with different colors for different veins. And according to different status, the hems of their clothes were embroidered with different numbers of small swords. There were men and women, old and young, and everyone was solemn and dared not speak. In front of everyone was Guanfu, who was sweating profusely and bowed all the time. Although they kept silent on the surface due to the divine thoughts of the giant and cultivator, they were already cursing Guanfu in their hearts. It's over. Junior brother Guan has gotten into big trouble this time. He actually dared to order people to smash the shop of a giant and cultivator. He really doesn't know how to write the word death. Hey, I see that this Guan is always arrogant and unscrupulous. I guessed that he would cause trouble sooner or later and really seek death. Some people are happy and some are worried. The happy ones are naturally the fellow brothers who can't stand Guanfu's style. The worried ones are worried that Guanfu will bring trouble to the sect after all. If a giant and cultivator takes the opportunity to get angry, it may be difficult to calm down. In short, everyone's eyes are all fixed on the cave of their own master hidden in the clouds, and they are more or less worried. In the cave, Zhao Xiuxuan and Shi Yi sat opposite each other, with expressionless faces. The master, who was sitting cross-legged in front of him, was worthy of the name of a stunning beauty. She was wearing a fitted moon-white sword robe that set off her beautiful figure. Her black hair hung down to her chest. She had a bun on her head, and a small jade sword like a willow leaf was used as a hairpin to neatly gather her hair. The moon-white sword robe was spread on the ground, and she was radiant with moon-colored swords. Her every frown and smile was full of grace. Fellow Taoist Zhao, I already know the whole story of this matter. My disciple offended you because he didn't know that you were the owner of that store. It was also an unintentional mistake. The master's lips were plump and red, and her breath was as fragrant as orchid when she spoke, but her tone was gentle and neither cold nor indifferent. Although Zhao Xiuxuan had a point in mind, he made such a big fuss and came to Longyou Sword Sect to attack for a trivial matter. Obviously, he didn't take her seriously. Being ignored by a young cultivator who had just formed a golden core, even if Master Yi had a good temper, she was still a little angry. As the leader of the Longyou Sword Sect and a long-established golden core cultivator, she was also ranked among the best in Huangyan County. How could she not be a little arrogant? Zhao Xiuxuan's eyes flickered, and he easily saw through her thoughts. However, he came here to be a bad guy, so how could he show his weakness so easily? Of course, this was also because Zhao Xiuxuan was full of confidence. At such a close distance, if he wanted to take action, the power of his soul would suddenly burst out, which was several times faster than the speed of his mana. As long as he condensed the soul sword and cut it down, Master Yi would hardly be his opponent. Thinking of this, Zhao Xiuxuan snorted coldly and said, "Master, what you said is wrong. I have managed to run a small business with great difficulty, but someone wants to overturn my stall. If it were you, how could you not be angry? It was just a coincidence that I ran into this incident. Otherwise, my people would have been beaten to death. I am not unreasonable in doing things. This person has destroyed my cultivation. You, Longyou Sword Sect, should compensate Zhao for my losses, and the matter will be over." Master looked at Zhao Xiuxuan and asked the Longyou Sword Sect to compensate for the losses without changing her expression. She took a deep breath, her face was already a little unfriendly, and her willow eyebrows could not help but frown slightly. Isn't it a bit of an exaggeration for Brother Zhao to do this? After all, you are a senior, why are you so unreasonable? Humph, you are not merciful? Since you are polite, why should you be merciful? Zhao Xiuxuan was not polite either, tit for tat, not afraid at all. Shi stared at Zhao Xiuxuan with angry eyes. Her eyes flickered for a moment, and she shook her head slightly and said, "Guanfu is an elder of our sect and has practiced in our Longyou Sword Sect for decades. Daoiao wants to destroy a person's cultivation of more than 100 years with just one sentence. This is absolutely unacceptable. However, since Daoiao wants compensation, it is obvious that you have already calculated it in your mind. Then tell me." Shi naturally heard that Zhao Xiuxuan was not interested in the matter and obviously just wanted to make a fuss about it. Zhao Xiuxuan smiled indifferently and said, "Since you have offended me, I will naturally not let it go easily. Since Master Fairy wants to step forward in the name of the sect master, Zhao happens to be short of two things. Master Fairy may provide them. What does Daoiao want?" Shi was actually a little curious. What on earth did Zhao Xiuxuan go through so much trouble for? It's not an important matter. Zhao came to Huangyan County for these two reasons. First, Zhao needs a method to refine sword-type magic weapons. Second, it's about a sword formation, the method to refine sword-type magic weapons, the sword formation. Hearing Zhao Xiuxuan's lion-like mouth, Shi frowned even more tightly and said bluntly, "Daoiao have a big appetite, the method to refine magic weapons? Could it be that Daoiao has set his eyes on the sect secrets of my Longyou Sword Sect? Let's not talk about this for now. What is the sword formation you are talking about?" The method of refining the Yuho spirit sword of the Longyou Sword Sect is a secret method inherited from the founder of the sect, and it is also famous in the whole Huangyan County. Its core is actually a kind of moon gold deposit in Longyou Mountain. According to the amount of spiritual energy, it is divided into first-level moon gold mines, second-level moon gold mines, and even a small number of the most core places have third-level moon gold mines. The Longyou Sword Sect can refine 100 first-grade top-grade Yuhua spirit swords and 10 second-grade top-grade Yuhua spirit swords every year. As for the third-grade magic weapon, it has never been refined because of the scarcity of mineral deposits. Not to mention that this refining method is impossible to give to Zhao Xiuxuan. Even if it is given, he cannot refine it without the moon gold mine. Zhao Xiuxuan laughed strangely and said, Master Fairy is really interesting. You want to protect people and are unwilling to give things. Are you bullying me because I just entered the golden core? Zhao Xiuxuan's face flashed with anger, and his expression became a little cold, as if he was very dissatisfied with Master's behavior. However, after a moment, he shook his head and said, well, Zhao came here this time mainly for this formation. Oh, what kind of formation is it that makes Taoist friends so concerned? Master knew that Zhao Xiuxuan was finally going to tell the truth, and she felt relieved. Zhao Xiuxuan patted his storage bag. When he left the poison sand shop, Min Chun gathered 20 pieces of green locust stones like beads and placed them around him. Then, they were arranged in a mysterious way to form a formation. This scene greatly surprised Master Shi. She couldn't help but said with a change of expression, how can Dao know the green locust sword formation? That's right, what Zhao Xiuxuan displayed was the ancient sword formation, the green locust sword formation. Originally, the green locust sword formation was also a powerful means of his, but after entering the golden core, the green locust stones could no longer withstand his sword intent. This was the same as his green spirit sword. The sword intent was condensed, but there was no carrier, so his strongest killing move, the sword energy, was actually useless. He was really depressed, so he thought about finding a suitable sword refining method as soon as possible to make up for his own shortcomings. In addition, if he could find a suitable substitute to let him rebuild the green locust sword formation, it would also be a significant improvement in his strength. 10,000 swords are like locusts, crossing the river. When the green locusts pass through, all the immortals and gods descend. As an ancient sword formation with unparalleled killing power, the green locust sword formation is incredibly powerful. However, when Master Yi saw the green locust sword formation, the moon-white sword intent condensed all over her body, forming a moon-white mysterious sword phantom behind her, which seemed to be emitting moonlight, and there was a faint sword intent pointing at Zhao Xiuxuan. This is the manifestation of the sword intent of a sword cultivator. After practicing to a certain level, the sword intent takes shape. Ordinary cultivators will feel a tingling pain just by looking at it. Where did you get this green locust sword formation from? Master Yi looked at it coldly and asked again. Seeing this, Zhao Xiuxuan was not polite at all, and snorted coldly, Dao really underestimated my shallow cultivation. As he spoke, the sword intent around him surged, and a sword intent that even overwhelmed Master Yi suddenly emerged, like a raging sea pouring back, rumbling out of the ground. This is it, the shadow of the moon-white black sword behind Shi Yi, which was condensed by the sword intent, actually showed signs of being unable to resist. It trembled with a sound of metal clashing, as if it was extremely afraid of Zhao Xiuxuan's sword intent. Dao is also a sword cultivator. Shi Yi's face changed drastically, and she looked behind Zhao Xiuxuan. There seemed to be a long river flowing there, and in that long river, there was an aggressive sword intent. Who on earth is this person, who actually has such a huge sword intent? For some reason, Shi Yi's eyes suddenly flashed with a strange light, and her attitude changed 180 degrees. She saw her white and tender hands stroking her hair, and then she bowed and said, it turns out that Dao is also a sword cultivator. Seeing the power of Dao's sword intent is really jaw-dropping. But Dao, can you answer me, where did the green locust sword formation come from? Although Zhao Xiuxuan didn't know why this woman's attitude changed drastically, he didn't think too much, and simply told the story of checking the fragments of the green locust sword formation with Yu Wei and others. I also heard that Guan Fu had set his eyes on my green locust stone, so I guessed that the Longayu sword sect also repaired this formation. As the inheritance of the ancient sword sect, the Longayu sword sect must have a better way to replace the green locust stone. It turns out that fellow Taoist actually knows my disciple. Yu Yao did get the green locust sword formation fragments after the auction. Later, he studied with a formation master for several years and finally repaired the sword formation. Taoist can do this with his own strength. I really admire it. Master Yi sighed, and then summoned Yu Yao directly with a communication talisman. When Yu Yao, who was also beautiful with a beautiful nose and black eyebrows, appeared in the cave, the pair of stunning master and disciple were even on par for a while. Zhang Zhuan. It's really you, Yu Yao blurted out, calling out Zhao Xiuxuan's former fake identity, and then realized that it was not right. His eyes flashed, and he bowed respectfully and said, no, I should call you Senior Zhang. Zhao Xiuxuan's attitude also improved a lot when he saw Yu Yao. Firstly, They were old friends. Secondly, Yu Yao had personally helped Min Yun deal with her affairs and even accepted her as his apprentice. Although it was a transaction, it was also a favor owed to her. However, when she heard the word Zhang Xuan, Shi Yu was a little confused. Zhao Xiuxuan explained and smiled as he greeted Yu Yao. Zhang Xuan is just a pseudonym of mine. Zhao is actually a cultivator from Nanshan County. Zhao Xiuxuan is my name. Fairy Yu, I haven't seen you for many years. I hope you are well. Yu Yao couldn't help but smile bitterly when she heard that the name she had kept in mind was a pseudonym. However, there were many people in the world of cultivating immortals who used fake identities, so it was nothing strange. Thanks to Senior Zhao's guidance, Yu Yao's sword cultivation has improved a lot. The guidance Yu Yao was talking about was that Zhao Xiuxuan used his own understanding of the true explanation of the sword Dao in exchange for settling the difficulties that Min Yun encountered in the Longayu sword sect. After hearing this, Shi Yu was even more surprised. I was wondering why Yao's sword power has grown so rapidly over the years. It turns out that it is the credit of Dao Yao. Since Yao's sword power has grown, her cultivation has also come naturally and she has cultivated rapidly. Yes, Master, I have been indebted to Senior Zhao for these years. Yu Yao was also generous in her praise. Looking at the two women singing in unison, smiling and frowning, they were so beautiful and charming that Zhao Xiuxuan almost forgot that he came here in the name of bringing an army to question him. Ahem, Fairy Master, how about the green locust stone? Seeing that Zhao Xiuxuan had gotten to the point, Master Yi pondered for a moment before continuing. Originally, I thought that you knew about the green locust sword formation only after you seized the spirits of our disciples, so I wanted to ask you for an explanation. However, since you repaired it yourself, it doesn't count as a conflict. Moreover, I see that your method of setting up the green locust sword formation seems to have hidden secrets, and is different from the green locust sword formation that we repaired, and is even better. Otherwise, since you lack a method to improve the sword formation materials, and our green locust sword formation still has some flaws, let's make a deal and exchange the method of setting up the green locust sword formation with each other, and I will also provide you with a method of refining green locust mysterious gold. What do you think? The green locust black gold is refined from the green locust stone, but its refining method is extremely complicated. It is difficult to get started without a method. Moreover, if you agree, I can also provide you with a great opportunity, which is the method of refining sword-type magic weapons, Shi Yi added. Green locust black gold. Zhao Xiuxuan was still hesitant when he heard about this thing, but when he heard the refining method of sword-type magic weapons mentioned later, he asked with interest, what do you mean? Shi Yi said slowly, since you are asking for the refining method of sword-type magic weapons, I think you must have asked about something, that is, the Yangshan sword pill of the Yangshan sword sect. Zhao Xiuxuan was stunned, and said calmly, could the opportunity you mentioned be related to the Yangshan sword pill of the Yangshan sword sect? Zhao Xiuxuan couldn't believe it in his heart. He learned about the power of the Yangshan sword pill from Wang Fengzi some time ago, and was very interested. He didn't expect to hear about this thing again. Wang Fengzi had said before that the method of refining the Yangshan sword pill was a secret technique of the Yangshan sword sect and was not easily available. He had wanted to try to see if there were other refining methods from the Longayu sword sect first, and then look for an opportunity to see if he could get the Yangshan sword pill. This was a double plan. Shi Yi saw that although Zhao Xiuxuan tried his best to conceal it, she still saw the flash of his eyes just now, so she said slowly, yes, the opportunity I mentioned is related to this Yangshan sword pill. In fact, Yangshan sword sect and my Longayu sword sect and Bei sword sect are all inherited from the same ancient sword sect, which is the legendary Xianai sword mountain. The opportunity I mentioned is a relic of Xianai sword mountain. As far as I know, there is a method of refining sword pills in the ruins, called Xianai sword pill. It is the real signature skill of Xianai sword mountain. Compared with it, Yangshan sword pill of Yangshan sword sect is just learning its superficial knowledge and mastering one or two mysteries. In addition to Xianai sword pill, there are many treasures of ancient sword sects in this relic. I wonder if you are interested in exploring it. Shi Yi's eyebrows were stretched, and a heart-pounding smile appeared on her face. Thanks for subscribing. Chapter 243, Do you want to be my Taoist partner? A few days later, at the Longayu sword sect, Jianshi Mountain. The sun was blazing in the sky, and the sky was clear. A group of moon-white sword ki with flames on their tails suddenly rose from the ground. Swish, 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 the whole Jianxi mountain was filled with a sound of swords passing by like a swarm of locusts. Thousands of sword ki suddenly spun in the air, suddenly shot out, suddenly turned around, and suddenly stopped. This scene was like a school of fish at the bottom of the sea, agile and elegant. Bang, bang, bang. Finally, all the sword ki fell into the eye of the ground formation, melted into the ground, and disappeared. On the ground, several monks were standing in front of the formation and talking freely. Xiyu put away her spell and said in surprise, "I didn't expect that this green locust sword formation could have such changes. Fellow Taoist Zhao could actually evolve this ancient sword formation to this point. It is really rare. Fellow Taoist's talent in swordsmanship is something I have never heard of or seen before." At this point, Xiyu suddenly said something for no reason. "The inheritance of the ancient sword sect has declined. How about you practice in my moon-longing sword sect? If necessary, we can become Taoist partners." Seeing Xiyu's serious expression, Yu Yao and Zhao Xiuxuan were already stunned. "Ahem, fellow Taoist, don't joke." Zhao Xiuxuan glanced at Xiyu's impressive figure under her moon-white sword robe and coughed twice. Xiyu said seriously, "I'm not joking. Could it be that you already have a Taoist partner? If so, I advise you to reconsider. As long as you and I become Taoist partners, we will be the great elders of Longayu sword sect. We will practice swordsmanship together. Soon, the prestige of the ancient sword sect will be restored to the world." Now it was Zhao Xiuxuan's turn to be stunned. Yu Yao opened her mouth wide, as if she couldn't believe that her master said such a thing. "Master, what you said is really..." Zhao Xiuxuan couldn't help but ponder. To be honest, this Xiyu is unparalleled in talent and beauty. If they really become Taoist partners, Zhao Xiuxuan will naturally be happy. However, I don't know what purpose this Xiyu has. Although I have indeed shown my excellent sword intention and understanding of swordsmanship in the past few days, it is still a bit groundless to ask a giant and cultivator to surrender. This is also the main reason for Zhao Xiuxuan's hesitation. Facing the serious look on Master's face, Zhao Xiuxuan was speechless for a moment and could only evade by saying, "Let me consider what the fairy said. I have pointed out several problems in the fairy's green locust sword formation. I just don't know how to explore the ancient sword sect ruins that the fairy mentioned. If it is too dangerous, then forget it." Zhao, we'll find another way." Zhao Xiuxuan would not put himself in danger. If it was impossible, he would never risk his life for the so-called opportunity. Fellow Taoist Zhao is indeed cautious. "Don't worry. Fellow Taoist Bai Yunzi from Bei Sword Sect, fellow Taoist Qizing from Yangshan Sword Sect, and several other fellow sword cultivators have already explored the ruins of Xian'ai Sword Sect. The ruins are full of second-level small demon beasts and evil demons, and few of them can threaten you and me. However, there is a place covered by sword energy in the core area, which is the location of an ancient sword formation. The treasure light flashed in the sword formation, and there must be an invaluable treasure. Oh, in this case, why don't you break through the sword formation and seize the treasure inside?" Zhao Xiuxuan frowned and asked. Xiyu waved her hand, and the sword energy was retracted into the scabbard like a peacock feather. After doing this, she replied, "It's not that we don't want to, but that the sword formation is too mysterious. In short, you will know when you go there. However, if you are here, the sword formation should not be able to do anything to you." Zhao Xiuxuan saw that she didn't speak like a compliment, but rather a matter-of-fact look, and was confused for a while. Could it be that this girl saw that I can handle the sword formation, so she proposed to become a Taoist partner? However, since it's just a formation break, it shouldn't be a big problem. Thinking of this, Zhao Xiuxuan nodded and said, "In that case, I will go with Master Fairy to explore the depths of the ruins. However, Master Fairy knows where there are swords and magic weapons for sale. Before I set off, I need to buy a suitable magic weapon." Master Li stroked her long hair, thought for a moment, and said, 5 years ago, at the trade fair in Zhuoran Mountain, Taoist Qizing of Yangshan Sword Sect had a third-grade middle-grade Yangshan sword pill in his hand for trading, and the asking price was 80,000 spirit stones. If you want, I can introduce you to it, but I don't know if it's still in his hands. It just so happens that to explore the Xian'ai Sword Sect ruins, Taoist Qizing's Yangshan sword art is indispensable. Yangshan sword pill. Zhao Xiuxuan was a little tempted, but he felt it was not worth it. The reason why he was tempted was because he had heard about the extraordinary power of Yangshan's sword pills many times, and he wanted to test its power. He felt that it was not worth it because he had to spend 80,000 spirit stones to buy a sword pill, and when he succeeded in refining his own life magic weapon in the future, it would be a bit useless. After hesitating again and again, considering that he had too few means to deal with the enemy, Zhao Xiuxuan still agreed. In this case, then I will trouble you, fairy. Xiu nodded lightly and said, then in 10 days, you and I will go to Yangshan together. You can stay in the cave I arranged for you in the next few days. I will also take advantage of these few days to make sacrifices and refine magic weapons and make more preparations. Zhao Xiuxuan nodded as an agreement, and then bowed his hands and said, thank you, fairy. I apologize for the offense before. Zhao Xiuxuan did not expect that he came here to ask for punishment, and after a few days, he became a guest. Xiu smiled and said, you can reconsider it, fellow Taoist. Then he turned into a moon-white to escape light and left. Zhao Xiuxuan knew what she meant by consideration. Seeing her leave, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Turning around, he found that Yu Yao had been listening to their conversation, which made him feel a little embarrassed. Yu Yao had a complicated expression. After seeing his master leave, he felt a little uneasy. He just hurriedly bowed to Zhao Xiuxuan and left on his sword. Zhao Xiuxuan stood on the Jianxi mountain, which was like a giant sword holding up the sky, and looked down at the scenery of Longgao Mountain for a while. The sword peaks were majestic and the clouds were flying. It was sharp and beautiful at the same time. Occasionally, a sword-riding cultivator passed through the thick cloud curtain, and the sound of the sword was like the roar of a dragon in the sky, which was fascinating. There were also cultivators passing by here. When they saw Zhao Xiuxuan, they were shocked and fled far away, as if they were afraid of disturbing him, a giant and cultivator. Zhao Xiuxuan couldn't help but sigh. From the small family cultivator that no one cared about at the beginning, in just a few years, he cultivated to the current giant. All this would be impossible for others. Of course, all of this is derived from the skill panel plugin. Zhao Xiuxuan is neither self-deprecating nor arrogant. He watched the clouds rise and fall on the top of Jianxi Mountain. Suddenly, he had an idea and arranged a formation around him. He sat down and practiced, Realm, Giant in Level 1. 109/1600, plus 48. 8 days later, he opened his eyes slowly, full of doubts. In the past, he could only make 3 points a day, but in the past 2 days, he had actually increased his progress by 48 points. In other words, he increased his progress by 3 points every day. Although the spiritual energy of the Longgao sword sect is indeed better than that of the Zhao family's Qishan, the doubling of growth is indeed somewhat different. Moreover, Zhao Xiuxuan looked up to the sky in a meditative posture, and a sword intent rushed into the sky from his mouth. This sword intent was extremely pure, with a faint blue and white color. The blue color was the sword energy he cultivated with the 10 styles of sword art, and this white? Zhao Xiuxuan was a little confused. It seemed a bit like Master's moon white sword energy. Could it be that practicing in this Longgao mountain can change one's own sword intent? Zhao Xiuxuan pondered carefully for a long time without any results. Seeing that there was nothing unusual, he gathered the sword intent. In addition, he had a bigger doubt in his heart. The reason why he suddenly sat down to practice was because a mysterious aura pulled his golden elixir to operate on its own. This feeling had appeared in Qishan before. It was when he had just returned from the Yunmeng Mountains. He was standing on Qishan in a boat and felt something in his heart. Last time, it was his state of mind that seemed to have some enlightenment. This time, he actually saw the improvement in the speed of cultivation. He didn't know what kind of state this was. Although there is a saying of enlightenment in the world of immortal cultivation, it is all about the ancient world of immortal cultivation. Zhao Xiuxuan has seen many people taking drugs to improve their cultivation, and even foundation building needs the assistance of foundation building pills. He doesn't believe in enlightenment. This world is more like a world of energy conservation. The more spiritual energy you absorb, the more strength you have. However, the feeling just now was indeed mysterious. Zhao Xiuxuan couldn't figure out what the reason was for a while, so he stopped thinking about it. After collecting the formation, Zhao Xiuxuan saw that there were still 2 days before the time agreed with his master, so he decided to go and see Min Yun. When he arrived at Daiyu Peak with the purple thunder light, The disciples who were meditating and practicing were originally as if they were facing a great enemy. When they saw that the visitor was Zhao Xiuxuan, the golden elixir visitor, they immediately saluted with fear. At this time, in the dojo, in addition to the key training disciples, there were also 2 foundation building elders who were explaining how to practice sword intent. Seeing Zhao Xiuxuan's visit, they were also respectful and bowed. Among the key training disciples, Minyun was a little absent-minded. While listening to the chattering of the female cultivator named Jiang sitting side by side, she replied incoherently. When she saw Zhao Xiuxuan suddenly appear, she suddenly showed a look of shock on her face, and her heart was filled with turbulence. It's really Senior Zhao. Senior Zhao has really formed a golden elixir. The female cultivator surnamed Jiang was originally listless, but when she saw Zhao Xiuxuan, the golden elixir senior, appear, her expression immediately changed drastically, and she couldn't help but be curious. Zhao Xiuxuan swept his mind and immediately found Minyun, who had tied a cute cassia bun, among the disciples in sword robes, and smiled at her. Minyun stood up timidly, and in the surprised eyes of other disciples, especially the senior sister surnamed Jiang beside her, she crisply called Senior. Zhao Xiuxuan replied with a rather friendly smile. Behind the mountain of Daiyu Peak, there is a group of scattered wooden houses. This is where the inner disciples of Daiyu Peak live. On a high place, there is a cave with a separate door and courtyard, hidden between the mountains and forests, and stationed by the stream. Minyun, a disciple of Yu Yao, lives here. Above that, there was a cave for foundation building cultivators, which was covered by clouds and mist. Yu Wei was also cultivating in it. Senior, please come in. With a creak, the door of the wooden house opened, and Minyun walked in with Zhao Xiuxuan. Senior, please sit in the yard for a while. I have some spiritual tea in my house. I will make it for you right away. After saying that, Minyun went into the wooden house. There was a rustling sound in the house for a while, as if she was packing something. Zhao Xiuxuan smiled dumbly and walked to the yard to sit down. There was a stone table and several stone benches in the yard. There was a little mountain water vapor, and Zhao Xiuxuan waved his sleeves and the clouds and smoke disappeared. Just as he sat down, he suddenly heard the sound of a spiritual spring. He turned his head and saw that outside the courtyard wall, a clear spring flowed down from the mountain, and a pool of water just formed outside the courtyard wall. There were a few emerald fish in the pool, swimming in the clear spring water. Zhao Xiuxuan grabbed it with his hand, and the spring water gathered into a small ball and rose out of thin air. A small green fish was darting around in the water, frightened. It's still a spiritual fish. Zhao Xiuxuan looked carefully and saw a small cluster of demon cores emitting spiritual energy in the fish's belly. It was obviously a first-level demon beast. But its realm was quite low, even much lower than that of Zhao Wei. The green fish swung its tail in the water mass, and a water arrow shot out from the water mass. Before it got close to Zhao Xiuxuan, it was dispersed by the spiritual energy fluctuations around it. Seeing that it had no effect, the fish fired a few more water arrows, but without exception, none of them had any effect. Zhao Xiuxuan found its perseverance quite interesting, waved his hand, and put it into the pool. And this little fish seemed to have won a battle, showing off in front of other companions. Zhao Xiuxuan's mouth moved and laughed. At this moment, Minyun came out with a pot of fragrant spiritual tea. Senior, please have some tea. The little girl was several years younger than Zhao Xiuxuan, and was almost the same age as when Zhao Xiuxuan first came to this world. However, Zhao Xiuxuan's realm and situation were far inferior to hers at that time. Zhao Xiuxuan saw her timid appearance, so he smiled and said, Min Chun and I are acquainted, so there is no need to be so restrained. Minyun smiled and said, Daddy often said that our family was saved by the senior, and we must be respectful to the senior. Zhao Xiuxuan didn't say much, took a sip of tea, and his expression moved, as if he was very surprised. Minyun hurriedly introduced, this tea is made from the dew cloud flowers that I picked by myself on the cliff of Daiyu Peak, and then fried it with a secret method of frying tea that I accidentally learned. It is very fragrant. After Zhao Xiuxuan took a sip of tea, there was indeed a refreshing fragrance that filled his internal organs. Good tea, he couldn't help but sigh. If you like it, I will pick some every year and let my father send it to you, or I can give you my secret method of tea frying. Minyun smiled with her eyes curved, which was very cute. Zhao Xiuxuan was delighted and nodded, forget about the secret method of tea frying. I can taste it. This secret method must be combined with this luoyang flower to have this fragrance. Otherwise, luoyang flower alone, without the method of tea frying, or with the method of tea frying but without luoyang flower, will not have the spiritual energy of this tea. However, sending the tea to Qichen is okay, as he said. Zhao Xiuxuan took out a few bottles of high-quality elixirs from his storage bag and put them on the table. I happen to have a few bottles of elixirs here, which are beneficial to your cultivation. You can take them. I see that you are now at the bottleneck of the 8th level of key refining. After taking them, it will help you to cultivate to the 9th level of key refining. There were still a few bottles of lingering pills left in Zhao Xiuxuan's storage bag, which were just used to give to Min Yun, who was at the bottleneck of cultivation. Min Yun took the elixirs with surprise. Thank you, Senior, Zhao Xiuxuan smiled, and then the two talked for a while, mainly Zhao Xiuxuan asking questions and Min Yun answering. Most of the questions were about some trivial matters in daily cultivation. It can be regarded as a disguised guidance for Min Yun's cultivation. During the period, when Min Yun was asked whether he had offended Guanfu, Zhao Xiuxuan learned that it was Min Yun who defeated Guanfu's nephew Guan Ren, causing him to lose the qualification for the competition. Guan Ren was so angry that he had been holding a grudge. Speaking of this, Zhao Xiuxuan suddenly remembered that he had forgotten to deal with Guanfu's affairs, so he asked, "How is Guanfu now?" Hearing Zhao Xiuxuan ask this, Min Yun's face suddenly changed. Zhao Xiuxuan asked again, and she told what happened in the past 2 days. Because Zhao Xiuxuan agreed to instruct Master Yi on the green locust sword formation, he temporarily forgot about Guanfu. And Master Yi sent someone to temporarily detain him. Unexpectedly, Guanfu seemed to be afraid that Longayu sword sect could not withstand the pressure of Jiandan and would deal with him. A few days ago, he actually injured the disciple of Longayu sword sect who was responsible for temporarily guarding him, and secretly left Longayu sword sect and disappeared. With him was his nephew, Guan Ren. Although he offended a Jiandan because of the trivial matters of his nephew, he actually wanted to take him with him when he fled. It seems that the relationship between the uncle and nephew is really unusual. However, what is the reaction of Longayu sword sect to this? The sect leader seems to be in seclusion these days. After hearing the news, Master immediately chased after him. Oh, Yu Yao went to chase him, Zhao Xiuxuan nodded. Master Yu was in seclusion to offer sacrifices to magic weapons. She had said before that Yu Yao went to chase Guanfu. It seems that she didn't know about it, and it was not that they deliberately didn't report it. However, Guanfu was looking for death. Zhao Xiuxuan showed a sneer on his face. Since he had raised the banner of looking for trouble with him, he would not let him get away with it. Otherwise, how could he, a Jiandan cultivator, save his dignity? Zhao Xiuxuan and Min Yun asked the direction Yu Wei was chasing, and then turned into a flash of light and left. Thanks for subscribing. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 244, Strange Statue. 1,000 miles west of Longayu Mountain, there is a continuous mountain range, lush and green, with trees as big as umbrellas. In the east of the mountain range, there is a broken peak, on which a thatched hut is built. The hut is dilapidated, with a pile of rubble and broken wooden beams falling to the ground, and the dry ground is overgrown with weeds. There is no one in the hut. But if you look carefully, you will find that a cloud of barely detectable air is covering the pile of rubble on the ground. Under the rubble, there is a cave covered by a formation. In the cave, there is a red wooden altar with peeling paint, on which is enshrined a statue of an unknown wild god. Strangely, the statue has 4 arms and its face is wrapped with oil paper cloth, so its face cannot be seen clearly. In front of the statue, the incense and candles have long been burned out, and the wax water has flowed all over the ground. In the cave, Guanfu, who looks weak, sits cross-legged, practicing the exercises to regulate his breathing. In front of him, there are many jade bottles of elixirs lying here and there. Guan Ren also had a pale face and sat against a cave wall. He asked with an unstable breath, "Uncle Guan, that bitch didn't chase us, did she?" Guanfu heard him talking, glared at him, and sighed, "I have Li Unsha to cover my whereabouts, so she can't find us for a while." I didn't expect that Yu Yao's swordsmanship skills are outstanding and even better. If I didn't have a few magic weapons, I'm afraid I would die here. Even so, I still suffered a lot of injuries. Although Guan Ren is a bastard on weekdays, his life and property depend on Guan Fu at this time, and he can't help but say with a worried face, "Uncle Guan, how are you after swallowing the elixir? Is there anything wrong?" Hearing Guan Ren's rare concern, although it was half true and half false, Guan Fu's heart softened a little. But when he thought that it was he who caused the trouble, he was angry again. A feeling of mixed feelings of heart and tears surged in his heart. Guan Fu couldn't help coughing twice and spitting out a mouthful of blood. "Uncle Guan, are you okay?" Guan Fu waved his hand, wiped his mouth and thought carefully for a moment. "Go west for only a few hundred miles, and you will reach Ziyan County after crossing Yujin Mountain. There's an immortal city called Huazhu City over there. When we get there, there are many cultivators, and it is far away from Huangyan County, so we will be safe. We must remember the lesson and be careful in what we say and do in the future." "Alice, how could we have thought that there was a giant and cultivator behind a small shop?" "Forget it, giant and cultivators are not someone we can afford to offend. Hurry up and take the time to regulate your breath and recover your mana so that you can get on the road." Hearing him say this, Guan Ren was a little angry and said, "Humph, we can't afford to offend giant and cultivators, but one day I will get back at that little bitch Min Yun and let him know how powerful I am. Even if there is a giant and cultivator behind him, so what? After all, he is not a cultivator from Huangyan County, and it is impossible for him to keep an eye on a small key refining cultivator all the time. If I have a chance, I must come back for revenge." Guan Fu listened to his nonsense and was too lazy to say a word. He closed his eyes and began to regulate his breathing. Guan Ren became more and more angry the more he thought about it. He was obviously well protected by the elders in Longayu Sword Sect, with no shortage of resources for cultivation and a luxurious life, but because of a little girl, he fell into such a situation. If he didn't take revenge, it would be a grudge that he would never get over. The anger in Guan Ren's eyes was getting stronger and stronger. An emotion that he was not aware of was seducing him, making his mind gradually lost. Even if he is a giant and cultivator, so what? Sooner or later, I will cultivate to the giant stage. When that time comes, I will kill my way back to Longayu Sword Sect. Make that pretentious master kneel down in front of me. Ha 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 ha. Guan Ren's speech became more and more unscrupulous, and he even laughed crazily in the cave. Even Guan Fu, who was regulating his breathing, couldn't stand it anymore, and his brows were furrowed into shape. "What nonsense are you talking about? What are you doing?" Guan Fu couldn't help but open his eyes, wanting to scold Guan Ren for his outrageous words. However, the next second, his eyes suddenly widened, and a chill rushed straight to his head. Guan Ren was seen lying on the altar, holding the four-armed statue with both hands. The oil paper cloth on the statue's head slipped off, revealing a face that seemed to be angry but not angry, and seemed to be smiling but not smiling. The position of his eyes was empty, like a black hole. And on Guan Ren's crazy face, he was also trying his best to control his expression and put on the same expression. No. Evil magic is the method used by the ancient magic cultivators. Its obvious feature is that it is weird and unpredictable. Those who are hit by the magic are often taken away by their souls and fall into illusions, or their inner demons suddenly arise and their souls are taken away. Although the ancient magic tradition has disappeared in the current world of immortal cultivation for thousands of years, similar ancient magic dojo are occasionally excavated in some places. 9 out of 10 of those unfortunate cultivators could not escape and eventually died. Even if they managed to escape, they didn't know at which stage of their cultivation their inner demons would suddenly erupt and they would become possessed by demons. The lighter ones would be transformed into demon cultivators, while the heavier ones would explode and die. Guan Fu had heard of such things before and had some knowledge of those strange methods, so he recognized it at a glance. The statue in front of him might be a body of a worshipper of some ancient magic way, which contained the evil spirit left over from practicing evil magic. Damn it! Evil magic is hard to guard against. I thought it was just some wild god worshipped by ordinary people, but I didn't expect it to be a body of a worshipper of the ancient magic way. I didn't even notice it. Thinking of this, Guan Fu regretted it so much that he jumped up and slapped his storage bag. 3 spiritual lights flew towards the statue above Guan Ren's head, trying to smash it first. The 3 spiritual lights were a flying sword, a black nail, and a bright yellow glazed tile. These three are the magic weapons that Guanfu has kept in his heart. There are 2 cracks on the tiles. They were the sacrifices he made to escape from Yue. Bang! What Guanfu never expected was that 3 rays of light hit Guanren directly. Rainer. It turned out that Guanren blocked Guanfu's 3 magic weapons like a madman. Bang bang bang, 3 consecutive explosions, and 3 blood holes were blown out of Guanren's body. He fell to the ground without a sound, and his life or death was unknown. Guanfu's eyes were bloodshot and he called Guanren hoarsely. Seeing that he didn't respond, he gritted his teeth and slapped the storage back again. A long green rope flew out of it, tied Guanren up and dragged him back. Reaching out to check, Guanfu's face darkened. Guanren was completely dead. At this point, although Guanfu was in grief, he did not hesitate too much. He stretched out his hand and stirred it above his head, and the hole covering the rubble was opened. His face was happy, and he quickly jumped up and was about to jump out. At this moment, a shocking change happened. An arm with black hair grabbed his calf. He was shocked and looked down. In the dark cave, a pair of empty eyes without eyeballs stared at him. Guanfu was horrified. Before he could say anything, the black hair arm dragged him down, and black air drilled straight into his body. And he was shaking on the ground like a shrimp falling into boiling water. After an unknown amount of time, a sword-riding light fell from the sky. Yu Yao, who was wearing a sword robe, stopped in front of the grass temple and found a cave with a big hole. Huh? It really smells bloody. Yu Yao wrinkled her nose and smelled a strong smell of blood at the tip of her nose. This is also the reason why she came here to pursue. With her spiritual sense as a foundation-building cultivator, she scanned the cave and saw blood gushing into the sky. A figure was sitting in a pool of blood in a meditative posture. Who is it? Yu Yao frowned, smelling an unusual breath. A strange laugh came from the dark corner, and the sitting figure stepped over the pool of blood with 1 foot higher than the other and walked out. They are chasing us. They are chasing us. Then stay here. As soon as the voice fell, the strange figure didn't say much nonsense. A piece of glazed tile flew into the air, and the glazed light exploded. In the blink of an eye, it turned into the size of a quilt, like a rubble roof, covering Yu Yao. Guanfu, this familiar magic weapon, even without identification, you can know that the person in front of you is Guanfu. Sure enough, Guanfu walked out of the shadows. On the pale, bloodless face, there was a strange smile at the corner of his mouth. His eyes were empty, and the weirdest thing was that there were 2 lines of blood and tears on his face, dripping with blood. Yu Yao felt a chill in her heart, and she only had time to take a quick glance before the rubble above her hut fell from the sky. Bang! Yu Yao's flying sword turned into a crescent moon, and the sword energy soared into the sky, forcibly lifting up the tiles that were shining with glazed light. Taking this opportunity, Yu Yao appeared 10 feet away, curiously watching Guanfu's changes. Guanfu's whole body was full of blood and his personality changed drastically, which easily made people think of him being possessed by a demon. But Yu Yao had lived in the mountains for a long time and had never had such an experience, so she couldn't think of any reason for a while. Guanfu laughed strangely and sinisterly. The spell in his hand changed, and with a boom sound, the glazed tiles suddenly exploded from it, turning into fragments, and all of them hit Yu Yao's body. The sudden change did not make Yu Yao too panic. She just moved her sword sleeves, and the flying sword spun back and forth, giving birth to a series of sword energy, which weaved back and forth 3 feet in front of her and weaved into a sword net. The sword net absorbed and crushed the fragments of the tile magic weapon, turning them into powder. Even the all-permeable flying needle magic weapon could not penetrate this sword net. Seeing this, Guanfu cast a spell in his hand, and the flying sword magic weapon in the air hummed, and a huge amount of sword energy tilted out, turning into a giant sword in the air, and chopped down at the sword net barrier in the air. Giant sword technique. The huge green sword light was like chopping wood, and it chopped fiercely on Yu Yao's sword net. Sizzle, the huge crash and the harsh sound of the sword energy made Yu Yao's eardrums hurt. But Guanfu seemed to feel nothing, and he shouted in an unusual way, "You are just a young girl. How can you be an elder with me? When I started practicing sword, you didn't even know where you were. How dare you chase me? I will make you pay the price." Guanfu's expression was also a bit crazy. Yu Yao had no intention of thinking about his changes, because a long rope magic weapon was entangled with her like a green snake. This is a binding magic weapon. Once captured, you can only be at the mercy of others. With this thought in mind, Yu Yao pinched the seal in her hand, and the flying sword slashed horizontally. A sword energy jumped over dozens of feet and accurately hit one end of the long rope magic weapon. Then, with a bang, the sword energy exploded, and the long rope magic weapon was blown away by the sword energy and flew far away. At the same time, Yu Wei frequently shot out spiritual energy from her hands, and the flying sword suspended in front of her body burst into moon-white spiritual light. Sword energy flew out like flowers from the sky, and fought with Guanfu's 3 magic weapons. Guanfu laughed strangely and took out a stack of talismans from his storage bag. Fireballs and ice arrows shot towards Yu Wei. Yu Wei's figure swayed, and a jade disc with green pines carved on it appeared in front of him. Buzz! On the jade disc, green pines meandered out from it, turning into illusions and turning into green pines standing in front of her, resisting all the fireballs and ice arrows. However, at this moment, Guanfu's figure suddenly crossed a distance of dozens of feet and came towards her. Yu Wei's heart trembled, wondering why Guanfu suddenly took the risk. Whether it was sword cultivation or magic cultivation, the combat method was based on keeping a distance and defeating the opponent with various methods. There are few cultivators who can move forward and show off their physical cultivation skills. Go! The green light of the jade pine in front of Yu Yao burst out, and countless pine needles fell off, turning into deadly flying needles, shooting towards Guanfu. Facing the flying needles like pine waves, Guanfu made a move, and the sword energy formed a giant sword in his hand. He just held the giant sword and crashed into the pine needles. At this time, all the pine needles lost their effect against the giant sword transformed by the sharp sword energy, and scattered all over the ground in the flying sword energy. What's going on? This Guanfu not only changed his image, but also his strength was completely different from before. It seemed that his cultivation had improved a lot in a period of time, at least by 2 small realms. Yu Yao was a little surprised, and a puzzled look appeared on her face. Go to hell! While she was speculating, Guanfu suddenly jumped up, threw the giant sword in his hand, and chopped at Yu Yao. At the same time, 2 black lights suddenly shot out from Guanfu's eyes. The black light came faster than the giant sword. Yu Yao was caught off guard and suddenly felt confused. Something in her soul was twisted. When she opened her eyes again, there was no giant sword in front of her. It was clearly a terrifying 4-armed demon statue that waved its palm like a sword and fell down with irresistible power. Exclamation mark. Not good. Yu Yao's mind was in chaos, and her whole body became limp and powerless. She had no time to think or dodge. The palm prints of the 4-armed demon statue were clearly visible. If this slap was slapped, it would be directly turned into meat paste. At this critical moment of life and death, there was a sudden explosion in the sky. Then, Yu Yao, who was drowsy, seemed to hear Guanfu scream. When she looked up again, there was no 4-armed demon statue in front of her. Guanfu's flying sword fell to the ground with a snap, less than 10 feet away from her chest. For some reason, she didn't even unfold the spiritual shield. If it hit her, it would definitely be dangerous. Yu Yao recovered from the scene that was hard to tell whether it was real or fake, and breathed a sigh of relief. That was close. Was it an illusion? Without time to think about it, she looked closely and saw that Guanfu was being strangled by a blue-robed monk. Senior Zhao Xiuxuan didn't have time to greet her. He looked serious, and purple thunders were jumping in his hands. Guanfu's head was hanging on his neck with his body kneeling on the ground like mud. The expression on his face was very strange. It seemed to be fear, but this fear did not seem to be just Guanfu's own fear. Because his face had been distorted into an inhuman expression, his whole face was terrified, and his facial features were in a vortex state. Suddenly, a trace of black air emerged from his body, rushed out of his body, and drilled into the cave. In the blink of an eye, something in the cave soared into the sky and was about to escape. A closer look showed that it was a strange statue. Zhao Xiuxuan was stunned when he saw this thing. Isn't this statue the 4-armed demon statue of the great prison demon Bell? This is a bit confusing. Thanks for subscribing. Chapter 245 Yangshan Red Punishment, Millennium Cloud. Seeing a statue actually escape, such a strange scene made Zhao Xiuxuan stunned for a moment. Immediately, a precious light shot out from his body, and a round bead hit the statue with a bang. It was the magic weapon on his body, Wangdan Bao. Wangdan Bao is a second-level magic weapon on Jingguang Shengren, and it is quite powerful. Although the statue looks like a dead object with no spiritual fluctuations at all, Zhao Xiuxuan did not hold back after making such an unusual move, and Wang Danbao hit the statue hard. Huh? Zhao Xiuxuan frowned. The magic weapon hit the statue as if it fell into a quagmire, without any sound. Looking closely, the statue was seeping with black water. The black water was strange, not only resisting Zhao Xiuxuan's attack, but even the moment when Wang Danbao's yellow light touched the black water, it actually made a sizzling sound, and then the treasure light gradually dimmed. This is the phenomenon of the magic weapon being damaged. What on earth is this? Zhao Xiuxuan frowned, never expecting this thing to be so troublesome. Then, he patted his storage bag, and a rectangular magic weapon flew out of it, shining with golden light, round at both ends, concave in the middle, and engraved with a small mountain. Golden Mountain Treasure Pillow. Master Jin Guang has several magic weapons. Wang Danbao, Golden Mountain Treasure Pillow, these two are medium-grade magic weapons. The rest, the True Immortal Claw, Jade Flame Gourd, and Golden Cloud Bow, are three low-grade magic weapons. At this moment, he activated the Golden Mountain Treasure Pillow, and the small mountain pattern in the pillow immediately exploded with a golden light. Then, the golden light pounced on the statue like a golden mountain. The statue had just gotten rid of the entanglement of Wang Danbao and was about to escape, when the phantom of the golden mountain fell from the sky, like a golden mosquito net covering it, a mosquito. The statue was like a headless fly, circling in the shadow of the golden mountain, but could not find a breakthrough. It seemed that the black water method it had just used could not be used many times. Zhao Xiuxuan tapped the storage bag again, and a bow-like magic weapon flew out of it. There was a bow but no arrow. Zhao Xiuxuan raised his hand and placed it on the bowstring, making a bow-drawing and bow-releasing motion. With a bang, a golden arrow of spiritual energy flew in the air like a thin thread, accurately hitting the statue. This was the magical power of the Golden Cloud Bow, a third-level spell, the Golden Arrow technique. With another clang, sound of metal clashing, the statue was knocked away in the shadow of the Golden Mountain, making a buzzing vibration. At this moment, the statue seemed to know that it had no way out. The eyes that were originally closed suddenly opened, and the empty eyes stared straight at Zhao Xiuxuan. A strange power that infected the soul spread out like water drops in a calm lake. Yu Wei, who was behind Zhao Xiuxuan, looked at him by mistake, and her face suddenly turned pale. Her soul was trembling, and she was shaking while holding her head. After a few breaths, she actually fainted. Zhao Xiuxuan also felt that a black light seemed to have entered his soul, but it was quickly torn apart in front of his powerful soul. At the same time, Zhao Xiuxuan felt that the great prison demon bell in his storage bag seemed to be restless. He frowned and thought for a moment, but he ignored it. Instead, he drew his bow and string again, and more than a dozen golden arrows continuously hit the statue. The statue had no way to dodge, and it was hit by more than a dozen golden arrows but was unharmed. Zhao Xiuxuan was very surprised. Isn't this hardness comparable to a third-level magic weapon? Zhao Xiuxuan tried for a moment, and found that he still couldn't hold it. After hesitating again and again, he patted the storage bag, and a brass ancient bell magic weapon flew out of it. With the appearance of the great prison demon bell, the statue seemed to sense something, and a circle of black water gushed out of its body, suddenly piercing the outer wall of the Golden Mountain phantom. The black water was extremely powerful, and the magical golden mountain of the Golden Mountain treasure pillow melted like white snow in front of the black water, and the Golden Mountain phantom was instantly broken. At this moment, the scriptures on the great prison demon bell suddenly shone brightly, and a green light chain that even Zhao Xiuxuan was surprised to drill out of it and entangled the statue. The statue instantly calmed down, not only stopped struggling, but even the black water surged back into the statue again. Just like this, very dramatically, the statue that had just displayed its divine power was pulled back by the green light chain and was taken back into the great prison demon bell bit by bit. All of this was not controlled by Zhao Xiuxuan at all, but by the great prison demon bell itself. In a short while he was in a state of doubt and uncertainty, the statue strangely merged into the great prison demon bell, and finally, on the body of the great prison demon bell, the traces of another four-armed demon god were engraved. Compared with the original demon statue with closed eyes and open hands, this four-armed demon god stood upright, with eyes like two black holes, and a circle of black lines wrapped around each of the forearms, which seemed to have some connection with the black water, and looked strange and inexplicable. What's going on? Zhao Xiuxuan didn't understand the situation at all, but seeing that the great prison demon bell didn't seem to be unusual, He cast a spell and tried to activate the great prison demon bell. Buzz! The great prison demon bell shook all over, and the two demon statues lit up a spiritual light at the same time, and a huge four-armed demon god phantom appeared out of thin air, and the overall appearance was no different from before. However, when Zhao Xiuxuan urged the four-armed demon god to attack the mountain, two streams of black water gushed out of its arms, like two black dragons entwined, and with a sizzling sound, it directly drilled into the mountain. If this hits a person, wouldn't the power be even more amazing? This scene made Zhao Xiuxuan stunned. What on earth is this black water, and what is that statue? However, there is no answer to all this. Zhao Xiuxuan recalled what Ni Hao once said. The great prison demon statue, the original body of the great prison demon bell, was originally a thing in the ancient demon cultivation dojo in the Death Cave. Obviously, this statue is also a great prison demon statue, but I don't know why it appears here. Moreover, why can it be integrated into the great prison demon bell and become one? He pondered for a long time, until Yu Yao, who had just been shocked and fainted by the demon statue, woke up with a groan. He came back to his senses, cast a spell, and the great prison demon bell turned twice and took back the storage bag. Senior Zhao, what happened? What was that statue just now, and why was it so weird? Yu Yao woke up and saw Zhao Xiuxuan beside him, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Zhao Xiuxuan himself didn't understand, so he just evaded the question. Then he looked at Guanfu, who had already lost his breath, and asked casually, "Did you find him crazy when you fought with him before?" Yu Yao shook his head and replied, "Although Elder Guan behaves somewhat arbitrarily, he is definitely not crazy. I also find it strange that a normal person suddenly becomes like a different person. Moreover, the black air that just came out of him seems to have entered the statue." Yu Yao became more and more puzzled. Zhao Xiuxuan's mind swept around the cave, even into the ground and the area of more than 200 feet around, but he didn't find anything else unusual. Then he said, "There's nothing wrong here. I have other things to deal with, so I'll go back first." Then, without waiting for Yu Yao's response, he turned into purple lightning light and left directly. Longyao Mountain. It took 3 days for Zhao Xiuxuan to go back and forth. However, coincidentally, Xia was still in retreat. I wonder if she knew that Zhao Xiuxuan had gone to deal with the matter at Guanbu. It was not until the 4th day that Xia came out of retreat. Her whole body was filled with moon-white spiritual energy, and her figure was absolutely beautiful and otherworldly. Dao Zhao, shall we set off? When she saw Zhao Xiuxuan, she did not explain why she had been in retreat for 2 more days, nor did she ask where Zhao Xiuxuan had been these days, as if nothing had happened. She greeted Zhao Xiuxuan, then moved her figure and turned into moon-white escape light and left. Zhao Xiuxuan followed immediately. Yangshan was 1,000 miles northwest of Longyao Sword Sect. The escape light of the giant and cultivator only took 1 or 2 days to reach Yangshan. From a distance, Yangshan looked like a group of high mountains standing on a vast plain like bamboo shoots. A raging river flows through the valley, clouds shroud the mountain tops, and the sunset glows, which is beautiful. With the arrival of Zhao Xiuxuan and Shiyi's escape light, a huge golden ore shield appears above Yangshan Mountain, protecting the entire Yangshan Mountain. Then, a middle-aged cultivator with a red robe and long beard, dressed in a sloppy manner, came with his chest exposed. "Oh, isn't this Master Fairy? I haven't seen you for many years. Master Fairy has come out of retreat? How come you have time to hang out in my broken place today? Are you looking for something with Qi?" The sloppy middle-aged cultivator in front of him is the grand ancestor of Yangshan Sect, a 3rd-level giant and cultivator. Qizing Shi bowed and said, "Frenchie, you are joking." Qizing laughed, and then glanced at Zhao Xiuxuan. "Hey, this fellow Taoist looks unfamiliar. Is he a newly promoted giant and Taoist?" Qizing was puzzled. Every once in a while, the giant and cultivators of Yan State would hold some large and small trade fairs. Zhao Xiuxuan looked very unfamiliar, but his spiritual energy fluctuations were very good. For a moment, he was not sure whether he was a newly promoted giant and. If he was not a newly promoted giant and cultivator, then he might be a giant and cultivator from outside Yan State. Although Yan State was vast and had a vast territory, for a giant and cultivator, it would only take a month or so to travel through Yan State. If giant and cultivators from other countries had the time, it would not be a big deal to come to Yan State. Seeing the puzzled look in his eyes, Zhao Xiuxuan took the initiative to bow and said, "My name is Zhao Xiuxuan. a cultivator from Nanshan County. It's true that I just formed a golden elixir not long ago. I hope that fellow Taoist Chi will forgive me for coming to visit you without permission this time. Ahoha, you really are our Yan country's new golden elixir fellow. You have become friends with Master Fairy so quickly, which is really enviable. Back then, it took me decades to say a few words to Master Fairy. Qizing was a cheerful person. Although he spoke in an unrestrained manner, he did not speak to people in an unpleasant way. Two Taoist friends, don't stand here, let's go into the mountains and have a chat. Qizing pulled his open robe to cover the black hair on his chest, and then called the two to enter Yangshan. This mountain protection formation is really troublesome. If a giant cultivator like you comes to attack the mountain, it won't be able to hold out for long. If it's a cultivator below the giant level, there's nothing to worry about with me here. So it's really useless. Qizing commented on his own mountain protection formation without any scruples. Zhao Xiuxuan smiled knowingly and felt a strange liking for Qizing. Qizing said that, but with a wave of his hands, the aura of the mountain protection formation disappeared, revealing a group of Yangshan Sword Sect disciples who were eager to investigate. Most of the Yangshan Sword Sect disciples wore red long robes with slanted collars and a black belt tied around their waists. They all had swords on their backs and looked up at the sky. Although they didn't dare to look directly at Jindan, they were full of energy and spirit. Welcome, Senior Jindan. Among the crowd, there were several foundation-building elders who flew swords in the air. They took the lead and led a group of disciples to welcome the two. Zhao Xiuxuan and the other person both nodded to indicate their return. These guys just love to do this. I have to go to Yangshan for something, it's only half a day, and when I come back, it's the same. Qizing shook his head and complained a few more times, sounding like he didn't like this way of welcoming. Zhao Xiuxuan and Shiyi smiled at each other again. Afterwards, Qizing pointed at an old monk in the crowd, whose beard was all white, but whose face was elegant, and ordered him bluntly, Song Qing, go get me a gourd of water from the Yunling well, I want to entertain the guests. The old man was none other than the leader of Yangshan sect, Yu Songking. Seeing the old ancestor's order, he replied with a smile, Ancestor, just bring a gourd of water to entertain the guests, what else can I do? We don't have anything in Yangshan. Besides, they are Jindan monks, and they have seen all kinds of good things. Ancestor, there are still a few leaves of the 1,000-year-old Yunluo tea in our Zufan. I will pick them for you now. The eyes of Yu Songking, the leader of Yangshan sect, turned around, with a righteous look. Hey, boy. You are thinking about my 1,000-year-old Yunluo. After being exposed by Yu Songking, Qizing was immediately furious. You are such a good boy, Songking. I didn't let you drink my tea back then. You are holding a grudge against me, right, Songking? I dare not, Songking, I dare not. Yu Songking, the octogenarian, hurriedly begged for mercy. Seeing the two of them talking back and forth like a crosstalk, Zhao Xiuxuan couldn't help laughing and wanted to say a few polite words, but Shiyi smiled and said first, Brother Qi, I didn't expect that you still have such a good thing in Yangshan. Yunluo tea is 1,000 years old and can be regarded as a third-grade top-grade treasure. It is very beneficial for cultivation. I want to see it today. Seeing Shiyi teasing like this, Zhao Xiuxuan didn't want to be a good person. He smiled with his hands behind his back, looking like he wanted to try it too. Qizing touched his head and shook his head, saying, Hey, I'm not a stingy person, but there are only a few leaves left on the Yunluo tea tree. It will take another 10 years for it to grow again. I wanted to keep it for careful tasting. Forget it, whatever. Master Fairy hasn't come to Yangshan for many years, and this fellow Taoist Zhao is here for the first time. It's better to drink this tea today than to wait for a day. Qizing enlightened himself, took out a small sword token from his storage bag, threw it to Yu Songking, and ordered him unhappily, Take my token, go get spiritual water first, and then go to Zufang to pick 3,000-year-old tea leaves. Remember, just 3 pieces. Other tea leaves over 500 years old are not allowed to be touched. For those under 500 years old, keep 1 or 2 for yourself, understand? Yu Songking, the leader of a sect, got the token and smiled like a half-grown child. Listen to the ancestors' orders. Qizing's cave is on an independent peak in Yangshan. The mountain is as thin as a cliff, with gnarled green pines and tangled old trees. My two fellow Taoists, let's wait for the tea. Let's get straight to the point. What do you want from me, Qi? Zhao Xiuxuan, who had barely even sat down to warm his seat, bowed and said, "My master said that fellow Taoist Chi has a magic weapon, the Yangshan sword pill, that he wants to trade. I wonder if it's still there." Upon hearing this, Qizing's face lit up with joy at first, but then he frowned again and said, "So that's what you came for. I do have the magic weapon, but there's a small problem." Chapter 246, The Shock of Red Punishment. Yangshan. Red Fire Furnace. A huge square furnace stood. Groups of red flames flowed through the furnace's fire urns like fire dragons. The entire furnace was dozens of feet in radius, and the scorching heat could be felt. 20 or so shirtless Yangshan sword sect disciples were activating spells beside the furnace to prevent the furnace's flames from extinguishing. Qizing walked in with Zhao Xiuxuan and Shi Yi. The disciples hurriedly saluted and said, "Ancestor." Qizing waved his hand, signaling them to continue. Then, Qizing stretched out his hand and a red glowing bead flew out of the furnace. It was the size of a baby's fist, and the red light around it was like groups of burning flames. Zhao Xiuxuan suddenly realized that this thing was somewhat similar to Master Jin Guang's Huang Danbao magic weapon, except that Huang Danbao was bright yellow. "This is the sword pill." Qizing's face was solemn, and he stretched out his palm and held the third-level Yangshan sword pill in his hand. Zhao Xiuxuan asked in confusion, "What do you mean by the little thing you mentioned?" Qizing pointed at the sword pill and said, "Brother Zhao, take a closer look." After hearing what he said, Zhao Xiuxuan looked at the sword pill again. "Huh? What's on it?" After a closer look, he found that the sword pill was not entirely red. On its surface, there were purple scars, as thin as hair, difficult to detect. Qizing saw Zhao Xiuxuan's expression and knew that he had discovered something strange, so he answered his question and explained, "This is the little thing I mentioned. 10 years ago, when I refined this sword pill, I tried to use a new material, Xianai Jinshi. Xianai Jinshi? Brother Qi, is it?" Shiai's eyebrows moved, and her face was a little surprised. Zhao Xiuxuan also felt something in his heart. Xianai Jinshi, what is the connection between this and Xianai sword sect? Immediately, Qizing continued, "Master, what you guessed is correct. I condensed the Xianai goldstone that we obtained from the Xianai sword sect ruins last time into the sword pill. As I said, this is an attempt. The inheritance of Yangshan sword pill traces back to its origins, and it actually has some connection with this Xianai sword pill. What I did was to try to touch a little bit of the mystery of Xianai sword pill in the process of refining by adding Xianai goldstone. It took me 5 years to finally refine such a different sword pill. When it was first refined, this sword pill really exceeded my expectations and became a third-grade medium-grade magic weapon. Its power was also stronger than that of ordinary medium-grade magic weapons. However, I later discovered that after adding Xianai goldstone, the refined sword pill was extremely difficult to control. Presumably that's why this sword pill was not traded before." As he said this, Master Yi glanced at Zhao Xiuxuan, and then added, "I don't know about this. I just didn't intend to use the sword pill." Qizing nodded, "Master Zhuan Yu sword energy is indeed not suitable for using this magic weapon. Anyway, I kept this magic weapon with me. 2 years ago, I suddenly discovered that there were traces of purple scars on this magic weapon. After careful inspection, I found that the Xianai goldstone had undergone some changes. I thought that the Xianai goldstone, which I had completely melted clean, had condensed into some impurities in the sword pill. This kind of change happened 4 or 5 years later. In the past few years, I have tried to refine this treasure again, day after day, in order to completely melt the impurities of the Xianai goldstone. 2 years have passed, and I still haven't refined it clean." Speaking of this, even Qizing couldn't help but sigh. Zhao Xiuxuan was still a little confused, so he asked, "Friend Shidao, in this case, does this mean that this magic weapon can no longer be used?" Qizing shook his head and said, "That's not the case. Xianai goldstone is a kind of refining material that has particularly high requirements for spiritual energy. It is also an excellent carrier of sword energy. Sword-type magic tools refined with Xianai goldstone are often more powerful. In the ancient world of cultivating immortals, it is also called lineage goldstone. It is just because Xianai sword sect used it in large quantities to refine Xianai sword pills, and later it was simply called Xianai goldstone. I also know this based on some books obtained from the ruins. Of course, although Xianai goldstone is good, it also has disadvantages. That is, to control this material, you must have extraordinary spiritual energy. For the sword pills with Xianyi Goldstone, to use this treasure to give birth to sword energy, you must have the sword intent that is difficult for ordinary sword cultivators to grasp. That is, only ancient sword cultivators like Xianyi sword sect can have such strength. After he said that, Zhao Xiuxuan's face did not change, but he was eager to try it in his heart. He knew that with his luck of twin sword intent, he should not lose to any sword cultivator of the same level in terms of sword intent. After hearing what Qi Xing said, Shi asked, "In this case, Brother Qi can activate this treasure." Qi Xing touched his head and said embarrassedly, "Ahoha, Qi can, but I'm not good at using it." Shi was surprised and said, "Brother Kai's sword intent is at its peak, but even Brother Qi can't activate it." "I'm curious." Qi Xing understood and spread his hands to Shi, saying, "Master Fairy, you might as well try it. There is no restriction on this thing now. You can pass into the spiritual energy to feel it." Shi didn't waste words. The golden pill turned, and the moon-white spiritual energy around her body poured into the sword pill like water. The red spiritual energy of the sword pill suddenly dimmed, and then a trace of moon-white spiritual energy emanated from it. The moon-white spiritual energy began to weave slowly like spider silk in the red flame, trying to convert all the red light into moon-white color. However, this process was extremely slow. Even after a quarter of an hour of spiritual energy flowing in, not only could it not completely activate the sword pill, but the red light seemed to be eroding the moon-white spiritual energy. Seeing this, Shi had no choice but to give up. Shi's sword intent is weak. It seems that you can't use this magic weapon. Qi Xing laughed and explained for her, Shixin's Yuxuan sword energy is indeed good, but it originally belongs to the water attribute sword energy, which is just overcome by this sword pill in the 5 elements. It is quite rare to be able to achieve this level. As he said, Qi Xing's body was full of red light, and he swung his right hand, and the red spiritual energy hit the sword pill. Compared to Shi, Jianwen seemed to like Qi Xing's spiritual energy more. With the influx of spiritual energy, the red light on the whole body became brighter. After less than half a quarter of an hour, the Jianwen shook. Under the control of Qi Xing's spell, more than a dozen hot sword ki emerged from it like fountains, and drilled around the furnace like swimming fish. Brother Kai's Yangshan sword energy is really good, Shi couldn't help but admire. My fire attribute sword energy just happens to complement it, but I have indeed improved my sword intent in the past 2 years, but I don't know if I can break through the sword formation monument at the ruins of Xianyi sword sect. Having said this, Qi Xing paused and stopped in putting spiritual energy into Jianwen. Jianwen was once again floating steadily on Qi Xing's palm. At this time, Master Yi looked at Zhao Xiuxuan with interest and said, "Friend Zhao, since you are here, why don't you try this sword pill?" Zhao Xiuxuan had already meant to do so, and without Master Yi telling him, he stepped forward and bowed, saying, "Then I'll try it." Qi Xing's face originally looked indifferent, but when he saw Zhao Xiuxuan's voice just fell, a gust of green sword energy like a gust of wind surged out of his body, and his expression couldn't help but choke. He hadn't finished his words yet. Zhao Xiuxuan pointed his sword, and the gust of wind sword energy was sucked into the sword pill like a dragon sucking water. In just a few breaths, the sword pill, which was originally full of red light, was like splashed with green ink, and the green light was strong, and the whole body was like green jade glass. This scene made Qi Xing and Master Yi stunned, and before they could speak, the sword pill fell directly into Zhao Xiuxuan's palm with a whoosh. Zhao Xiuxuan cast a spell, and the sword ball whizzed around his arm flexibly. At the same time, a series of green sword energy shaped like willow leaves flowed out of the sword ball. Shua, the sword energy in the sky swirled in the mountain, shocking Qi Xing beyond words. "This Taoist friend. You did this." He couldn't even speak a complete sentence. Zhao Xiuxuan stopped at that point and collected his magic power. He waved his sleeves and the green light in the sky was collected in his sleeves. There were 10 pieces of Qing Locust Black Gold that he had obtained from Master Li with great difficulty. Qing Locust Black Gold is like Qing Locust Stone, which can store sword energy. When it is used as the core of the Qing Locust sword formation, it can be released to fight against the enemy. However, with the power of Zhao Xiuxuan's sword energy now, Qing Locust Stone cannot withstand its power, so Qing Locust Black Gold can only be used instead. Can't waste 10 pieces of Qing Locust Black Gold can only store a small part of the sword energy released by Zhao Xiuxuan, and the rest of the sword energy will disappear directly. At this time, Qizing came back to his senses from Zhao Xiuxuan's amazing move. He was surprised and said, "Who are you, Dao Yao? This sword energy is too amazing." After saying this, he paused, turned back and said to Shiai, "If Dao Yao Zhao was here, I'm afraid it would be broken." Shiai smiled and said, "Brother Qi, this is another reason why I came here today." Good, good, good. Qizing laughed up to the sky and said 3 good words excitedly. "God helps me. I said that Master Fairy never comes to visit for no reason. She must have come for good things today." After listening to the conversation between the two, Zhao Xiuxuan's expression did not change. He just said, "Dao Yao, don't talk about the distance. I lack a magic weapon. I wonder how many spiritual stones you are willing to give me for this sword pill. Let me make it clear first. Although Dao Yao's sword pill is good, I'm afraid few people can use it." Qizing heard this and said nonchalantly, "We'll talk about this later. Let's drink tea first." The three returned to the door of Qizing's cave. At this time, a disciple had already brought 3 cups of spiritual tea brewed with 1,000-year-old yunluo tea leaves. Before he got close, Zhao Xiuxuan felt a strong spiritual energy and tea fragrance. Compared with the Luoyang flower tea made by Minyun, the fragrance of this tea is simply a world apart. It's not that Luoyang flower tea is not good, but this 1,000-year-old yunluo tea is indeed more than a little bit stronger. Come on, both of you, sit down and have some tea. My 1,000-year-old yunluo tea is very rare. That's perfect. I have this opportunity today. Thank you, Brother Qi." Shiai and Zhao Xiuxuan sat down and saw a cup of J tea on the stone table. A thin and long tea leaf floated in the tea. The tea leaf rolled with tender buds and exuded amazing spiritual energy. "It's worthy of being a 3rd-level spiritual tea," Zhao Xiuxuan exclaimed in his heart. He picked it up and took a sip. A rich spiritual energy drilled into the danchan, and the danchan was like a sweet rain. Realm, giant in level 1. 246/1600, plus 137. After taking this sip, the progress increased by 197 points out of thin air. Equivalent to more than a month of practice. Zhao Xiuxuan was shocked. Not only him, Shiai's face also changed. Obviously she also tasted the sweetness of the small sip of spiritual tea just now. Seeing the two people's strange expressions, Qizing said proudly, "What do you think? My 1,000-year-old yunluo tea is extremely rare. However, this tea has a disadvantage, that is, the spiritual energy is lost too quickly. We can't drink it slowly and enjoy the tea." As he said this, Qizing drank the tea first, and even threw the tea leaves into his mouth to chew and swallow. Zhao Xiuxuan heard this and did not waste any words. He followed suit and took the yunluo tea leaves and poured them into his mouth, swallowing the tea leaves into his stomach. The tea leaves and tea went into his throat and turned into spiritual energy like a river, pouring straight into the danchan. The huge spiritual energy filled the danchan. The purple thunder golden pill couldn't absorb it for a while. Zhao Xiuxuan didn't care about the eyes of others and practiced the exercises. 1's Haoshan, 2's Haoshan, 3's Haoshan, 4's Haoshan. It was not until hundreds of Haoshan that the spiritual energy accumulated in the danchan was absorbed by the golden pill one by one. The spiritual energy of the 1,000-year-old yunluo tea was not wasted at all. When he opened his eyes, he saw Qizing and Shi Yi were still practicing their skills, so he hurriedly opened the skill panel. Realm, Golden Core Level 1. 956/1600, plus 710, Root Bone, Lower Grade Dao Body, 1560, 3200, plus 50. A cup of spiritual tea actually directly increased his cultivation progress by 847 points. What was even more unexpected for him was that his root bone also increased by 50 points. Although 50 points was a drop in the bucket for the 3,200 point upgrade threshold, it was still a pleasant surprise. You know, his talent is now top-notch, and being able to increase it by 50 points is already a powerful effect. This is the first time he has seen an item that can increase his root bone. Maybe he can find others in the future. In this case, it is not necessary to rely entirely on adding points to improve. Let's talk about the progress of cultivation. Together with a previous sip of spiritual tea, a total of 847 points were added. According to his progress of 2 points a day, it is equivalent to 282 days of cultivation. Almost a year of hard training, just because of a cup of spiritual tea. Of course, due to the existence of the skill panel, Zhao Xiuxuan's 1 year of hard training, For others, maybe 10 or 8 years. Zhao Xiuxuan couldn't help but feel happy, but at the same time he was a little confused. This Qizing was really so generous that he could share the spiritual tea that had such an effect on cultivation. At this time, Shiyi and Qizing stopped practicing almost at the same time, which meant that the spiritual energy they absorbed was also fully absorbed. Qizing aside, Shiyi felt the change in her cultivation and immediately said with a smile, "It is worthy of being a 1,000-year spiritual tea. This cup actually saved me 7 or 8 years of cultivation. 7 or 8 years, for the 500 years of life of a giant and cultivator, is actually not as long as it seems. Some giant and cultivators retreat for 10 years or even decades, but saving 7 or 8 years out of thin air would definitely make anyone happy." Zhao Xiuxuan secretly thought that it seemed that Shiyi had good talent. After the three of them commented on the Millennium Cloud, Zhao Xiuxuan asked about the sword pill again. This time, Qizing did not talk about other things. He stared at Zhao Xiuxuan for a long time, and then said bluntly, "Dao Zhao, since you are here for the sword pill and the ruins of the Xianyi sword sect, I can make the decision. If Dao helps us break the sword formation, I can give you the sword pill directly. However, I have another condition." Speaking of this, Qizing's eyes were shining. Chapter 247, Set Off. Western Savage Grassland. Qizing's request was actually very simple. If the sword formation at the core of the Xianyi sword sect ruins was open during this trip, Zhao Xiuxuan could exchange it for 10 pieces of Xianyi swordstone. If there was no Xianyi swordstone, or if the sword formation was not open to enter the core of the ruins, Zhao Xiuxuan would only need to give him 50,000 spiritual stones, which was equivalent to the cost of the materials. Qizing didn't know why he was particularly interested in the Xianyi swordstone, and actually began to win over Zhao Xiuxuan in advance, hoping to get more Xianyi swordstone from him. Although Zhao Xiuxuan didn't know much about the value of the materials for refining, this Xianyi swordstone should be a third-grade medium-quality refining material. If it was based on the market price, 10 pieces of Xianyi swordstone would be worth about 40,000 to 50,000. Compared to a finished third-grade medium-quality magic weapon, this price was naturally much more cost-effective. With a free magic weapon in front, Zhao Xiuxuan naturally agreed first, but he was thinking in his heart that if he found that the Xianyi swordstone was useful to him at that time, he would consider it later. Even if he said that he didn't get the Xianyi swordstone, he couldn't do anything to him. After the two finished their discussion, Zhao Xiuxuan moved his magic power, and the sword pill with the green light fell into his storage bag. Afterwards, the few of them chatted for a while and exchanged some cultivation experiences. Half an hour later, Zhao Xiuxuan and Shiyu walked out of Qizing's cave. Shiyu was graceful and charming. She smiled and said, "Congratulations to Brother Zhao for getting a good treasure." She was referring to Zhao Xiuxuan's acquisition of the Yangshan sword pill. Her eyes frequently fell on Zhao Xiuxuan, and she was still shocked and curious about the sword intent Zhao Xiuxuan showed in the Yangshan furnace. What shocked her was that she and Qizing, two of the best sword cultivators in Huangyan County, were far from reaching his sword intent, which made her feel frustrated. What made her curious was how Zhao Xiuxuan cultivated at such a young age. It was really incomprehensible that such a young giant and cultivator had a sword intent that was more powerful than those cultivators who had practiced for more than 200 years. Zhao Xiuxuan's face remained expressionless, and he said politely, "I have to thank the fairy for her help in this matter. Without the fairy's introduction, it would not be so easy to obtain this treasure. You are too polite, Brother Zhao. This treasure has extremely high requirements for sword intent. If it is not in your hands, no one else can use it." She said what was in her heart. Even Qizing had such a hard time activating the sword pill, let alone others. Zhao Xiuxuan didn't want to continue talking about this topic, so he changed the subject and said, "Master, Fairy, what should we do next? Where are the ruins of the Xianyi sword sect?" She calmed down, moved her eyes away from Zhao Xiuxuan, and then patted the storage bag. A jade slip flew out of it and was held in her pair of white and slender jade hands. Some information about the ruins of Xianyi sword sect is in this jade slip. I have sorted it out in advance. Fellow Taoist, just take it and read it. In the past few days, I have informed the other two fellow Taoists. One of them is Bai Yunzi, a fellow Taoist of Bei sword sect. The other is a sword cultivator named Master Ziran. These two fellow Daoists have always been obsessed with the affairs of Xian'ai sword sect, and they will definitely travel together on this trip. Moreover, with these two people, the sword formation in the ruins will be more likely to break through. Fellow Daoist, please check the jade slip carefully first. After the two fellow Daoists arrive, we will set off, Master Yi said solemnly. After Zhao Xiuxuan took the jade slip, he did not check it immediately, but bowed and said goodbye first. Under Master Yi's gaze, he turned into light and left Yangshan. Although Qizing arranged a cave for him to live in Yangshan, Zhao Xiuxuan did not plan to settle down in Yangshan, but was ready to find a remote place again. Because he wanted to get familiar with the Yangshan sword pill before going to the Xian'ai sword sect cave. After all, this is someone else's immortal sect, so there are many inconveniences. There are few isolated mountains in the north of Yangshan. The trees in the mountains are like spears, and wild beasts are barking. Zhao Xiuxuan found a stone mountain and landed. A group of blue-eyed tigers about 10 feet tall were resting in the stone mountain. They were disturbed by the uninvited guests, bared their teeth, and pounced on them without hesitation. These are all low-level monsters that have not yet awakened their intelligence. They can't sense the terrible spiritual pressure of Zhao Xiuxuan at all. With their instinctive ferocity, they want to tear him apart. Ignorant beasts, Zhao Xiuxuan sneered. If this group of low-level monsters didn't attack him, he wouldn't bother to do it. Since he wanted to die, he couldn't blame him. Immediately, Zhao Xiuxuan waved his hand, a green light flashed, and the sword ball he had just obtained fell into his hand. Sword out, Zhao Xiuxuan shouted lightly. The sword ball flashed with a green light, and a sword energy appeared out of thin air, and swam around in the tiger group in an instant. Blood splattered and tiger meat flew everywhere. More than a dozen blue-eyed tigers were all turned into pieces of broken tiger corpses. The whole stone mountain suddenly became quiet. Zhao Xiuxuan activated the sword pill for the second time. Although it was a small test, this treasure was really good and quite handy to use. After killing the tiger monster, Zhao Xiuxuan dug a cave in the stone mountain. He saw his fingertips moving, and countless sword energy was floating in the stone mountain. After a while, a simple cave of 4 or 5 feet high was formed. Zhao Xiuxuan patted the storage bag again, and several formation flags flew out of it, setting up a shielding formation around the cave. He looked around with satisfaction, and when he saw the tiger corpses all over the ground, he frowned again. Then he dug a deep pit in the valley and threw all the tiger corpses into it. This was not humanitarianism, but these tiger corpses thrown outside would easily expose the traces of people here, and he was afraid of causing unnecessary trouble. Although there are few people who can threaten him in Yan State, it is better to be conservative about things that can be solved with a little effort. After all the tiger corpses were buried, Zhao Xiuxuan looked around with satisfaction and then entered the cave. First, he took out the jade slip given by his master and carefully investigated it. Zhao Xiuxuan's eyebrows moved immediately after seeing it. Wild land, the jade slip said that the place where the ruins of the Xian'ai sword sect was located was thousands of miles west of Yan State. It was called Wild Land. It actually left Yan State. This surprised Zhao Xiuxuan a little, but after thinking about it, it was understandable. With the speed of the golden elixir cultivator, it would only take a few minutes to leave the Yan State cultivation world. Then, Zhao Xiuxuan's consciousness memorized every line and every word in the jade slip. Mountains are undulating, wind and sand cover the sun, and monsters are rampant. That is the characteristic of the wild land. It is a fighting arena for monsters and cultivators, and it is also a treasure land that cultivators flock to. The endless variety of treasures, secret realms, and relics in the wild land are no less than those in the Dead Sea. However, the wild land is much more dangerous than the Dead Sea. Whether it is a key refining cultivator or a foundation building cultivator, the Dead Sea is a more suitable place for training. But the wild land is not entirely like this. The minimum threshold of the wild land also requires a foundation building cultivator. Because the wild land is full of countless second-level monsters, and even third-level monsters are not so rare. Some cultivators have seen the green bull monster that is as strong as a mountaintop rampaging in the wild land, and one collision can knock down a mountaintop. There are also white jade mantises that are as swift as lightning, and they can take people's heads in a flash. Therefore, even if the Yan State cultivators are training or hunting monsters, they will try their best to choose the relatively safe Dead Sea instead of the wild land. In addition, There is also a piece of western barbarian grassland between the wild land and the Yan State's Xiuxuan world. The western barbarian grassland is the dojo of the western barbarian monks. The western barbarian monks are a group of monks known for their physical cultivation. They worship great strength, are barbaric by nature, bloodthirsty and warlike, and gather in tribes. Since thousands of years ago, the tribes have been fighting endlessly, splitting and uniting, and the internal bloody battles have lasted for thousands of years. Until now, there has developed a situation where the three tribes of Jinian, King Yu, and Shiju are the leaders, and the remaining dozens of small tribes are vassals. Above the three major tribes, there is also a supreme force in the western barbarian grassland, called Jushan Palace. The owner of the Jushan Palace is said to be the blood of the ancient alien giant spirit tribe. He is 100 feet tall and shaped like a small mountain. When he walks, the mountains and rivers tremble, and when he waves his hand, the sun and the moon are covered. The western barbarian monks respectfully call him Zhao Xiuxuan. From another perspective, Zhao Xiuxuan is the only nascent soul monk in the western barbarian grassland. The western barbarian monks not only fight internal bloody battles, but also frequently invade the Yan Kingdom's cultivation world for thousands of years. For example, the two westernmost counties of Yan State, Xian County and Fanglui County, frequently had frictions with the monks of the western barbarian grassland. Fortunately, Xian and Fanglui counties firmly guarded the border of Yan State, which prevented the western barbarian monks from penetrating into Yan State and causing great suffering. Of course, these are all old things from more than 100 years ago. In the past 100 years, the western barbarian monks seem to be recuperating and have not attacked Yan State for a long time. That place is a bit troublesome, and it is not as simple as Master said, Zhao Xiuxuan sighed. Going deep into the hinterland of foreign monks is not as easy as Master said. However, there is no need to shrink back. With my strength, even if I can't beat them, I can still escape. Zhao Xiuxuan is neither arrogant nor self-deprecating. Putting down the jade slip, Zhao Xiuxuan cast a spell, and the green sword ball exuded bursts of sword energy and floated above his head, spinning straight. This trip is not easy, and I have to get familiar with this magic weapon. Afterwards, Zhao Xiuxuan began to calm down and control the sword pill to start refining. Half a month later, a golden light of the communication talisman fell into the valley. At this time, the valley was in a mess. The originally intact stone mountain had become riddled with holes and dilapidated as if it had been eroded by wind and sand for tens of millions of years. That was all Zhao Xiuxuan's masterpiece. Seeing the golden light falling, Zhao Xiuxuan crushed it with one hand. Then he murmured, "Everyone is here, it's time to set off." Another month later, the border of Yan State. Between Xian County and Ximen Grassland, there is a 100-foot deep ditch, which is the natural boundary between Yan State and Ximen Grassland. If this ditch is seen from the air, it looks like a giant sword crossing the earth. The sword energy cuts out, the crust cracks, and a huge gully is formed. On this day, 5 different colored escape lights passed through Xian County and landed directly on the edge of the ditch cliff. The escape light dissipated, revealing 5 figures of cultivators. These people are naturally Zhao Xiuxuan and others. Zhao Xiuxuan, Shidai, and Chixing are not mentioned. In addition, there are Bai Yunzi from Bei Sword Sect and the sword cultivator Ziran Shangren. Bai Yunzi has an old face, white hair and beard, and wears a white robe. He carries a long sword on his back, and looks like a master. Ziran Shangren is dressed in linen clothes, just like his name, wearing a purple robe and a purple beard, which is very strange. Among the few people, Bai Yunzi is at the 4th level of Jindan, and he is the best in terms of cultivation. The next is Chixing and Shidai, both of whom are at the 3rd level of Jindan. Ziran Shangren is at the 2nd level of Jindan. Zhao Xiuxuan has the lowest cultivation level, at the 1st level of Jindan. In this regard, Bai Yunzi has a little contempt, but Ziran Shangren, a casual cultivator, is quite enthusiastic. They call each other Taoist friends, and they quickly become familiar with Zhao Xiuxuan on the way here. At this time, the 5 Yan Kingdom Jindan stood at the edge of the Xiangao cliff, looking at the endless western barbarian grassland outside the Xiangao, and their faces were a little solemn. Everyone, the territory of those barbarians' physical cultivation is ahead. Although the barbarians have been jumping around in the northern grasslands in recent years, we still can't let our guard down. It's still the old rules. Let my Fengine boat lead the way, and everyone should be on guard. Unless we encounter a large number of giant and barbarians, otherwise, with our strength, we don't need to worry too much. However, this little Taoist friend, your cultivation is shallow. If you encounter danger later, you must protect yourself. I will not stop to save you, Bai Yunzi said so, naturally not recognizing Zhao Xiuxuan's strength. Although Qizing and Shi Yi endorsed him, this person was extremely arrogant in his heart. He didn't believe that Zhao Xiuxuan was the key to breaking the sword formation mentioned by the two people. Instead, he was very confident in the secret treasure he carried. From the time the few people met, he quietly controlled everyone's actions and acted as the leader of the team. It may be that the other three people are already familiar with Bai Yunzi's temper and have no opinion on it. Bai Yunzi will naturally not care about Zhao Xiuxuan's opinion. However, Zhao Xiuxuan is also happy with it. He goes wherever he says he wants to go along the way and is very low-key in his life and work. Everything is arranged by Dao Yao. Dao Yao can rest assured. If there's any danger, I can protect myself, Zhao Xiuxuan smiled and replied indifferently. Shi cast a look at her and secretly transmitted a voice, Dao Yao Bai Yunzi is like this. He is cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Dao Yao Zhao, please don't be surprised. Zhao Xiuxuan did not reply, but just shook his head slightly to indicate that it was okay. After seeing this, Shi also smiled at him. Bai Yunzi did not respond to Zhao Xiuxuan's answer. He urged the spell in his hand, and a small boat wrapped in yellow spiritual light flew out of the storage bag. The small boat swelled when it saw the wind, and in less than a few breaths, it suddenly swelled to more than 10 feet long. The appearance of the flying boat was ordinary, even simple. If it had not been sacrificed by a giant and cultivator, Zhao Xiuxuan would have thought it was just a fishing boat used by fishermen. However, as Bai Yunzi activated his magic power, a series of yellow runes flashed on the boat, which changed Zhao Xiuxuan's mind. These runes instantly arranged a powerful shielding formation around the flying boat. Once the formation was opened, the flying boat immediately disappeared in front of several people. Even if the divine sense was used to investigate, only a vague shadow could be sensed. This was because Zhao Xiuxuan's divine sense was extraordinary. If it was someone else, I'm afraid they would not be able to sense anything. Brother Bayun's Fengine boat, I like it every time I see it. If there is such a good thing next time, Brother Bayun, don't forget to notify me. Qizing smiled and seemed very interested in the Fengine boat. Bai Yunzi nodded and said, my Fengine boat was made by Taoist Wu Qingzi of Qingxuan Valley. It is naturally extraordinary. Okay, everyone, get on board and let's go. Everyone looked at each other, and then walked into the formation one by one and disappeared. After a while, the sky ditch flashed with yellow light, as if a gust of wind and sand blew by. Under the cover of the formation, Zhao Xiuxuan and others had already crossed the sky ditch and went deep into the western barbarian grassland. Thanks for subscribing. Chapter 248 Killing the Sky-Marked Golden Eagle. A group of four-legged monsters about 10 feet tall were running on the endless grassland. This group of monsters looked like antelopes, but they were much stronger than antelopes. Each of them had a pair of green horns on their heads, which faintly jumped with spiritual light. Greenhorn spirit sheep, this is the most common first-level monster on the western barbarian grassland. The horns on their heads are their weapons to attack people. Although they look weak, they are amazingly fast and powerful, especially when they move in groups. Even if a second-level monster encounters them, it can only retreat. In the spirit sheep group, there is a second-level greenhorn spirit sheep with white breath and green horns on its head that stretch nearly 2 feet. It is the leader of each spirit sheep group and the demon king of the tribe. The second-level demon king hides in the spirit sheep group and will not take action unless necessary. Under the leadership of the demon king, this group of greenhorn spirit sheep kept looking back while running, with very human expressions on their faces, revealing a kind of fear. Behind them, there was a cloud of dust. In the dust, 2 figures were vaguely seen running. The figures were getting closer and closer, revealing the appearance of a man and a woman. The man had a slatted top and a strong body. His upper body was naked, revealing a sturdy body with sharp edges and corners like a stone pile. The lower body was a piece of clothing similar to bibs, and it was unknown what kind of beast fur it was made of. The woman was big and strong, wearing a tight animal suit, and her figure was not inferior to the man at all. The 2 people ran straight on the grassland, with a step of 5 meters, and the speed was so fast that even the greenhorn spirit sheep was bitten by the 2 people. While running, the man touched behind him, and a long stick with a pointed head like a javelin appeared in his hand, and then he threw it at the green-horned spirit sheep. With a whoosh, the javelin pierced a spirit sheep fiercely, causing the demon beasts to change their course immediately and run towards a fenced area in the grassland. Seeing this, the two people showed a smile of success at the corners of their mouths. After a moment, the demon beasts fell into the depression. At the same time, a group of Western barbarian monks dressed similarly jumped out of their disguises, roaring and hurling all kinds of sharp sticks and stones. There were even several giants who were several feet tall, rushing straight into the group of green-horned spirit sheep. Their arms as thick as thighs were like the most powerful weapons. They swung their fists as big as sandbags and fell like cannon hammers. With one blow, a green-horned spirit sheep fell to the ground. These giants had clear goals. Their fists swept across a clearing and went straight to the second-level demon king hiding in the group of green-horned spirit sheep. The demon king seemed to know that he was in a bad situation. He jumped and was about to escape, but he was kicked in the soft belly by a man who flew up from the dust behind him, and kicked him back. "You beast, die!" Several giants rushed forward and fought with the second-level demon king with punches and kicks. These people were sturdy and had amazing spiritual pressure. When they swung their fists, there was a faint sound of breaking through the air. And a simple spiritual light suddenly appeared in their every move. They were actually foundation-building cultivators. Although the second-level demon king was agile and his pair of huge horns were darting around, he was quickly killed by a punch under the siege of several foundation-building cultivators and fell to the ground without a breath. In this way, in less than a moment, hundreds of green-horned spirit sheep including the second-level demon king were completely wiped out by a group of Western barbarian cultivators. Giant Saint Heaven. Today's hunting was a great victory. The cultivators cheered and celebrated today's harvest. The tribes of Western barbarian cultivators hunted monsters to obtain cultivation resources. Every time they won a great victory, they would take out a part of the prey and slaughter it as a sacrifice to the heaven and offer it to Giant Saint Heaven. Aku. Take all the skins and horns. Among the giants, a cultivator who seemed to be the leader came out and gave orders. Yes, Lord Alienji. A dozen of the Western barbarian monks stood up upon hearing this, took out a short blade with a cold glow, and peeled the skin and shaved the hair off the tough monster skin. Aku is the name given to low-level monks in the Western barbarian tribe, referring to those who do hard labor. Looking at the corpses of monsters on the grassland, although the harvest was full, there was not much joy on the face of the giant. A big man of the same size touched his shoulder with a smile and asked, "What's wrong, Alienji? You killed the leader of the monster sheep. Why are you still unhappy?" The giant called Alienji frowned, and from time to time he looked up and scanned the blue sky, as if looking for something. After hesitating for a moment, he expressed his doubts. "Since the beginning, I felt that there was something in the giant heaven staring at us. I don't know if it's an illusion, but I always feel uneasy. Let's deal with the prey as soon as possible and return to the tribe. You are too worried. If there are enemies, the white-haired falcons in the giant heaven will tell us." He pursed his lips at the black spots in the sky. They were spies sent out by the tribe, not only watching the movements of the prey, but also guarding against enemy raids for them. On the grassland, there are not only ferocious monsters, but also tribal enemies that are hard to guard against. I hope so. Hearing what he said, Alienji looked better, but still uneasy. Just as he was comforting himself, his eyes staring at the sky suddenly widened. In the blue sky, a white figure suddenly appeared, floating in the air, and his robes fluttered in the wind. At the same time, the white-haired falcons were separated from their heads and bodies fell from the sky. Enemy attack. It's a giant and stage cultivator. Alienji's heart pounded. He stood in the air. If he wasn't a giant and cultivator, then what else could he be? The other party's clothes showed that he was not a Western barbarian cultivator. To them, this meant that he was an enemy. Alienji immediately issued a warning, but in the next second, a white cloud fell from the sky. Swoosh, swoosh, it turned out that it was not a white cloud, but countless white sword energy. Including Alienji, dozens of tribal cultivators lost their lives in an instant. A river of blood flowed on the ground of the grassland, nourishing the grassland. Bai Yunzi succeeded in one move. He waved his hand and found several storage bags from several foundation-building Western barbarian cultivators. He exhaled to break a restriction. The storage bags were densely packed with colorful demon cores. He retreated with satisfaction and fell into the Fengine boat. At this moment, The other people on the flying boat were sitting in different positions, practicing while being on guard. With the help of Fenggang boat and high alert, they flew for nearly a month without any trouble. Qizing complained about what Bai Yunzi had just done. Brother Bai Yun, they are just a few second-level cultivators. Why do you, a giant and cultivator, have to kill them right away? Aren't we supposed to keep this trip secret? If you kill them, there is a risk of exposure. There are many giant and cultivators on the western barbarian grassland. Don't create unnecessary trouble, Bai Yunzi said indifferently. Don't underestimate the wealth of these barbarians. Although they are not very strong, they hunt day and night, and often have a large number of demon cores on their bodies. I am short of this thing in my mountain recently, so why not do it? As for the risk of exposure, this place is the hunting ground of the western barbarian cultivators and is also close to the edge of the wilderness. There are many demon beasts, and the death of a tribe is a common thing. Moreover, we will enter the wilderness soon. Even if the giant and cultivators of the western barbarian grassland find us, what's the problem? Qizing glanced at him, shook his head and said nothing, and went back to practice. Master Ziran heard the conversation between the two and opened his eyes to take a look. Although he had some complaints about Bai Yunzi, he could not say anything. Zhao Xiuxuan, who was sitting at the stern of the boat, turned a blind eye to Bai Yunzi's actions and the conversation between the two, as if he had no idea. It was only when Bai Yunzi said that they were about to enter the wilderness that he opened his eyes to take a look. In front of the Fenggang boat, there were faintly rolling mountains, and the wind and sand that covered the sky and the sun blew, making the whole world hazy. After just one look, Zhao Xiuxuan continued to practice. The Fenggang boat continued to move forward and plunged into the wilderness where the wind and sands gradually rose. So far, everything has been relatively smooth, and they have safely passed through the western barbarian grassland. There was no threatening battle with the foreign cultivators as he expected. Not long after they left, 2 escape lights from the hinterland of the western barbarian grassland fell. The escape lights dissipated, and the 2 who came were one old and one young, and the older one had a strange shape. He was long and narrow, but his limbs were hunched, like a skinny old monkey. The other one had a face full of flesh, a shiny bald head, a fierce look, and his robe was open on his chest, revealing a rune engraved on his chest. Both of them were standing in the void, obviously both were giant and cultivators. The skinny old man looked down at the bloody grassland, wrinkled his nose, and said in a voice like a broken wind drum, "Sword key, a fatal move, it's a giant and cultivator." The bald monk nodded coldly, then looked at the direction of the wilderness, and said in a muffled voice, "It may be a giant and cultivator from Yan State. What do you think? Do you want to chase them? I can feel that they are going to the wilderness." "Don't chase them, it's useless to chase them. We are still too far away now. The instructions from Zhu Xingshan have not come down yet. We still have to wait for a while." The skinny old cultivator pointed to the top of his head without raising his head, and pressed his body again. The whole person bent like a shrimp, which seemed to be more comfortable this way. The bald monk did not speak again, but pulled a spirit beast bag from his waist and opened it. A ray of black light sprang out of the spirit beast bag, and a strange bird the size of a sparrow landed on his shoulder. The wings of this strange bird are all black, and its eyes are as thin as rice grains and blue. The most bizarre thing is that it has 3 legs. The 2 legs grabbed the monk's shoulders, and the middle leg was bent and pressed against his chest and abdomen. The bald monk stretched out his thick fingers to the wings of the strange bird and scratched it. The strange bird chirped softly, and then the extra leg in the middle fell down, standing on 3 legs. At the same time, it flapped its wings and flew up, hovering over the grassland where the bloody smell had not yet dissipated. Finally, it landed on the bald man's shoulder again. As soon as it landed, the strange bird opened its sharp beak and spit out a ray of black light from it. The bald monk took out a small round mirror from his storage bag and put the black light into it. Then, he didn't even look at the mirror and put it back into the storage bag. "Okay, let's go." After saying this, the 2 of them turned into 2 rays of light again and disappeared into the sky. On the other side, Feng Yinzhao gradually encountered troubles after entering the wilderness. There are many monsters in the wilderness, and there are often groups of flying monsters flying in the air. For this reason, Bai Yunzi and others can only try to choose the route they have explored before, and there is no guarantee that they will not encounter powerful monsters. On the 3rd day after they entered the wilderness, they were still 1 or 2 days away from their destination. The sky, which was already full of yellow sand, suddenly darkened, and a huge monster with wings covering the sky and sun rolled up the yellow sand and came towards them at a high speed. Level 3 Sky Pattern Golden Eagle. Be careful, this eagle is a bit difficult to deal with. If we are exposed, we will use thunder to kill it quickly and never let it escape, Bai Yunzi reminded while urging Fengai's Hao. He played a new spell in his hand, and Fengai's Hao suddenly sank and quietly fell down, trying to avoid the direction of the Sky Pattern Golden Eagle. Swoosh, the huge sound of breaking wind was getting closer and closer. The wings of the Sky Pattern Golden Eagle, which were hundreds of feet long, pulled out 2 sand rivers in the yellow sky. The gravel hit the Fengai's Hao that was avoiding it, and almost overturned the Fengai's Hao. As luck would have it, Feng Yin's Hao's formation was hit so hard that it was temporarily ineffective. The powerful aura of several people was exposed in the air, and the sharp eyes of the Sky Pattern Golden Eagle suddenly stared at them. The golden eyes were like 2 huge lanterns hanging in the yellow sand. Not good. Do it, Bai Yunzi blurted out. In fact, he didn't need to say much. The others had already made their move the moment the formation disappeared. Although several people belonged to different mountain gates, their methods were very unified. After all, they were all sword cultivators. I saw that a large and small piece of powerful sword energy cut the yellow sand into 2 pieces, and hit the huge body of the Sky Pattern Golden Eagle with a clanging sound. Some were blocked by the unusually hard wings, and some fell on the bird, creating a bloody mist. Chew, the Sky Pattern Golden Eagle felt pain and flapped its wings. The yellow sand rolled into 2 tornadoes, fiercely falling on the heads of several people. You guys keep attacking, I'll defend. As a casual cultivator, Master Ziran was also a pure sword cultivator, but he had more defensive means than others. He threw out a green cloth bag from his storage bag. The cloth bag was originally of ordinary size, but after being thrown out, it suddenly became larger, and finally transformed and expanded to a size larger than the Fengying boat. Collect, Master Ziran cast a spell, and the green light in the cloth bag spewed out, sweeping towards the yellow sand tornado, and the tornado immediately dissipated into smoke. Even the wind blade swept out by the subsequent flapping of the wings of the Sky Pattern Golden Eagle was collected by the green cloth bag. Go, Master Ziran cast another spell, and immediately, the yellow sand tornado and wind blade that had just been collected in the cloth bag were spit out again, but this time the attack was directed at the Sky Pattern Golden Eagle itself. Boom! At this moment, a moon-white giant sword fell from the sky and cut off a small part of the wings of the Sky Pattern Golden Eagle. A bloody aura suddenly mixed in the yellow sand sky, which looked strange and mysterious. Almost at the same time, Zhao Xiuxuan's green sword energy seized the perfect opportunity and continued to expand the injury from the place where the wings were cut off. Although the Sky Pattern Golden Eagle was powerful, it was still like a weak bird in front of the 5 giant cultivators. It was injured repeatedly in a short period of time. If it had not relied on the powerful body of the monster, it would have been killed by a human cultivator long ago. Even so, this bird had no will to fight. Its eyes were full of hatred. It endured the severe pain in its wings and wanted to spread its wings and escape. Don't let it run away. This bird is the most vengeful. With these brief and concise words, everyone gathered their energy and refreshed themselves. The denser sword energy than before blocked the Sky Pattern Golden Eagle from all sides like a cage. Shoo! After a moment, under the siege of everyone, the huge body of the Sky Pattern Golden Eagle fell from the sky with a sky full of blood mist, and slammed into the 2 mountain tops, smashing them into the mountain tops. Seeing this, Bai Yunzi suddenly fell down, and the sword energy spiraled down, opening a bloody hole in the body of the Sky Pattern Golden Eagle, from which he dug out a demon core with compelling spiritual energy. Seeing this, he laughed and said, "Ha ha ha ha, a 3rd level demon core, thanks for subscribing." Chapter 249, Fireball Killing. The 3rd level demon core is very useful. Whether it is refining equipment, making puppets, or even sometimes refining elixirs, the 3rd level demon core is needed. Moreover, from the perspective of spiritual energy alone, the 3rd level demon core is equivalent to tens of thousands of low-grade spiritual stones. Fellow Taoists, this demon core is of great use to me. If you have no objection, how about I exchange it for 10,000 spiritual stones per person? 10,000 spiritual stones per person. If you count his own share, it is equivalent to an estimated value of 50,000 spiritual stones, which is almost the value of the 3rd level demon core. Seeing that no one else had any objection, Bai Yunzi proudly took out a few spiritual stone bags and threw them to everyone. Then, he said, "This beast is a third-level monster after all, and there are still many treasures on it. Let's deal with it quickly and get on with our journey." Immediately, several people divided up the body of the sky-pattern golden eagle. Shi got dozens of golden feathers, Master Ziran got a pair of sharp claws, Qizing took the bird's beak, Bai Yunzi didn't feel comfortable asking for materials because he got the monster core, and finally Zhao Xiuxuan took out a few feather bones with the most spiritual energy. This feather bone is the hardest thing on the sky-pattern golden eagle except for the claws. If it is used to refine magic weapons, it will have a good effect. Okay, let's continue on the road. A third-level monster was divided up like this, and several people started on their way again. 2 days later, a scorched earth appeared in the southeast corner of the wilderness. Although the wind and sand were still raging here, it seemed to have encountered some barrier and slowed down a lot. There was a wave in the void, and a strange flying boat suddenly appeared and floated in the air. 5 figures jumped down from it, each of them was very powerful. This is it. There is a formation covering this place. Nearly 10 years have passed, but it has not changed. This place is remote even for the wilderness. If it weren't for the opportunity of Taoist fellow Ziran last time, we wouldn't have found it. Several people sighed, and then they walked towards a canyon. The 2 sides of the canyon were high and steep, like 2 huge doors half closed. Everyone entered it and saw that the narrowest part of the canyon was so narrow that 2 people could not pass side by side. There was no grass in the canyon, no birds or animals, and it seemed extremely dead. After walking for half an hour, Zhao Xiuxuan suddenly saw a clear view in front of him. A strong light shone on him like a direct flashlight, blurring his vision. "We're here." Bai Yunzi's voice came to his ears. Zhao Xiuxuan's green snake pupils and divine consciousness were all open. Everything in front of him was in full view. After passing through the canyon, there was a huge and barren wilderness. The sky above the wilderness was shrouded in dark clouds, which were low and depressing. Sharp stones like sharp swords were scattered in the wilderness. Deep in the wilderness, although it seemed that there was nothing, there was a strong fluctuation of spiritual energy under Zhao Xiuxuan's green snake pupils. Okay, let's break the formation outside first. As soon as Bai Yunzi finished speaking, several people took out a flag from their storage bag. The flag was waving. And suddenly there was a burst of creaking in the void. The dark clouds above the wilderness poured down like a waterfall, turning into a series of strange undercurrents rushing in the wilderness. This formation is called the Heaven-Covering Sea Formation. It is a third-level top-grade formation. It is a formation set up by several of us. Even a giant and cultivator can't see the mystery here. Shi Yu pinched the magic formula and took the initiative to explain to Zhao Xiuxuan. Zhao Xiuxuan nodded and didn't say much. As the mana of several giant and cultivators was input, the formation flags in their hands burst out with amazing spiritual light and shot into the Heaven-Covering Sea Formation in an instant. Caw, followed by a crisp explosion. The dark current suddenly gathered together and turned into a winding dark path that fell to the ground. Okay, let's enter the formation. Bai Yunzi took the lead and strode into the formation, but his figure strangely fell on the path, not biased. Zhao Xiuxuan just saw a clue, and Shi Yu kindly explained, "This formation is incredibly powerful. You must walk along the path of evolution. Don't go astray, otherwise there will be trouble." Zhao Xiuxuan nodded, and after watching others walk in, he stepped into the formation. It seems that there is no barrier between the formation and the outside world, but in fact, when you step into the formation, there is a world of difference between the inside and outside of the formation. Zhao Xiuxuan walked carefully on the dark path of the formation, as if walking in the gap between the surging black tide. He had no doubt that if he deviated from the path of the formation's evolution, he would be swallowed by the surging black tide. Although Zhao Xiuxuan could feel that he could definitely break this formation if he tried his best, he would not risk his life. After entering the formation, the master who was walking in front of him disappeared. Zhao Xiuxuan's green snake pupils glowed brightly, and then he saw a graceful figure walking in front of him, with lotus flowers blooming at every step. The master's figure was tall and graceful. Although she was wearing a wide moon-white sword robe, her fragrant buttocks still showed a beautiful arc under the outline of the moon-white sword robe. Although he was cautious and afraid of being missed, he stared at the back of the master, but Zhao Xiuxuan still slightly turned his eyes away and just stared at the pair of jade feet under his feet. The wilderness not far away from the formation, with the strength of several people, walked for half an hour before walking out of the entire concealing the sky and covering the sea formation. After walking out of the formation, a piece of ruins appeared in front of him. It was a piece of palace buildings, with a huge martial arts square as the center, radiating a piece of buildings around. A few dozen feet away, there was a huge stone tablet like a sharp sword. Through some relatively intact stone palaces with flying eaves, we can see the magnificent atmosphere of this place in the past. Zhao Xiuxuan hurriedly scanned the scene in front of him and noticed that there were strange monsters emitting black air crawling on the collapsed walls and stone tablets. Be careful, there are monsters living here. As soon as Bai Yanzi finished speaking, a flash of sword light flashed in front of him, and sword energy hid a dark corner nearby like a peacock spreading its tail. Boom! A lurking huge strange monster jumped up from the corner. When it jumped up, the monster spread out its 8 curled up long legs with cold light, and the huge and ferocious mouth on its head was drooling with fishy saliva. It turned out to be a giant spider 3 or 4 feet tall. The giant spider was surrounded by circles of black air, and there seemed to be sores and pus in many parts of its body, which was very strange. This black wolf spider is a bit strange. Be careful of the black air on its body. It may be poisonous. The purple-bearded master had a serious expression. When he saw the monster appear, he pulled out a cloak from his storage bag and covered himself with it. He wore a linen shirt and looked like a wanderer. These beasts are really endless. I don't know where they came from. There are actually several third-level spider kings, just as Bai Yunzi and the black wolf spider that jumped out were fighting back and forth. Several giant spiders with a height of 3 or 4 feet crawled out from all corners. Obviously, these were all third-level monsters. Zhao Xiuxuan glanced at them and thought to himself. A total of 4 third-level monsters, at least 200 second-level monsters. Although it looks scary, it shouldn't be a big problem. There is nothing special about the attack of the black wolf spider. First, it relies on the spider silk spitting out from its mouth to bind people, and second, it uses sharp and flexible spider legs to sweep people. The silk of the black wolf spider is extremely tough, and ordinary magic weapons cannot break it at all. Once entangled, without help from others, there is a high probability that you will be buried in the spider's mouth. And its shell is also very hard, which is a good material for refining a third-level protective magic weapon. Bai Yunzi's sword energy cannot break its shell when it hits it. Be careful, kill these third-level ones first. Qizing said nothing, and 3 red sword pills flew out of his storage bag. All 3 of them are third-level medium-quality magic weapons, Yangshan sword pills. The 3 sword pills turned into 3 red lights and went straight to meet a black wolf spider that jumped high towards them. Over there, Master Ziran also cast a spell, and a bronze sword magic weapon drilled out of his storage bag. The sword body was as wide as a door panel. With a wave of his hand, a huge black wolf spider was knocked away with a bang. Another third-level monster was also dealt with by Shi Yi. The leader of the Moon Sword sect activated his spell, and a sword energy like moonlight burst out from the flying sword beside him. The sword energy kept scratching the shell of the last black wolf spider like a sieve, leaving traces on its shell. Zhao Xiuxuan saw that they all showed their magical powers. He didn't need to take care of the third-level monsters, so he started to use his skills on a group of second-level monsters. He opened his hands and instantly released a series of red flame fireballs. The fireball technique has high temperature and high explosive properties. Every time it hits the second-level black wolf spider that rushed over, even if it touches the edge, it will melt it. Huge explosions came one after another. For a while, more than 200 second-level monsters were not enough for him to fight, so he set his sights on the thousands of first-level black wolf spiders hiding in the corner. That familiar experience kept rushing into his mind. Fireball +1, Fireball +1, Fireball +1, Fireball, 4/1600, +52, Root Bones, Lower Grade Dale Body, 1640, 3200, +80 at some point. The fireball skill was upgraded to a higher level, and a wave of insights came to his mind. Zhao Xiuxuan seemed to have realized something, and he spread his palms, and his golden elixir turned. Nearly 1/10 of his mana rushed out desperately, and in his danshin, a magic spirit formation that was 10 times more complex than the previous fireball skill was rapidly constructed. In the blink of an eye, a red fire bead with terrifying power appeared in his palm. Zhao Xiuxuan raised his hand casually, and the red fire bead drew a beautiful arc and fell into the group of spiders crawling. Boom! An explosion that was 10 times more spectacular than the previous fireball skill sounded in the ruins of the ancient sword cultivator. The scorching flame seemed to burn the air instantly. All living things within a 10-foot radius of the fireball explosion were burned to ashes. Ah! What is that? He was fighting fiercely with a third-level black wolf spider, and was about to kill it, when the aftermath of the sudden explosion knocked the man and the monster out. Bai Yunzi, who was caught off guard, seemed to be touched by the fire ring, and the protective aura outside his body was instantly shattered. The black wolf spider was directly half-burned, and only one of the several arthropod legs on the right side was intact, and the rest were broken into powder. Did you do this? Bai Yunzi looked at Zhao Xiuxuan in surprise, with a look of doubt on his face. Zhao Xiuxuan did not answer, but calmed down and felt the experience of the fireball technique, although he just had an idea and did it casually. Fortunately, he had the skill panel in hand, and all his skills were solidified. 1 is 1, 2 is 2. As long as the skill is improved, no matter how many times it is used, there will be no mistakes. Whether it is the activation of mana, the engraving of the magic circle, or the angle of attack, it will always be absolutely correct. This is the horror of the skill panel. Seeing that Zhao Xiuxuan did not speak, Bai Yunzi paused for a moment, and then began to chase the black wolf spider that was about to escape. In the case of serious injuries, the black wolf spider was soon filled with this sort energy into the wound, and it exploded from the inside out and died. Afterwards, everyone cleaned up several third-level demon spiders one after another. When I looked at the battlefield again, I found that almost all the second-level black wolf spiders and thousands of first-level demon spiders were turned into charred debris. Ha! I thought that fellow Taoist was just an amazing sword cultivator, but I didn't expect that the magic was so shocking. But, what kind of method is this? It is so powerful when it is instantly released. Qizing gave Zhao Xiuxuan a thumbs up. He had been paying attention to Zhao Xiuxuan just now. Master Ziran also had a puzzled look on his face. His eyes flickered, as if he saw that Zhao Xiuxuan was using the fireball technique, but the power was so different that he dared not confirm it. Shi Yu was also seeing Zhao Xiuxuan's technique for the first time, and was also greatly shocked. For a moment, her opinion of Zhao Xiuxuan was raised a little, and her eyes frequently fell on him. Zhao Xiuxuan didn't want to be in the limelight. So he waved his hand and said perfunctorily, "It's just some inferior techniques, which consume a lot of mana. After performing them, my mana is almost gone. If there's a battle next, I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you guys." When he said this, the mentality of the others was slightly balanced. If it was a secret technique that consumed a lot of mana, it was reasonable. In just half an hour, if all the mana was used up, then the mana consumption was indeed very large. If he really fought with the enemy, as long as the opponent used his body skills to dodge and avoid being hit by the technique, he could only wait for death. Bai Yunzi believed it, and after glancing at Zhao Xiuxuan, his face regained a sense of superiority and said, "It's not right to waste mana like this. Fortunately, we are here, otherwise it would be difficult to deal with the things that come later. In this case, everyone should hurry up to recover mana and continue to go in to break the sword formation as soon as possible, so as to avoid more troubles at night." Zhao Xiuxuan actually still had more mana, but it was also necessary to restore the mana to full. He said no more, sat cross-legged and began to practice the skills to restore. Everyone also began to restore mana. Another hour later, not only did everyone restore mana, but they also took the materials from the several black wolf spiders they killed. The others each had a third-level monster, which was also the trophy they killed personally. As Zhao Xiuxuan had more mana and recovered quickly, when the mana of others had just recovered, he spent some time to take all the demon cores of the second-level black wolf spiders without leaving any. These demon cores were an excellent choice whether they were sold or used as puppet materials. He even stripped hundreds of the best preserved shells, which could be used as materials for refining weapons in the clan. Do you remember that when we came last time, there were also black wolf spiders, but they didn't have these black auras, and they weren't so fierce when fighting? Master Ziran expressed his doubts when everyone was preparing to set off again. Fortunately, although these black auras seemed strange, they were not too strange. With steady steps, the black wolf spiders were only killed by the giant and cultivators. There were indeed none when we came last time, and we had killed all the black wolf spiders on the periphery last time. In just less than 10 years, 4 third-level monsters have appeared. It's really strange, Qizing touched his open chest and frowned. Just pay more attention. Let's quickly break the sword formation and take the treasures inside. Xie glanced at everyone and said casually. Bai Yunzi also waved his hand and said indifferently, Master is right. Even if there are a few third-level monsters, they are nothing more than that. The most important thing is to get the treasure. Zhao Xiuxuan saw that everyone was more or less eager for the so-called treasure, even Master Li was no exception. Only he maintained a good mentality and was not confused by the immediate interests, so his five senses were also particularly clear. He felt that when the purple-bearded master heard about taking the treasure, his breath suddenly became hurried. Although it was only for a moment, he still caught it. Thanks for subscribing. Chapter 250, Heavenly Star Kang Sword Formation. Broken. Walking along the huge martial arts square, there were still sporadic black wolf spiders coming out of the ruins along the way. After walking for about 3/4 of an hour, a towering mountain appeared behind the ruined temple. For some reason, this mountain could not be seen until it was approached. There was a wide stone staircase connecting the foot of the mountain to the top of the mountain. At the beginning of the stone steps at the foot of the mountain, green grass was blowing and strange rocks were rugged. The most eye-catching thing was that a stone sword stood at the foot of the mountain. With a stone sword as the center, the sound of swords hummed in all directions. Zhao Xiuxuan's eyes flashed with green light, and then he saw the dense and countless sword key like fish caught in a fishing net. The spiritual energy fluctuations of each sword key were extraordinary. This is the sword formation, Zhao Xiuxuan thought to himself. He thought so because everyone stopped 50 feet away from the foot of the mountain. Master Yi's soft voice came to his ears. This is the ancient sword formation guarding the mountain gate. That's right, this mountain is the mountain gate of Xian'ai sword sect. The mountain is just some outer halls. All the treasures in Taoist scriptures are in this mountain. Following Master Yi's gaze, Zhao Xiuxuan saw the precious light floating in the mountain. Master Yi knew that Zhao Xiuxuan was in contact with this formation for the first time, so she explained to him, this formation can be regarded as the mountain protection formation of Xian'ai sword sect according to the Taoist scriptures we have obtained. This formation is called Xiangxing Kang sword formation, which is a 4th level formation. What? Zhao Xiuxuan was shocked when he heard about the 4th level formation. The 4th level formation is not something that they, the giant and cultivators, can shake. Let alone shake it, even if they want to break through it, it is like an ant trying to shake a tree, which is a dead end. Bai Yunzi saw his expression and snorted, HMPH, if it is really a 4th level formation, what are we still doing here? Xie smiled apologetically and continued, I didn't finish, don't panic, fellow Taoist Zhao, although this formation is a 4th level formation, but, after tens of thousands of years of dust, this formation has lost a lot of its power. In terms of power, it is only at the level of a 3rd level medium quality formation, so that's it. Zhao Xiuxuan felt relieved. If it was a 4th level formation, he would turn around and leave. However, it is better to be careful, otherwise, fellow Taoist Jiang Kun is a lesson for us. Xie pointed to a broken skeleton somewhere within the range of the formation. Jiang Kun was a fellow Taoist who had explored the ruins of Xian'ai sword sect last time. He was also a powerful swordsman. He died here because of an accident when breaking the formation. Thanks to the message from Taoist fellow Jiang Kun before his death, we have a better grasp of this formation. I believe that you Taoists have been honing your sword spirit in the past few years, Bai Yunzi said, and then glanced at Zhao Xiuxuan, then stroked his beard and said, okay, stop talking nonsense. Since this Taoist fellow Zhao was recommended by you, you can explain the situation to him yourself. Upon hearing this, Xie came to Zhao Xiuxuan and pointed at the sword-shaped steel in the formation and said, Taoist fellow Zhao, this matter is also very simple. Taoist fellow Bai Yunzi will first set up the formation, and then everyone will enter the formation and inject their sword energy into the sword steel. The sword steel is a formation eye of this formation. It is difficult to shake it with ordinary means, but it resonates with sword energy. As long as the sword spirit is sufficient, this formation can be opened. Zhao Xiuxuan nodded. If so, it would be simple. Bai Yunzi on the other side said impatiently, okay, everyone, the time is almost up, watch my day sword fall. As soon as he finished speaking, countless white sword energy burst out from his body, and the sword energy like a rushing river directly hit the Xiangxing Kang sword formation. Countless stars shone in this former 4th level formation, and it was a burst of sword energy. Swoosh, the blue sword light lit up from the Xiuxuan sword formation, and the sword energy in the sky was like a stream of carp crossing the river, instantly swallowing up Bai Yanzi's white sword energy. Go! Seeing this scene, Bai Yanzi slapped his storage bag fiercely, and thousands of talismans flew out of it. Seeing these talismans, Zhao Xiuxuan's expression moved. That was the sword-hiding talisman. Once upon a time, after he killed a cultivator named Jin in Nanshan County, he obtained this kind of talisman in his storage bag, but he didn't know what it was until he saw this talisman for sale at the auction of the Poison Sands shop in Huangyan County, and then he knew that it was the sword-hiding talisman from the base sword sect. Those that can be auctioned are definitely the most precious treasures, and those that can be used by Bai Yanzi, a Jinden, must be extremely good. Zhao Xiuxuan was right. He saw thousands of hidden sword talismans floating in the air, and the runes drawn on the talismans glowed brightly. Sword Kiss emerged from them and hit the formation. With the help of the sword key and the hidden sword talismans, Bai Yanzi's sword key surged, and it seemed to be competing with a blue sword key in the formation. This method is somewhat similar to the green locust sword formation. Zhao Xiuxuan secretly speculated, it must be a method used by ancient sword cultivators. Bai Yanzi's sword key continuously impacted the formation, while others remained indifferent, just staring at the blue sword-shaped stone tablet with a serious expression. Although Zhao Xiuxuan was puzzled, he did not ask more questions at this time. A quarter of an hour later, the Xiuxuan sword formation finally had a new change. The formation made a buzzing sound, and sword kiss-like falling stars fell from the sky. The formation has awakened. Enter the formation. With Bai Yanzi's sharp shout, a green light suddenly appeared on the sword energy stone tablet, and the entire sword formation suddenly shook violently. Bai Yanzi also took the lead and jumped into the formation. The others were not polite either, and sword energy came out of their bodies one after another, and then they moved into the range of the sword formation. Zhao Xiuxuan was a step slower and followed Master into the formation. As soon as he stepped in, he felt the sky and the earth change color, and the stars above his head were dotted and the galaxy was brilliant. If he hadn't been alert in his heart, he would not have been able to tell that it was a sharp sword hanging above his head. Moreover, the dense sword energy around him, like the tide, formed a water tornado, which kept circling around the few people. Old rules. I will resist, and you attack the center of the formation. Go. As soon as Master Ziran finished speaking, his cloth bag magic weapon was thrown out, and it suddenly increased dozens of times, covering everyone head-on. At this moment, the sword energy above and beside him moved. This movement made the sword energy rotate like a galaxy. Being in it, he felt dizzy. Not only that, countless sword energy rushed towards everyone, but they were all blocked by the bag magic weapon. Go all out. Break the formation. Bai Yanzi raised his hand and pointed at the flying sword magic weapon spinning above his head. The sword light on it exploded and turned into a white river, pouring into the sword monument. Except for Zhao Xiuxuan, everyone else was unwilling to lag behind and burst out with sword energy. Whether it was Bai Yanzi's white river sword energy, or Shi Yi's moon white sword energy, or Qi Xing's red sword energy, everyone's sword energy hit the stone monument, but it was like a stone sinking into the sea. It did not cause any damage to the sword monument. It was just that on the sword monument, there seemed to be runes floating, spreading from the ground. As the sword energy poured in, the runes on the entire sword monument flashed and quickly spread to a height of 1/3 of the ground. Everyone's eyes lit up, as if they saw the hope of breaking the formation. However, the next second, the rune stopped climbing. It's far from enough. How could this happen? Bai Yanzi saw this scene, his face suddenly darkened and his brows furrowed. Immediately, he roared and cast a spell, and a strange broken sword emerged from his storage bag. The sword body was rusty, and there was a neat break from half of the blade, as if it was cut off by something. Although the broken sword looked chilly, the sword intent was shocking. This is the ancient sword magic weapon. The secret treasure that Brother Baiyun mentioned turned out to be this. Qi Xing stared at the broken sword with his eyes wide open. The ancient sword magic weapon is not only the magic weapon in the hands of the ancient sword cultivators, but also the natal magic weapon. As we all know, the ancient sword cultivators are famous for their sword cultivation methods, and every golden elixir sword cultivator has a natal sword nurtured in the golden elixir. This is the origin of the ancient sword magic weapon. This item is extremely rare. In the hands of sword cultivators, it is even rarer than an ordinary third-level top-level magic weapon. with this magic weapon. Today's matter can be accomplished. The purple-bearded master's eyes moved, and he immediately sighed. Bai Yunzi cast a spell, and the ancient sword magic weapon floating beside him immediately forced out a gray-white sword light, rushing straight towards the sword monument. The gray-white sword light entered the stone tablet, and the runes on the stone tablet suddenly had the momentum to rise. In a moment, the runes rose by another 1/3. This is the power of the sword energy of the ancient sword magic weapon. One sword actually has the power of 3 people. However, even so, the runes on the sword monument are still a little short. Seeing that the center of the formation is about to be broken, but it stops here, everyone must be unwilling. What's going on? Qizing was covered in red light, his brows were furrowed, and he looked sideways. Seeing that Zhao Xiuxuan didn't make a move at all, he hurriedly urged, "Dao Zhao, attack quickly." Zhao Xiuxuan was not unwilling to attack, he was just observing the situation of the sword energy in the formation. To be on the safe side, he had taken advantage of the time when others were attacking the center of the formation, and relied on his own understanding to figure out the attack frequency and attack method of some sword formations. If there was danger in the formation, he would immediately withdraw. "Dao Zhao, don't worry. With the protection of my Hunun bag, you can attack with all your strength. You will be fine in half an hour." Perhaps seeing Zhao Xiuxuan's worry, the purple-bearded master's brow was sweating, and he also urged Zhao Xiuxuan to attack. Zhao Xiuxuan glanced at him. To be honest, the reason why Zhao Xiuxuan was so cautious was partly because of the purple-bearded master. Because of the purple-bearded master's abnormal behavior before, Zhao Xiuxuan deliberately separated a trace of his mind and kept it on this person. However, he still didn't find any unusual movements from him. Maybe he was wrong, but Zhao Xiuxuan reminded himself that it was always good to be more careful. HMPH. There is still 1/3 of the sword intent missing. It's useless even if he doesn't make a move. Bai Yunzi's face was livid, and he seemed very disappointed with the result. He didn't expect that he couldn't break through the formation, even after taking out the secret treasure, like the ancient sword magic weapon. He was immediately a little discouraged. Although there was still one Zhao Xiuxuan who didn't make a move, in his mind, the remaining 1/3 of the formation eye could not be broken unless there was another ancient sword magic weapon. It took the 3 of us to shake 1/3 of the formation eye with all our strength, and with my ancient sword magic weapon, it only shook 2/3. As for the remaining 1/3, what can he, a newly promoted Jindan, use to break it? Bai Yunzi was in a bad mood, and the words he said were unpleasant. Zhao Xiuxuan frowned, and his eyes suddenly turned cold. Fortunately, Shi saw the change in his eyes, and immediately transmitted the voice and said, "Dao Zhao, break the formation first. There must be something you want inside the mountain gate of Shinijian sect." What he wanted was nothing more than the method of refining Shinijian pill. Hearing this, Zhao Xiuxuan suppressed his anger and cast a spell. The green Yangshan sword pill emerged from the storage bag and swirled around him. Everyone knew that whether the formation could be broken this time depended on this last attempt, so they all focused their attention on him. When he saw the Yangshan sword pill, Bai Yunzi's face was puzzled. He glanced at Qizing, and he must have recognized the sword pill. Facing the gazes of the crowd, Zhao Xiuxuan's golden elixir turned, and his magic power surged, flowing through his fingers like a rushing river into the sword pill. For a moment, the sword pill burst out with light like a green sun, twin sword intentions, 10 sword techniques, sword key green lotus, with the sword pill as the center. First the sky was filled with green sword energy, and then the sword energy intertwined to form a huge sword energy green lotus. This was the first time Zhao Xiuxuan used the sword energy green lotus after he was promoted to the golden elixir. The green lotus slowly bloomed, and an overwhelming sense of oppression made everyone's heart jump. This is it. The other people were all shocked by Zhao Xiuxuan's move. "Go!" Zhao Xiuxuan pointed at the sword monument. The sword energy lotus spun and intertwined to hit the sword monument. The roar of the sword energy across the sky seemed to shatter the eardrums. The shocking collision that was imagined did not happen. As soon as the sword energy lotus came into contact with the sword monument, it immediately turned into countless blue sword energy and drilled into the sword monument. The runes on the sword monument spread rapidly. 60%, 70%, 10%. Done. The runes on the sword monument spread all over the body. As the last rune was drawn, the sword monument glowed blue and cracks appeared on the monument. Boom! With a loud bang, The sword monument collapsed, and the blue sword energy of the Xiuxuan sword formation disappeared. Xiuxuan sword formation. Broken. Broken. At the moment when the sword formation was broken, Zhao Xiuxuan took out a pill bottle from his storage bag and made a gesture of swallowing pills. However, he did not swallow any pills. Everyone was immersed in the joy of breaking the formation and did not notice his strange behavior. At this moment, all the cultivators felt a strong spiritual fragrance coming towards them. It was intoxicating. This is the spiritual fragrance of the 1,000-year-old spiritual grass. Bai Yunzi's expression changed drastically, and he took this opportunity to deliberately avoid the shock brought by Zhao Xiuxuan's sword energy and green lotus. Fellow Taoists, the treasure is right in front of us. As soon as he finished speaking, he withdrew and fled in the direction of the spiritual fragrance. Qizing laughed and bowed to Zhao Xiuxuan. That expression seemed to express his admiration for Zhao Xiuxuan, but because of the treasure in his hand, he could not say much, and then he turned into light and left. Xiyu pointed to a palace on the mountain with her green jade finger and said to Zhao Xiuxuan, "The method you want is in the Taoist temple." Then, she also turned into light and disappeared. The purple-bearded master followed closely behind by Yunzi and had already disappeared. However, the direction he left with his light seemed to be behind the mountain. Zhao Xiuxuan's expression did not change. He put the pill bottle he had just taken out back into the storage bag. In fact, it was not a pill bottle at all, but a tracking incense made from the pus of the 10,000 holes beast's nose. This incense was extremely concealed. After Zhao Xiuxuan's personal test, even the golden core cultivators could not see through it. Especially since he had just opened this bottle under the guise of swallowing pills. While everyone was excited about breaking the formation, it was absolutely foolproof. One must be on guard against others. Whether it was the purple-bearded master who acted strangely or other people, they could not absolutely believe that with a tracking incense and the 10,000 holes beast, at least they could not guarantee that they would not be suddenly attacked from behind. After a few breaths of silence, Zhao Xiuxuan looked at the direction pointed by his master, and then the purple thunder light moved and flew towards the mountain. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.